reason you've made it this far is because you're good at pretending to be something you aren't, something you never will be. The moment she sees the real you... The sound of heavy footsteps moving with a dangerous purpose fills my ears. Not running. Arson never runs. He stalks. Is it something they taught him in that place, or something he learned after his escape? I may never know, but that's okay, because I don't want to know anything about him. Do you really think she'll accept you? Accept your darkness? I'm practically shredding my vocal cords now. It's a shame if so. She'll only pity you. The poor, broken brother, twisted by trauma. That's all you'll ever be to her. He's approaching the cell, and I brace myself against the back wall, ready for whatever comes next. Excitement builds in my veins as I continue to taunt him. What's wrong? You've gone quiet so suddenly. I call out, forcing a mocking laugh. Did I hit a nerve? Oh, wait, don't tell me she's already realized how pathetic you are. The observation window darkens as he stands before it. Even through the reinforced glass, I feel the rage radiating off him. His hair's still wet from the shower. His features, a mirror image of my own, are masked in fury. Someone's feeling brave tonight. His voice is deceptively calm. Or stupid. Can't really tell the difference right now. Neither, really. More curious to hear about your date. I bare my teeth in what might be a smile. How is our stepsister? Still pretending she doesn't know you're just a substitute for what she really wants? Just like that, he gives himself away. The lock mechanism whirs and the door opens. Here we go. Time to see just how far I can push him before he snaps. He takes his time entering the cell, and memories of Lillian flood my mind. At 16, trying so hard to catch my attention. The night she showed up at the mill to give me that watch. And then our kiss the night of her 18th birthday. All that perfectly placed protection was for nothing. As much as I tell myself I'm not jealous, that I never could be jealous, I am. Arson, whether he knows it or not, is giving her everything I denied her. Attention, desire, darkness. She'll accept it, crave it, because I made her hungry for any scrap of affection. Her fall into darkness is my fault, and mine alone. You're thinking about her. Arson leans against the doorframe, studying me with clinical interest. I can tell because you get this little crease between your eyes, right there. He taps his own forehead. One of the many tells I've had to learn to hide while playing you. How is she? I keep my voice casual, though my fists remain clenched at my sides. Don't want to give too much away. Still trembling when you touch her? He smiles, but it isn't genuine. Actually, she's quite responsive. Amazing what happens when you don't treat a woman like she's made of glass. The different ways that could be interpreted smashes through my careful facade. I swear to God, if you've hurt her, hurt her. He laughs, the sound eerily similar to mine, but darker. Oh, Ares, you have no idea. She begs to be hurt, quite enthusiastically, I might add. Lies. He's baiting me. Yet even as I tell myself, the image still burns. Lillian in his hands, not knowing she's being used as a weapon against me. Tears in her eyes, bruises on her skin, her fragile body punished for my wrongdoings. She's smarter than she looks, I remind him, and capable of more than you think. She knows you're a monster, could probably see it miles away. Yes, arrogance oozes from his pores. What do you think it is about me that excites her so much? She's not the innocent girl you tried to preserve, brother. There's darkness in her that begs to be unleashed. It's truly unfortunate that you were too much of a coward to see it or explore it, but your loss is my gain. I was just... That's not fucking true. I stayed away to protect her. From what? The family's corruption? He pushes off the doorframe, his movements slow, calculating. While you were playing the noble protector, they were planning to commit her. Did you know that? That they were going to use her heart condition as an excuse to lock her away? Just like they did me. No, he's lying. They wouldn't. You're lying. Am I? Or do you just not want to see the truth right in front of you? Her mother would never do such a thing. Even as I say the words, I know it's a lie. There's not much Patricia wouldn't do. Why do you think she's so eager to help me burn it all down? His eyes glitter with malice. She's tired of being controlled, of being treated like a porcelain doll. She wants someone who sees her strength, her potential for destruction. Little does he know I've seen Lillian all along, even when I didn't want to see her, even when I had to pretend she didn't exist. And you think that person is you? I step closer, ignoring how he towers over my weakened frame. The troubled twin, the family embarrassment, that you're the one who will see her strength. His expression shifts just slightly, a crack in the perfect mask. Keep pushing, make him angry enough to forget his careful control. Tell me, I bare my teeth in a smile, does she call you by my name when you touch her? Does she envision my face every time she looks at you? How does it feel to be second best? You want to talk about names? Arson's voice drops to a dangerous tone. Let's talk about what they called me in that prison you sent me to. Patient 4721, the troubled twin, the defective one. I didn't send you anywhere, I snap, but guilt makes my voice waver. I was a kid or not. You were the coward who stood there and watched them take me. You didn't say a word about what really happened at the boathouse. You just let them build their convenient narrative, allowing them to paint a picture of my instability. Old guilt mixes with fresh rage. And now you're what? Getting revenge by seducing our stepsister? Even you can do better than that. He laughs. Poor Lillian, pining after her perfect stepbrother while he treats her like a burden. I've never treated her like a burden. Who the fuck does he think he is? You don't even know her. Stop lying. We both know that facing your feelings for her was nothing more than a burden. It was easier to ignore them than deal with the potential repercussions. That honest assessment is a hard pill to swallow. As for knowing her, I know everything. I've studied you, your life, your friends. We're mirror images of each other. Our brains are practically one. You can't hide the truth from me. It was never about protecting Lillian. It was about protecting yourself. He's getting too close to home, too close to my own honest reasoning. That's not true. It is, and continues to be. Now the real question is, why? Were you afraid to feel something real? Afraid to admit you wanted her? Afraid of what your parents would say? He grins knowingly as he checks off each box. I know where this is going and what he's doing. Yet as much as I try to fight against the bait he's tossing out, possession and need demand that I remind him who she belongs to, who she really wants. You can't have her, I growl. I can't. It kind of feels like I already do. The rage inside me threatens to bubble over, and he pushes me over the edge with his next sentence. I can't help it if I'm honest about my desires. If you want something, you have to reach out with both hands and grab it. And that's what I did. I took Lillian, and I won't let anything stop me from claiming her, not even you. Lillian was never his to take. She's mine, forever mine. I swing wildly, hoping to land a blow anywhere I can. I'm shocked when my fist catches him in the jaw, pain lancing across my knuckles from the impact. Fuck, that felt good. He staggers back, surprise flickering across features identical to mine. Like a lunatic, he grins, blood staining his teeth. Truth hurts, doesn't it? He wipes his mouth. Want to know what else hurts? How eagerly she responds to my touch, the way she arches into my hands, thinking they're yours. I launch myself at him, rage overriding logic. We crash into the wall, grappling for dominance. He's stronger, built on weeks of good food and freedom, while I've survived on scraps. But fury fuels me. She doesn't want you. I slam my knee into his ribs. She wants me, so remember that the next time you touch her. He catches my next punch, twisting my arm behind my back. No, brother, she wants what you never had the courage to be. Someone who sees her darkness and embraces it. What are you going to do when she realizes you're nothing like me? I gasp as he applies pressure. When she chooses to toss you to the side from me. His grip tightens painfully. Funny you should mention that. His voice turns silky. She already knows I'm nothing like you. And guess what? His lips brush my ear, a parody of intimacy. She prefers the monster to the coward. The words slam into my gut like he's physically hit me, but I absorb them and force out a laugh. Is that what she told you? Or is that what you keep telling yourself? I laugh. Maybe if you keep telling yourself that, it'll come true. When really, we all know that no one wants you. His reply is a punch that makes stars explode behind my eyes. Blood sprays across the concrete when his fist connects with my face again. Through the ringing in my ears, I hear him laughing. That broken sound that used to be identical to mine. My scalp burns when he grabs me by the hair and yanks my head back. She does, and right now she thinks you're both victims of this family, thinks you were just as trapped as she was, playing your assigned role, the golden boy, the perfect son. Better than playing the psychopath? I spit blood at him. Is that what you plan to do? Swoop in like the hero and save the day? Going to rescue her from the big bad Hayes family? His grip tightens, and the pain radiating across my skull is nothing more than fuel for the beast. I'm going to show her everything they tried to hide, every dirty secret, every buried body. Together, we're going to burn it down, you included. After all, a dynasty can't exist without an heir. Adorable. Sounds like a match made in hell. Hate to be the one to break it to you, but she's using you. I laugh, though it hurts. Playing on your obsession. Sweet, fragile Lillian's got you wrapped around her finger, thinking you're in control. The next punch she delivers is right to my kidneys, and it sends me to my knees. I grit my teeth through the pain and continue. Did she tell you she pities you? Poor, broken arson, twisted by trauma. Bet that gets her hot, thinking she can fix you, save you. Shut up. His control slips, showing the cracks I'm looking for. You know nothing. I know her. I look up at him, and the coppery tang of blood fills my mouth. Known her for years. watching her manipulate everyone around her with that fragile act she pulls off so well. Even Mother can't handle her like I can. He hauls me up off the floor, his hand wrapped tightly around my throat. Then he slams me against the wall. Pain encompasses my entire body, but I do my very best to hide it. You handled her by ignoring her, by making her think she wasn't good enough. Well, guess what? I'm going to give her everything you denied her. Yeah, I wheeze through his grip. Going to love her, make her whole. You can't even love yourself. You're too broken, too damaged. I'm going to corrupt her, he snarls, face inches from mine. Turn her into something even you won't recognize. And the best part is, you're going to watch it happen. Watch her fall in love with the monster wearing your face. I bare my bloodied teeth at him in a mockery of a smile. She'll never love you. You're just a replacement, a cheap copy she's settling for because she can't have the real thing. His eyes go flat, that institutional emptiness I remember from the day they took him, filling his eyes. Got him. I think it's time we test that theory. His free hand moves to his pocket, and out of the corner of my eye I watch him pull a syringe out. My body tenses instinctively. Memories of watching nurses sedate him when we were younger fill my mind. You know what they taught me in that place? He taps the barrel, checking for air bubbles with practiced ease. The exact combination of chemicals needed to keep someone compliant without causing them permanent damage. Had a lot of time to perfect the ratios. I try to push off the wall, but I'm weak. Weaker now after our fight. Big whoop, you're going to drug me like they drugged you? Prove you're just like them? No. He steps closer, needle glinting. They use drugs to control me. I use them to create opportunities for education. Class is in session, Aries. It's time to learn some hard truths about our little Lillian. The needle slides into my neck with clinical precision, and ice spreads through my veins as he depresses the plunger. She's not some delicate flower you need to protect, he continues, watching my legs give out. She's got poison in her veins, just like us. I slide down the wall, my vision blurring. He can do whatever he wants to her, but I won't be able to live with myself if he hurts her. Do whatever you want to her, but please, don't hurt her. Hurt her. He crouches beside me, and I can barely make out his face, my focus swimming in and out. I'm going to set her free. Then I'll bring her down here when the time is right. A cruel smile twists his lips. Let you see exactly what she becomes when she's not playing your precious stepsister. She's better than this. Better than us. My tongue feels heavy, all of my thoughts scattering like marbles being kicked across the floor. Better than what? He cups his ear, mocking my fading tone. The family who's been planning to make her disappear at the slightest inconvenience? The stepbrother who rejected her? Or the man who finally sees her true nature? His hand pats my cheek. No need to answer yet. You'll have plenty of time to think about it. The drug pulls me under, but not before I hear his parting words. I hope you have sweet dreams about your precious Lillian. While you're sleeping, I'll be teaching her exactly how good it feels to be yourself. And believe me, she's such an eager student. No. Darkness claims me, but my last conscious thought is of Lillian. Not the innocent I need to protect, but the warrior she might become in my brother's hands. God help us all.
Chapter 18. Lillian. 1 week, 7 days, 168 hours. That's how long it's been since he pressed me against that wall and promised to destroy me so beautifully that I almost gave in to temptation. Not that I'm counting. My phone mocks me from my desk. No messages, no calls, no threatening appearances. Something happened. The security camera feeds I begged, cajoled, and paid Lee to hack around campus show nothing. It's like Arson was never here at all, taking both his identity and Ares with him. Miss Hayes? Professor Harris's voice startles me and I look up at him. Class ended 5 minutes ago. I blink and peer around the room, realizing I'm sitting alone in the lecture hall. How long was I daydreaming? I look down at my notebook and see that it's empty, except for a couple of compulsive sketches of the warehouse. Sorry, I mutter, while moving out of my seat to gather up my things. I guess I lost track of time. I quickly shove everything into my backpack and leave. As I cross the quad, my head moves on a swivel. Hope swells in my chest at the thought of seeing his familiar frame looming in the distance. But there's nothing. I know how stupid it is to crave the villain, to want the monster in the story. But Arson isn't the monster he claims to be. He's a victim of circumstance, just like me. Even his, Ares's, usual parking spot has remained empty all week. The Range Rover hasn't moved from the warehouse. According to the tracking tile I'm magnetized to the bottom of it, it's all very strange. Does this mean Arson has stopped pretending entirely? My heart rate picks up, but not from my condition. If he's abandoned the pretense of being Ares, something big has happened. The carefully orchestrated performance I witnessed that first night at the charity event has been discarded. All my thoughts shift to Ares. Has something happened to him? Is he okay? I don't know all of Arson's plan, but I know enough to believe he would hurt his brother just to prove a point. Maybe not kill him, not yet, but injure him? Yes. Could an injury be keeping him away? Bile climbs up my throat at the thought. As much as Ares' dismissal of my feelings and cruel words hurt, the idea of him suffering makes me sick. I check the campus security feeds from my phone again. The last footage I have is of Arson leaving the botany building after our encounter. His expression is unreadable in the grainy video. I chew on my bottom lip, weighing my options. If I go to the warehouse and nothing has changed, it could be a trap for him to lure me there. But then, if something happened to Ares? I watch a group of students enter the mill house, where Ares' room now sits empty. Lee told me Arson cleared it out last week. Only took a few things and left the rest to whoever moves in next. Why the sudden change? Could it be the conversation we had? The evidence I offered him? Or is it something else entirely? I can't wrap my head around it. Without thought, I trace the fading marks, lingering along my throat. The memory of his touch still burns, desire unraveling low in my belly. Was any of it real? Or was it my imagination, my own personal want and need for his twin brother manifesting? As I play it back in my mind, it looks real. It feels real. His hardening cock, grinding against my core, his eyes burning with a desire mirroring my own. There's no faking that kind of want, even if it was only lust. No amount of acting can hide a person's real feelings. I'm going to ruin you. Even the memory, that deep growl, I can still feel the effects of it. His words, a promise of something both terrible and exciting. Now, nothing but silence. Something must be wrong with me. If it only worked that way. I understand the saying, curiosity killed the cat, a lot better now. The silence and disappearance have only left me with more questions and worries. Has Arson moved on to the next step in his plan without me? Is he going rogue? My hand clenches a little tighter around my phone. This isn't just about family secrets anymore. It's not even about revenge. Something else is happening. Something I'm missing. Arson wants my help. I remember how he looked at me. That disturbingly beautiful face, twisted with surprise and excitement. It was like for one moment he saw me as more than leverage, as more than a pawn. There was no missing the recognition. He saw my darkness, the thing I've hidden behind my fragile exterior. I realized then that I had a way in with him. If I made him see me as his equal, instead of the fragile, broken girl they had all made me into, I could potentially save Ares. I wasn't lying about exposing the Hayes family's secrets or airing out their dirty laundry for the world to see. I still want them all to pay. Richard, my mother, everyone. If I can get closer to Arson, close enough to get Ares free, then help Arson bring them down, then what's the harm? All I have to do was survive his mind games and make him realize exposing the family's secrets is more important than his hate for his brother. Before I can do any of that, I need to figure out what is going on. Why has Arson disappeared? I'm tired of waiting for an answer. If he won't leave the warehouse, then I'll go to him. And hopefully, I won't be walking into a trap. Mind made up, I slide my phone into my pocket and shove off the bench. The late afternoon sun casts long shadows across the parking lot. And as I walk to my car, I do a quick check of my bag. Pepper spray, inhaler, emergency heart meds. I haven't needed them thus far, but I don't know what I'm walking into. I've memorized the warehouse layout since my last visit. Getting in will be harder now that Arson knows I can, but I have to try. If worst comes to worst, I'll walk up to the door and knock like a normal person. Ahead, my car sits at the far end of the student lot, away from cameras and casual observation. I catalog the trip in my mind. 15 minutes to the warehouse district. Another 10 to get inside. Easy peasy. It might be a stupid decision on my part, but an entire week of silence has made me a little reckless. I'm almost at my car when an SUV pulls into the parking lot. Black. Expensive. The windows are tinted, making it impossible to see who's inside. It glides up beside me with predatory grace, moving slowly enough to make its intention clear. I'm not stupid. I'm not getting in that car. Not even if there's a box full of free books. Keep walking. Don't react. There's a campus security station just around the... Shit. The rear door opens. Miss Hayes. The man's voice is corporate smooth and reminds me of a banker discussing interest rates. Would you join us for a moment? Join you? No, thank you. I stare at the man with disinterest. Though there's an undercurrent of panic I refuse to show. Who is this man? He's wearing a suit that screams money. A Rolex gleams on his wrist. One glance and it's obvious he's a businessman, which makes him infinitely more dangerous than any common thug. No, thank you. I have a class to get to. I lie while taking a step back. The SUV stops, and I know this is only going to get worse. No, you don't. A second man steps out of the passenger side. Equally well-dressed, equally polished. Your last lecture ended 20 minutes ago. Shit. Study group, class, same thing in my book. I muster up a smile, but it's clear neither of them believes me. Please, don't make this more complicated than necessary. Dread slices through me. They know my schedule, which means they've been keeping tabs on me. What do you want? It takes a substantial effort to keep my voice calm with a racing heartbeat. These people aren't arson. I can't tell what their next move will be. I can't lock down their motives. Just a conversation. The first man gestures to the open door. And to provide you transport to your intended destination. I press a hand to my thundering heartbeat. They know about the warehouse? About arson? I wasn't going anywhere specific. Miss Hayes. The man closest to me smiles, but it never reaches his eyes. Let's not insult each other's intelligence. Get in the vehicle, please. It's not a request. We all know it. I glance around the parking lot, looking for a way out. It's empty, except for a few students, but they're too far off in the distance to be of any help. Campus security wouldn't arrive in time, even if I screamed. I know what you're thinking, and I wouldn't do it. All we want to do is talk. We don't intend to harm you. Not yet. The man holds the door open a little wider, perfectly courteous, perfectly threatening while appearing normal. Damn it. I don't want to get into this car, but my other option is to run, and there's two of them and one of me. Who knows if they have weapons? I don't see any, but that doesn't mean they don't have them. Fear of the unknown festers in my chest, and against my better judgment, I slide into the back seat. The door closes behind me, and the sound is deafening. Both men climb into the vehicle via the opposite side, and I try not to think about whether I signed my own death certificate. Water? The first man, he hasn't given me his name, offers, holding out a bottle with a pristine label. Or perhaps something stronger? You seem a bit tense. Why does he seem so familiar? I know I've never met him, yet I'm fine. I sit perfectly straight, channeling Mother's social armor. Cool. Controlled. It's just another meeting. Another preparation for a charity event. The SUV starts to move, pulling smoothly away from campus. Both men peer at me, the one in the driver's seat watching me in the rearview mirror, while the other openly gawks from the passenger seat. Their postures are relaxed but alert, like well-trained predators at rest. You've caused quite a bit of trouble, Miss Hayes. The second man adjusts his platinum cufflinks. It's rather unexpected, really. We had anticipated certain complications in our arrangement, but you weren't one of them. I don't know what you're talking about. No? The man in the driver's seat flashes me a professionally empty smile in the mirror. That wasn't you at the warehouse? Were you gathering evidence? Or what about that rather intimate encounter in the botany garden last week? My chest tightens uncomfortably. They've been watching me. Us. There's no need to worry. At least, not yet. Let's just say we have certain investments we must protect. The guy in the passenger seat continues. Arrangements which required considerable financial backing. If you want us to be honest, your involvement has created uncertainty. The threat slides beneath their corporate pleasantries like a silk-wrapped knife. Okay, but I still don't know what you're talking about. I keep my voice steady. Or who you are. We're friends, the man in the driver's seat says. Friends who provided certain resources to facilitate certain goals. Friends who prefer their investments remain stable. The SUV turns and I realize we're on the Industrial District access road. Is this where it all ends? Are they going to kill me and deposit my body in front of the warehouse to prove a point? We aren't friends. I don't know you. I don't know what I have to do with any of this. I gesture to the space around me. Insurance. The man in the passenger seat turns, and his gaze is cold, despite his pleasant tone. You're a reminder that actions have consequences beyond personal vendettas and family drama. Are you threatening me? They both laugh, the sound perfectly orchestrated. Threats are crude, Miss Hayes. We're simply ensuring all parties understand the seriousness of the goal and the part they play in it. And if I decide not to be involved? That option expired the moment you offered our associate your assistance in demolishing the Hayes empire. The second man checks his watch. Though we must admit your research has proved intriguing. They know about Mother's files, about what I found. What do you want from me? I ask again, dropping the pretense. The leather seat creaks as I shift, hyper-aware of every movement I make in the confined space. These men aren't just wealthy, they're dangerous, in a way that makes Arson's violence seem straightforward. At least he's honest about his intentions to destroy. Your heart condition, the first man remarks casually. It's not nearly as debilitating as your medical records suggest, is it? I'm not surprised that they know of my heart condition. It's the most basic thing, something everyone knows about me. That's not what has me curious. It's the information they aren't sharing that interests me the most. How much do they know? What do they know? You still haven't told me what you want, I say, proud of how steady my voice remains. Want? That's such a direct word. We prefer to think in terms of mutual benefits, shared interests. And what interests do we share? The dismantling of the Hayes Empire, of course. The driver speaks again. I must say our methods differ from the rather passionate approach you're currently employing. The pieces suddenly fall into place. How else would Arson be able to get away with what he has? To be able to use the warehouse? To kidnap Ares without anyone noticing? You're Arson's backers. You funded his revenge. They exchange looks of mild amusement. We provided certain resources to facilitate certain outcomes. The personal vendetta aspect was a convenient motivation. We have our own motives, but we won't be sharing those at this time. And now? Now we're ensuring all the players understand the rules of engagement. Passion is useful, but ultimately this is business. There's an edge to his voice I don't quite understand. What kind of business involves kidnapping and revenge? The profitable kind. The second man smiles. The kind that requires careful management of all involved parties. Me included. I'm not just a complication in Arson's revenge anymore. I'm a variable these men need to control. And if I don't want to be managed, their synchronized laughter makes my skin crawl. There is no longer a choice to be had. Just tell me what you want. I clear my throat and add, please. Our intentions are pure. All we plan to do is deliver you safely to your destination. In return, we want you to remind all parties that we're watching. Always watching. The SUV pulls up directly in front of the warehouse entrance. No hiding, no being subtle, sending a message to Arson directly. Give our regards to our associate, the man driving announces. And please remind him how important the deadlines are. What deadline? I blink, trying to figure out what's going on right now. 1 week. That's how long our associate has to demonstrate to us that this situation remains under control. After that, well, let's hope we don't need to take action directly to ensure our investment. We'll be watching, Miss Hayes. The second man's voice carries as I step out of the SUV in a daze, my legs steadier than they should be. Before I can close the door, the driver adds, "Oh, and Miss Hayes, that information you found, it's just the surface. Be careful how deep you dig. Some secrets are better left buried." The SUV pulls away, and I consider what just happened. A sheen of nervous sweat coats my palms. I'd wonder if things could get worse, but I'm not in the mood to get struck by lightning. The reality is, I'm caught between Arson's revenge, his mysterious backers, and whatever shady tactics our parents are up to. I don't know who those men were, but I don't need to know. Not when their intent is clear. Listen, play along. If not, 1 week. I have 1 week to figure out how to play this game better than the monsters who created it. Otherwise, they'll start eliminating people. And the first person will be me.
Chapter 19. Arson. The security feed flickers as a black SUV appears outside the warehouse. Expensive, tinted windows. Familiar. The coffee mug I held in my hand shatters against the concrete floor before I register dropping it. No. I lean in a little closer to the monitors, fingers white-knuckled on the desk as I watch, terrified at what happens next. A second passes and the passenger door opens. A small body appears on the screen, and the moment I catch a glimpse of her face, I know something is wrong. What the hell are you doing, Lillian? The back window on the SUV lowers just enough to show Mr. Alvarez's profile, that perfectly engineered smile, the casual adjustment of his watch that signals a deadline. Horror mixed with dread zips down my spine. I should have known it was them. They're the only ones who would show up here like this. They're sending a message, making it clear that they can reach out and touch anything, any one in my carefully constructed revenge, including her. The SUV pulls away, and Lillian stands there, her features a mixture of anger and fear. She doesn't understand, doesn't know what these men are capable of, what they've done to others who complicated their investments. My hands shake as I pull up the other camera feeds. I quickly check sight lines and scan the area for additional vehicles. They're never alone. They never make only one move. 7 days. I've ignored her for 7 days. After the confrontation with my brother and our meeting in the garden, I knew I needed to get my head on straight. Lillian's presence in my life has fucked everything up. I knew I needed a couple of days, but didn't expect it to take this long. I spent the time researching every possible individual the Hayes family had a part in incarcerating, which gave the Alvarezes an opening. Considering I still don't quite understand what they want out of our arrangement, it's even more dangerous. For days I tried to remind myself that she was nothing but a pawn, just another way to hurt Aries. Tried to forget how perfect she felt, pressed against me, like she was made for me, her darkness calling out to me like the siren she is. Nothing I've told myself over the past 7 days matters now. They've taken notice and made her a variable in the equation. Even though I tell myself it's nothing more than attraction I feel for Lillian, the thought of letting them get their hands on her, of letting them hurt her the way they've hurt others, makes me irrational. It makes me murderous with rage. I've been trying to figure out what these bastards want ever since they showed up offering money. Seeing them with Lillian terrifies me on a level I didn't even know I could feel anymore. The convenient accidents, the untraceable poisons, the clean disappearances leaving no evidence, asking no questions. I can't let them do that to her. She's mine to break, mine to corrupt, mine to... Fuck. I press a hand to the side of my head, trying to slow the chaos forming there. I need to bury those thoughts, drown them, kill them, until I don't recognize them anymore. This isn't about possession or desire. It's about control, about keeping my revenge on track, about... Lillian's entire body shudders as she breathes, and then she walks toward the entrance, her head held high, her stride purposeful, like she's walking into a business meeting instead of a killer's lair. Stupid, brave girl. I don't know if I should reward her or strangle her for being so stupid. I'm moving before I can make a conscious decision to do so, fury and fear driving me toward her. What is she thinking? What happened? I hit the warehouse floor running, all pretense of control abandoned. The metal stairs rattle under my boots as I take them 3 at a time. No more calculated movements, no more careful performance. Pure instinct drives me now. Animal rage mixed with something else, something resembling fear. But that can't possibly be it, since that would mean Lillian is something important to me, more than a pawn. The security door beeps as I slam through it. Sunlight blinds me momentarily as I burst outside, but I don't need to see where I'm going. I can feel her presence and smell her expensive perfume mixed with the heady scent of adrenaline. My hands find her before my vision clears. What did they say to you? I wrap my hands around her arms, yanking her against me. Tell me every fucking word, now. She gasps, not from fear, but surprise at my roughness. I'm usually more controlled with her, more seductive. She's never seen me like this, so raw, balancing on the edge of right and wrong. Arson? She says my name. My fucking name. That's all it takes to make me unravel from the inside out. Inside, I demand. dragging her through the door with me. I don't care if I bruise her porcelain skin. She has worse things to worry about than a couple of bruises. Before they come back, before they let go, she grumbles, struggling in my grasp, as if I would let her go. We crash against the wall just inside the entrance, and I take note of her tiny gasp when she slams into it. Releasing her, I use my body to cage her in while I kick the door shut with my foot. Above, the security lights flicker on, casting harsh shadows across her face. Anger at myself consumes me. Does she not realize the danger she's put herself in? The danger I put her in by allowing her to taunt me, to tempt me with her body and her alluring eyes? I grab her by the arms and shake her. I need to make her see how dangerous this is, how dangerous I am. What did they say? Each word is punctuated by my fingers digging a little deeper into her flesh. Stop! You're hurting me! Her voice is strong, even as she flinches from the pain. Gone is the fragile girl she pretended to be before. Good. Maybe you'll be able to look at the bruises and remember why you shouldn't be here. Now answer the question. I shake her once, trying to get common sense to filter into her brain. What did those men tell you? Her head whips back and forth, strands of blonde hair falling into her face. And even now, with the reminder of danger and the awareness that she's nothing more than a pawn to me, I'm tempted to tuck them behind her ear, tempted to wrap my arms around her and tell her I won't let anything happen to her. But I can't. Now that they know about her, she's a pawn, a weapon they can use against me. Her blue eyes narrow with suspicion. Wait, are you afraid of them? The observation hits far too close to the truth. I drag her closer, bringing us face to face. Do you think because I want to fuck you that you mean something to me? That you suddenly know everything there is to know about me? I growl into her face. This has nothing to do with fear. I'm not afraid of anything. The lie tastes bitter. But you should be. Of me. Of them. You don't know what any of us are capable of. Then tell me. Our gazes collide, and I see fear in her eyes. But that's not the biggest emotion that stands out. It's anger, searing rage. Tell me why the great Arson Hayes is coming apart at the seams because of one car ride. Does she really think this is still our game of seduction and power? Doesn't she understand the danger she's in? I think it's time you learn exactly what kind of hell you've walked into. I turn, and with one hand wrapped around her bicep, I drag her behind me while continuing deeper into the warehouse. I'm not going anywhere until you explain. You'll go where I put you, I snarl, mask completely shattered. Because right now, I'm the only thing standing between you, them, and a very untimely fucking death. The longer I think about them touching her, about them using her against me, the angrier I become. Did they touch you? I demand, shoving her around another corner. Threaten you? Offer you anything? Stop manhandling me! Digging her feet into the ground, she makes a feeble attempt to stop me. But her comfort is far from my biggest concern right now. Answer me, I yell, my voice echoing off the concrete walls. Did they say anything about deadlines, about complications? She twists in my grip, surprisingly strong for someone supposedly fragile. They said you're off schedule, that I'm interfering with their investment. Fuck! I roar and slam my palm against the wall beside her head, making her jump. Pain zings up into my shoulder, but it feels good, keeps me present. Did they mention Aries, the Hayes family, any specific dates? I tell you, if you'd stop throwing me around like a rag doll. Her outburst catches me off guard. Most people cower when I'm like this, all rage and barely contained violence. Not Lillian. She stands straighter, eyes flashing with anger rather than fear. When I don't respond, she chooses to fight back. You want answers? She shoves against my chest, hard enough to make me step back. Try asking like a normal human. The push ignites something primitive in my blood. Nobody touches me without permission. Nobody pushes back. Not since the institution. Careful, Lillian. I stalk forward, backing her against another wall. I think you're forgetting who's in charge here. No. She holds her head high, even as I crowd her space. You be careful. You want answers? Well, so do I. I'm done being pushed around, done being protected and sheltered. I'm not weak or fragile. I'm not the enemy. I came here to help you, remember? Help me. I laugh, the sound harsh and broken. I don't think you understand what is happening. They weren't supposed to know about you, about us, about what? She pushes me again, a little harder this time. About how you can't decide if you want to threaten me or fuck me? About how you're so obsessed with hurting Aries, you can't see you're turning into exactly what they made you. I snap. Something inside me, that carefully constructed control I've maintained since escaping the institution, evaporating. She sees it happen, recognizes the moment the monster breaks free of the chains, but instead of running, she pushes me one more time. Come on, Arson. Show me what they really created in that place. Show me the animal they... I don't think. I simply react, wrapping a hand around her throat before she can finish. I give the slender column a squeeze, stopping her from speaking or screaming for help. Not that anyone would be able to save her. Her blue eyes reflect that danger. She knows this isn't the seductive grip from our previous encounters. This is pure, uncontrolled violence. God, help me. She's still standing here, her eyes shimmering with both fear and determination. She doesn't fight me, doesn't scream or cower. My fingers flex against her throat, muscle memory from years of institutional violence taking over. A little more pressure and I could silence her forever. End this complication. Remove this variable making me feel the things I buried deep between padded cells and chemical restraints. Emotions lead to mistakes and loss of control. They lead to giving a shit. And I have no room to care for her, not with my need for revenge burning so brightly. As I watch her, though, I realize I'm past that point. She meets my gaze steadily, and her small hand comes to rest over mine, the one wrapped around her throat. Not fighting, not surrendering, something else entirely. Is this what they taught you? Her voice comes out rough under my grip. How to hurt anyone who gets too close. Stupid girl, always tempting the monsters in the dark. Shut up! The words scrape out of me, animal raw. Make me! She presses herself into my hand. Show me what they turned you into. The monster under the bed. The boogeyman they used to scare the other patients. I said shut up! I snarl into her face. The desire to hurt her surges up, wild and blistering. It screams through my bones, coils around my spine, and demands release. I could end this, shut her up, break her down, but I don't. My grip doesn't tighten, and instead my fingers tremble. Like even the darkness inside me flinches at the thought of hurting her. She's not afraid of me. She should be, and that makes me even more dangerous. Damn it, she's in my blood now, in my head. wrapped around every fucked up part of me like silk on barbed wire. We stand locked together, her pulse fluttering under my palm, both of us breathing like we've just run a marathon. If I had any sense, I'd finish what I started, snap her like a twig, and walk away before she ruins what's left of me. That's no longer an option, because somewhere along the way, she stopped being the pawn I needed to use and became a weapon to be used against me. Why aren't you afraid? It's an honest observation, and one that has me curious. Her thumb strokes my knuckles, the gesture incongruously gentle against our violent tableau. Because this isn't you. This is what they programmed you to be. Their attack dog. It's true. If you wanted to hurt me, you would have done it already. Memories flood me, orderlies teaching me where to hit so it wouldn't leave a bruise, doctors explaining how violence was my natural response, nurses sedating me when I tried to be anything else. I give my head a shake to break free of the thoughts. It doesn't matter if she's right. She doesn't know me, doesn't know what I went through to get here. Don't act like you know me, Lillian, because you don't. You know what I want you to know, and that's it. You're right. I don't know you, but I do know they hurt you. Her other hand comes out of nowhere, and her gentle fingers skim across my cheek. I can't tell if she's stupid or fearless, especially since I've still got a tight grip on her throat. I know they used you for their own benefit, that they wanted you to become a weapon. Become. I tilt my head at her. What makes you think I'm not a weapon for them to use already? Maybe you are. I don't know. What I can tell you is that you aren't the monster you pretend to be. There's a fracture in my chest, not the satisfying shatter of violence, but the slow, agonizing split where truth slips through my armor. I'll kill you, I whisper, but my grip is already wavering. If they even suspect you matter to me, they'll use you, and I won't let that happen. I'll have to. My voice breaks, the vulnerability ripped from me. Lillian matters. Fuck. She matters more than she should, more than I ever should have allowed. And now there's no way out. It's too fucking late. I can't let her go. I won't. Kill me to protect me? That ghost of a smile plays across her lips. Pretty sure that defeats the purpose. You think I don't know that? I growl, voice low, almost broken. But if it's you or them, if it's you or them using you... I can't make myself finish that sentence. The thought makes me irrational. We stay frozen at that moment, my hand on her throat, her hands on my face, violence and tenderness tangled together until I can't tell which is which anymore. Slowly, I shove the animal back into its cage. All that time in captivity taught me how to compartmentalize, how to tuck rage into tidy boxes and lock them tight. What it didn't teach me was how to do it with someone's pulse still trembling beneath my palm. I stare down at her beautiful face, my hand hovering at her throat like it doesn't know what to do anymore. If they think you're compromising their investment, you'll vanish. There will be no body, no evidence. It will be washed away as another tragic accident. I exhale through clenched teeth. I'll be the one left cleaning up the mess. Again, knowing I let it happen, that I let you get that close. I'm not afraid of dying. Her fingers trace the scar along my jaw, an old reminder from the first time they tried to break me. Sever the connection. End it now. I can't do it. Her touch feels like everything I've ever wanted and nothing I deserve. You should be. These men, they won't just kill you. They'll dismantle you, tear apart who you are, piece by piece, until you're begging for an end that will never come. I pause, jaw tight, eyes locked on hers. I've seen it. I've lived it. The thought of it happening to you. I swallow hard. Death would be mercy, but they don't do mercy. Understanding dawns in her eyes. Her other hand slides from mine at her throat before moving to my chest, coming to rest over my hammering heartbeat. The gesture is so intimate, it hurts. No one has ever touched me with such care or tenderness. I'm not weak, Arson. I can protect myself. I study her face, the steel beneath her delicate features. You aren't weak, you're right. And that's what I like best about you. How delicate on the outside you appear, but how strong you are inside. Even so, you're naive if you think you can protect yourself against these types of people. I don't want your protection. I don't want to be another liability. I pull her closer, my gaze dropping to her lips. Fuck, I want to kiss her. But now isn't the time for that. What you want doesn't matter. It stopped mattering the moment you tangled yourself in my web. Right this second, they're watching us. Every move we make, every time I touch you, every secret you uncover, every moment we're together, they're cataloging it, building a profile, strategizing how to hurt me through you. Then let them watch. Her chin lifts defiantly. We can't change what they plan to do, especially when we have no idea what their plan is. You don't understand. I press my forehead to hers, the gesture more intimate than any violence I could visit upon her. Their appearance here, it changes everything. In what way? I already know she's going to fight me on this, but the decision to keep her here was made the moment they pulled up. I can't protect you outside these four walls, can't control all the variables, can't guarantee your safety. Her breath catches as she realizes what I'm saying. Are you asking me to stay here? Do I have a choice? I'm asking you to stay, but if your answer is no, I'll keep you anyway. I pull back enough to meet her eyes. The alternative is to watch you die, or to kill you myself. I can see it in the way her expression shifts, understanding reflecting in her blue eyes. I won't lose anyone else to them, even if it means becoming just like them. This isn't revenge. It's not even rage anymore. It's something worse. Need. A brutal, possessive instinct to protect what's mine, no matter the cost. I'll keep her safe, even if it means sacrificing my own wants. While she's here, I'll use her to get revenge on my brother. I gently caress the soft curve of her jaw. Perhaps my brother was right, and she'll never want the monster. Not like she wants him. And as badly as I want Lillian in my bed, her pussy pulsing around my cock while my name escapes her lips, I also want to use her for revenge. And separating the two seems impossible. I guess we will see which side wins.
Chapter 20. Lillian. The walk across campus feels like some kind of performance. The flawless haze air guiding his delicate stepsister back to her dorm. Except Arson isn't performing anymore. He moves with a predator's prowl, a jarring contrast to Ares' deliberate cadence. Every subtle shift in his posture has me on edge, making me painfully aware of his presence. He's close enough that his arm brushes mine occasionally, and each time it's like being zapped by an electric current. He's constantly moving, his gaze scanning our surroundings, shoulders tense, his fists clenched. He's barely contained violence, one pinprick away from exploding. I look away as soon as he catches me watching him. "Stop looking at me like that," he says under his breath as we approach the dorm. "Like what?" "Like you're waiting for me to snap." His hand finds my lower back as he gives me a gentle but firm push forward. "Sorry, you're just different. It's weird to see you being you after you played him for such a long time." His touch lingers longer than necessary, and I lean into it for a moment, testing him. His fingers dig in a little harder, a warning without spoken words. "We'll get used to it. We have no need to pretend to be that coward anymore." There's so much hate in his voice, it's suffocating. Once we're in my room, the tension climbs higher. The space is too small for us, mainly him and his looming frame. He immediately checks the windows, closet, even under the bed. Methodical, practiced movements, speaking of institutional paranoia. I brush off his worry and start packing, hyper-conscious of his prowling. Whenever I reach for something, his eyes are on me, tracking the movement. When I bend to grab a pair of shoes from under the bed, his breath hitches audibly. "Hurry up," he growls. "I'm sorry, is my packing an inconvenience to you?" I deliberately take my time folding a sweater before placing it in the bag. "I told you that you could stay back at the warehouse instead of tagging along, but you didn't listen." He steps closer, heat radiating off his body. "And let you get yourself killed? Think again. I still need you. Now stop being difficult and hurry the fuck up." "Stop being paranoid. I can't focus on packing when you're being all caveman-like." I shiver involuntarily when his hand brushes my hip as he reaches past me to grab one of the medication bottles on my dresser. "This all of it?" He studies the labels. "The heart meds?" "Yes." Why does he want to know? I can't help but wonder what else he has planned. "Why? Are you planning to drug me like you drug Ares?" I watch as his grip tightens on the bottles, the plastic creaking under the pressure. "What I plan to do or not do with you is my choice. Finish packing and move faster." "I'm going as fast as I can," I grumble angrily as I turn around. I make note of the dilation in his pupils, the slight flare of his nostrils as he sucks a harsh breath into his lungs. I can't tell if he's turned on or furious. "Not fast enough." His free hand shoots out, grasping my chin almost painfully. "I don't think you're ready to find out what happens when you disobey me, so stop with the antics." He acts uninterested, but his body says otherwise. I notice the way his gaze drops to my lips, and how his thumb brushes my jaw almost unconsciously. The waves of violence and desire pouring off him make my head spin. Instead of giving in to desire and making the first move, I choose to tempt fate a little and reach around him for another sweater, letting my body brush against his. His grip on my chin tightens in warning. "Just packing," I tell him innocently. "Like you asked." His low growl suggests he's not fooled by my performance. Good. I'm counting on it. He releases his hold on me and takes a couple of steps back. I try to ignore the way my heart aches at the disappearance of his touch. "Those men," I say casually, folding a shirt that definitely doesn't need folding. They said you're behind schedule. Arson stills by the window, his reflection in the glass turning predatory. Don't. Don't what? Ask for more information about the people threatening me? I move to my dresser, deliberately putting my back to him. The ones who seem to own you? I sense the change in temperature, and in half a second he's behind me, caging me against the dresser. They don't own me. No? I reach for my underwear drawer, and his entire body tenses behind me. Then why did you panic when you saw their car? His hand slams down on the dresser before I can open it. I don't panic. Right. I lean back slightly, letting my body brush against his chest. That wasn't fear that I saw. Just like what I'm feeling right now isn't desire. He grips my hip, fingers digging in hard enough to bruise. Careful, little girl. The threat in his voice makes heat pool low in my belly. I turn to face him, lifting my chin. Or what? My voice is ice. You'll hurt me? Lock me away? Pretty sure that was already in the itinerary. His fingers tighten around my hip in a subtle warning. You really think this is a game? Isn't it? I reach up and smooth a wrinkle from his collar. The touch is small, almost tender, intimate enough to make his jaw tick. You play the big bad wolf, and I'm the helpless little lamb. Isn't that how this works? There's nothing helpless about you, he mutters, voice low and dangerous. His free hand lifts to my chest, right over my surgical scar, not pressing, just resting there, like a promise, a reminder. If you really believed that, I whisper, pressing into him. Why treat me like I'll break? He leans in, breath scorching the shell of my ear. Because you don't have the faintest fucking clue what I'd do to you if I stopped holding back. A shiver cuts down my spine, but I don't flinch. Then stop holding back. The silence between us sharpens. His grip tightens. Not enough to hurt, just enough to remind me he could. And then he releases me. No, he says flatly. Finish packing. He doesn't move, doesn't step back. His body cages mine against the dresser. My hands remain on his chest, both of us breathing too hard, too fast. The men in the car. I push, my voice threading through the tension. What do they really want? Lillian. My name is a curse, a plea, a threat. Just tell me. His mouth crashes down on mine, brutal and unrelenting. The kiss tastes like punishment, like control slipping through fingers too bloodied to hold anything steady. When he finally breaks the kiss, I'm gasping for air, my heart pounding like I've been dropped from a great height. Pack your things. This time I don't respond. I turn and gather my clothes with shaky hands, but my eyes keep flicking back to him, to the way his fingers tremble, to the tight pull of his shoulders. He's unraveling, and I'm the reason. Is Ares alive? I ask, shoving clothes into a bag without care. If we're going to be roommates, I think I deserve to know. His jaw ticks. You know he is. Do I? I walk into the bathroom, sensing him behind me, his presence like a second skin. Haven't seen him in a week. He's fine. His reflection joins mine in the mirror. Better than you'll be if you don't quit pushing me. I meet his gaze in the mirror. Stop with the damn threats, Arson. You already know I'm not scared of you. His hand shoots out, gripping the back of my neck, firm, unyielding. Not pain, not comfort. A quiet assertion of power. Not yet. But once you know the truth, once you hear all the terrible, dark things, you will be. You aren't ready to hear my story yet. Finish packing, he finally says, releasing me abruptly. You've got 5 minutes before I carry you out of here, ready or not. The threat should continue to frighten me. Instead, it makes me want to disobey. Makes me want to tempt the beast, just to see what happens. Maybe I'm more broken than I thought. You know what I think? I stand, fix my pants, and deliberately brush against him as I reach for my charger. I think you like that I ask questions. You like that I'm not afraid of you. His hand catches my wrist, squeezing. I think you're lying to yourself that you like the illusion of darkness, but you aren't ready to give yourself over to it fully. I step closer instead of pulling away. That's not true. I just want you to stop treating me like I will break if you tell me something I don't want to hear or like. You will break. He yanks me against his chest. That's a promise, not a threat. The violence in his touch is undercut by how his thumb strokes my pulse point, how his body responds to my proximity. I use it to my advantage. Try me. I push back against him, making him groan. Show me the worst of what they made you. His grip tightens painfully on my wrists. You have no idea what you're asking for. Then show me. I turn my head enough to see his face. Unless you're afraid. I'm not afraid of anything. He snarls, biting my lower lip hard enough to sting. Least of all is breaking you. His kiss is punishing, all teeth and tongue and barely controlled violence. I match his aggression, biting back, pulling his hair, making him growl. When he pulls back, his eyes are black with desire and rage. Time to go. He releases me. Now. All I can do is shake my head. I'm so confused, yet turned on by his darkness. This is ridiculous, I say, shoving the last of my clothes into the bag. I don't need a babysitter or a jailer. No? Arson zips the bag with more force than necessary. Tell that to the men who just proved they can grab you anywhere, anytime. I can take care of myself. His laugh is sharp enough to cut. Right. Like you took care of yourself breaking into my warehouse, following me around campus, pushing every button I have. That's different. No. He crowds me against my desk, one hand gripping my chin. That's exactly the problem. You think you're clever, think you can handle the danger, just like you think you can handle me. I meet his stare defiantly. I am handling you. Something shifts in his expression. Fuck this, he growls. Before I can react, he grabs my bag with one hand and throws me over his shoulder with the other. Arson! I pound his back ineffectively. Put me down! Done playing games. He strides toward the door. Done letting you think you have any control here. Someone will see. Let them. His hand comes down hard on my ass, making me yelp. Let them all see what happens when you push me too far. I should be terrified, should be fighting harder. Instead, heat pools between my thighs as he carries me out of the dorm like a caveman, claiming his prize. Maybe this is exactly where I wanted to end up all along. This is kidnapping, I say, as he carries me down the stairs, but there's no real fight in my voice. No. His grip tightens possessively. This is protection. This is keeping you alive. This is you needing control. I finish for him, watching upside down as other students scatter from our path. He stops abruptly, setting me on my feet but keeping me pinned against the wall. His eyes search my face, looking for something. You want this, he accuses softly. Want to be taken, controlled, caged. Want an excuse to let the darkness out. The truth of it hits hard. I do want this. Want him. Want the freedom that comes with captivity. The release of giving up control to someone as beautifully broken as I am. Maybe. I reach up to touch his face, trace the scar along his jaw. Or maybe I just want to watch you try to cage something that's already free. His pupils dilate at the challenge. Last chance to run, or walk away now, and I'll handle them another way. We both know I won't, that I can't, that deep down, I don't want to. Take me to your warehouse, Arson. I press closer, feeling his heart race against my palm. Lock me in your cage. Keep me safe. His kiss is bruising, claiming a preview of the possession to come. When he pulls back, his smile is all predator. Remember, you chose this, he says, throwing me back over his shoulder. As he carries me to the car, I catch our reflection in a window. The psychopath and his willing victim. Except, I'm not a victim, am I? I'm choosing my cage, choosing my captor, choosing to fall into darkness with someone who knows exactly how dark I can be. The Hayes family's perfect daughter, willingly walking into a monster's lair. Mother would be horrified. And that makes it even better.
Chapter 21. Arson. The warehouse security system beeps as I enter the entry code, hyper-aware of Lillian's presence behind me. Ares sits in his cell, while his stepsister follows me into my private space. I never considered that I'd have both of them under my roof at the same time. It just doubles the chances of this all going to shit. This way. I lead her through the converted living area, watching her catalog everything with those two observant eyes. Touch nothing without permission. Quite the setup, she comments, trailing her fingers along my kitchen counter, like I didn't just warn her not to touch anything. Very domestic for a psychopath. I twist around and grab her wrist, squeezing just shy of pain. I know your ears work, so don't play games with me. I told you not to touch anything, so don't. Challenge fills her eyes. Going to punish me already? Yes. No. Maybe. I don't fucking know. What I do know is that I need to focus. I need to stay on top of things. I release her and move into the bedroom. She follows me like a curious cat. The space feels different with her in it, smaller, charged with energy. destroys yours. I empty one of my dresser drawers methodically, trying to ignore the way she explores my space, making it hers. Bathroom is through there. I point to the left, and the security system will alert me if a door opens. She runs her hand along my bookshelf, examining the titles, blatantly ignoring my previous warning. Quite the collection. Advanced security systems, chemical restraint methods, corporate espionage. Just a little light reading? Lillian. My voice carries a warning. Oh, yes, sorry. Just getting to know my new roommate? Or should I call you captor? I guess we never really established what to call this little arrangement. I need to draw the line, make her understand that while I don't want them to hurt her, that doesn't mean I won't do whatever the hell I want with her. I stalk toward her, and instinct makes her walk backward. She doesn't look away, not even when trapped between the bookcases. We're calling nothing. I'm the only thing standing between you and death, so behave and stop touching my shit. Annoyance coats each word I speak, but she does as I tell her, and underneath that annoyance, something else grows. Watching her insert herself into my carefully ordered space makes my chest ache and my stomach turn upside down. It makes me all warm and fucking fuzzy. Great. Her clothes are in my drawer. Her toiletries are in my bathroom. Her scent is mixing with mine. It's like watching a predator mark her territory, except I'm not sure which of us is the predator anymore. There. She closes the drawer with a satisfied smile. All moved in. Now what? The question hangs dangerously in the air between us. Now what indeed? Ground rules. I move to block her path as she starts toward my computer setup. The security room is off-limits. The building area is off-limits. Try to access either and I'll make sure you regret it. Holding area? Her smile is too innocent. Is that what we're calling Ares' cell? Don't. My voice comes out harder than intended. Ares is off-limits, and I won't discuss it any further. He's my stepbrother. She presses closer, invading my space. I should at least be able to see him, talk to him. If she thinks I brought her here so she can rescue him, she's going to be dissatisfied. I pinch her chin between two fingers as I force her to look at me, to truly hear what I'm saying to her. Let me be very clear. You're here because those men made you a liability. That doesn't give you privileges. It doesn't make you part of this. I gesture in the direction of the cell. I'm already part of this. Her hand comes up to wrap around my wrist, not pulling away, but holding on. Can I see him? Please? Just for a minute. No, I growl, but even I can feel my resolve crumbling. Why not? She inches a little closer, her chest brushing against my shirt. She's going to make me snap, make me lose control again. At some point, a man breaks completely. Afraid we'll conspire against you? Plan an escape? The way she wiggles her eyebrows would be adorable if what she just said wasn't actually a worry eating at the back of my mind. Jealousy and rage slice through me at the same time. I'm not afraid of you conspiring against me. I'm afraid of you complicating things that are already far too complicated. Like both Ares and I falling for you, wanting you, claiming you. And how would I do that? She tilts her head to the side. By existing, by tempting me, making me lose control. I speak the words through gritted teeth, my blood burning with need. Why do I deny myself? Why not take her right now? Leverage. Remember the task at hand. Remember why you brought her here. I know you want me. You don't have to deny it. Don't have to pretend. I was never pretending, and I told you that. I've made it known that I want your tight cunt pulsing around my cock since the very beginning. She thinks I don't notice the way she flinches ever so slightly at my crude language. I know it hurts her to be thought of as a mere hole that I'm willing to fuck and toss aside. But what does she expect? Then why haven't you fucked me yet? She questions, defiance in her eyes. Careful. I grip her hip with my free hand, holding her still. You're not as clever as you think you are. No? Then why is your heart racing? Why are you touching me like you can't decide between hurting me and... Enough! I step back abruptly, putting space between us. Ares is off limits. The security systems are off limits. Break either rule, and I'll show you exactly what kind of monster they created in that institution. Her smile is knowing, dangerous. Promise? God, help me. She's going to be the death of everything I've planned. This girl who plays with monsters like they're house pets, who pushes and pushes until something breaks. I move toward the door. Stay in this room. Don't touch anything. Afraid I'll find something I shouldn't? Her shiver isn't from fear, and that's what makes me want her so damn much. I check the security feeds on my phone to distract myself. Ares' cell camera shows him pacing. He's due for his evening meal. The perimeter sensors show no unusual activity. Everything is under control. Well, everything except the girl who is currently making herself at home in my bedroom. Your bed is comfortable, Lillian says, and my head snaps up. She's sprawled across the black sheets, golden blonde hair fanned out on the pillow, making it look like she has a halo. She looks like she belongs there, and the sight of her does things to my control. Get up, I order. Why? She stretches, her shirt riding up to reveal a strip of pale skin. Isn't this where I'm sleeping? Images flash through my mind. Her tangled in my sheets, breathless under my hands, marked as mine in every way possible. I shoved him down hard. You're sleeping on the couch. Am I? She rolls onto her stomach, watching me with knowing eyes. Seems inefficient. Bed's plenty big enough for two. Lillian. It's a warning growl. Arson? Perfect mimicry of my tone. Are you afraid to sleep next to me? Afraid of what might happen in the dark? I stalk toward the bed, looming over her. I'm on to whatever game it is you think you're playing. She raises to her knees on the mattress, bringing us eye to eye. Are you? Because I'm not playing any games. I just want to know why you're fighting whatever this is between us all of a sudden. Her hand reaches for my chest. I catch her wrist before she can touch me. I squeeze until I feel her pulse racing. This isn't some romantic arrangement. You're here because it's safer than letting them kill you. Then why are you looking at me like you want to devour me? Because I do. Because I'm a male with a penis, and you're beautiful with a warm cunt. I want to take her right here, mark her as mine, and show her exactly what she's playing with. But I can't. It's too soon. I need to check on our guest. My voice lowers. While I'm gone, remember the rules. Stay in this room. Touch nothing. No computers, no security systems, no attempting to contact Ares. You're no fun, she pouts. 1 hour, I say, moving toward the door. When I return, I expect you to be exactly where I left you. Disobey, and I'll have to get creative with your punishment. Creative how? She sits on my bed again, deliberately provocative. Guess you'll have to find out. My threat lacks heat. We're past the point of Lillian being afraid of me. That should make me angry, should make me want to prove how dangerous I can be. Instead, it makes me want other things. 1 hour, I repeat, forcing myself to walk to the door before I do something we'll both regret. Her laughter follows me out. I'll be here, in your bed, waiting. The image burns in my mind as I head toward Ares' cell. 2 siblings under my roof, one I need to keep captive with force, the other choosing her cage willingly. I'm no longer sure which one is more dangerous to my plans or to my control. Her things scattered across my space should infuriate me. Designer clothes mixed with my tactical gear, expensive perfume lingering in my bathroom, a delicate silver hairbrush beside my combat knife on the nightstand. Instead, something primitive in me purrs at the marking of territory, at her deliberate insertion into my carefully ordered world. Her smile follows me out, making my skin prickle with warning. Ares needs handling, and I need space from her intoxicating presence. Ares is standing at the glass when I arrive at his cell. His gaze is hooded in darkness as I give him a quick assessment. Does he seem stronger than he did a week ago? Did seeing Lillian change something? Brought you dinner, brother. I keep my voice deliberately casual as I slide the tray through the slot. Hope you don't mind. I borrowed some stuff from your room at the mill house. Seems I've acquired a new roommate. You brought her here? Why? I laugh, enjoying how he flinches at the sound. Because I can? Because I want to? She's currently making herself quite comfortable in my bed. She's trying to play you. The words come out through gritted teeth. Is she? I lean against the wall, studying his reaction. Or is she finally getting what you were too afraid to give her? Someone who isn't afraid to want her. I watch as his hands clench into fists. You're obsessed. She sees through you. Does she? I smile, knowing it'll push him further. Funny, she didn't seem to mind when I kissed her, when I touched her, when I... Stop! Raw pain edges his voice. Perfect. Afraid to hear how responsive your precious stepsister is, how she arches into my hands, how she begs for... I'll kill you! He lunges at the glass. No. I step closer to the window, dropping my voice. You'll sit in this cell and imagine everything I'm doing to her, everything she's letting me do, everything you were too cowardly to do yourself. A small gasp from behind me makes me freeze. I turn to find Lillian standing down the hall from the observation window, fury in her features. Her presence here means she disobeyed my direct orders. I told you to stay in the bedroom. My voice comes out deadly quiet, and I chose not to listen. Her chin lifts defiantly as she closes the distance between us. Guess you'll have to punish me. Behind me, Ares makes a sound of protest. In front of me, Lillian stands her ground, daring me to follow through on my threat. 2 siblings, 2 forms of defiance, and my control is hanging on by a thread. Time to show them both exactly who's in charge here.
Chapter 22. Lillian. My heart stops when I see him. Aries. My Aries. But not as I've ever seen him before. His usually perfect hair sticks up, unwashed and unkempt. His face, now covered with a soft beard, is gaunt, cheekbones stretched and sharp beneath pale skin. The simple sweats he wears hang loosely on his frame. None of those things, though, hurt me as much as his eyes. Those eyes that always held careful distance now burn with a desperate intensity I've never seen before. Aries, I whisper, my palm pressing against the glass. Behind me, Arson watches. I can feel his presence like a physical weight, the tension in his body as he observes us. For a moment, he says nothing, allowing me this moment of connection. I step closer to the glass, drinking in every detail of my stepbrother's imprisonment. Despite everything, his condition, the cell, the circumstances, he still carries himself with that innate Hayes dignity, still stands straight-backed and proud, even in captivity. Are you okay? I mouth the words, unsure if he can hear me. Aries moves closer to the glass, his hand coming up to mirror mine on the other side. For years, I've imagined touching him like this. Our hands aligned, nothing between us at all. The irony isn't lost on me that it takes his imprisonment to create this moment of intimacy. Something passes between us in that silent connection. Years of unspoken feelings, of careful distance maintained, of boundaries respected. His eyes say everything his voice cannot. Concern, fear, confusion. I feel Arson shift behind me, a subtle movement that radiates displeasure, jealousy, perhaps. The air thickens with tension as the three of us form a triangle of complicated emotions. My long-held love for Aries, warring with this new, dangerous attraction to his twin. Touching. Arson breaks the silence, edged with something dangerous. The princess finally gets to see her prince, though I'm afraid he's not quite so charming these days. I ignore him, maintaining eye contact with Aries. His gaze shifts briefly to his brother, then back to me. A warning flashes there. Be careful, tread lightly. He's dangerous. As if I need the reminder when every nerve in my body is already aware of Arson's predatory presence behind me. The man who imprisoned my stepbrother. The man whose bed I just left. God help me. I want them both. Let him go. I turn from the glass to face Arson. Voice steady despite the storm inside me. Please, you've made your point. Arson studies me, head tilted slightly like I'm a puzzle he can't quite solve. My point? That you can take everything from him. That you have the power. I step closer, using the connection I know exists between us. But this? Keeping him like an animal? It makes you just like them. The ones who locked you away. Something flickers in his eyes. I've struck a nerve. You're better than this, I continue, keeping my voice gentle. Better than them. You can protect me and continue with your plans against the family without turning into the monster they tried to make you. My hand reaches for his arm, fingers tentative on his sleeve. Please, Arson. Show me you're different. For a moment, just a heartbeat, I think I've reached him. His expression softens infinitesimally, his body leaning toward mine as if drawn by gravity. Then the mask slips back into place. No. The word falls like a stone between us. But I said no. His voice remains calm and controlled. Ares stays exactly where he is. He's lucky I feed him and keep him alive. That's more mercy than they showed me. This isn't about mercy, I argue. It's about not becoming what you hate. This is about survival. He catches my hand, removing it from his arm with deliberate care. I'll protect you, Lillian. Keep you safe from them. But my plans for him remain unchanged. Behind us, Ares shifts closer to the glass, watching our interaction with narrowed eyes. He's suffered enough. I try again. Look at him. He's learned whatever lesson you wanted to teach. Lesson? Arson laughs, the sound echoing harshly in the concrete corridor. This isn't a teachable moment, little sister. This is justice, consequence, balance. It's cruel. Yes. His honesty catches me off guard. It is. Just like what was done to me. The difference is I'm honest about my intentions. I search his face, looking for any crack in his resolve. I thought I meant something to you. That night, in the garden? Are you really that naive to think one little kiss, one little temptation is going to make me forget all my plans? I want your cunt. I've told you that many times. His hand comes up to brush a strand of hair from my face, the gesture jarringly tender in opposition to his words. Which is why you're up there, in my bed, and not down here, in a cell. But don't mistake my protection for weakness. Don't think because I want you, I'll abandon what I've planned for years. The casual mention of his desire makes heat curl low in my belly despite everything. I hate my body's response. Hate how even now, standing before Ares' prison, I can feel myself responding to Arson's proximity. There has to be another way, I whisper, but I can already see in his eyes that he won't bend. Not on this. Let me visit him then. The words tumble out as I search for compromise. Supervised, controlled, you can be there the whole time. Arson shakes his head, unmoved. What about limited contact? Just let him know I'm okay, that I'm here willingly. I press closer, using my body as leverage. Or let me bring him better food, clean clothes, anything. You think I care about his comfort? His eyebrow arches. After what he did? After he stood by and watched them take me away? Then let me share his punishment. Desperation makes me reckless. Put me in there with him. That gets a reaction. A dark flash in Arson's eyes. You want to be locked up with him? Is that it? The two of you playing house in captivity? No, Just what? His voice drops dangerously. Do you want to comfort him? Console him? How exactly were you planning to ease his suffering, Lillian? The innuendo hangs heavy between us, making my cheeks burn. It's not like that. Isn't it? He steps closer, towering over me. I've seen how you look at him, how you've always looked at him. The stepbrother you couldn't have. The golden boy who kept you at arm's length. I start to deny it, but what's the point? He already knows my secrets. Please. My voice breaks slightly. If you feel anything for me at all. A sudden bang interrupts us. Ares slams his palm against the glass, making us both turn. Stop it! His voice is muffled through the barrier, but his fury is clear. Leave her alone! He's not looking at me. His attention is fixed on his brother. His hands press against the glass, knuckles white with tension. Let me go, Arson. Each word is precise and controlled, despite his obvious rage. This is between us. Always has been. She has nothing to do with it. Arson's mouth curves in a smile that doesn't reach his eyes. But she does now, doesn't she? Thanks to you. If you hadn't kept her at a distance, if you hadn't made her so hungry for attention, she wouldn't be so responsive to mine. Ares pounds the glass again, harder this time. I watch them. Identical faces twisted with identical rage, mirror images of fury. The twin connection between them crackles like electricity, even through hatred. Stop it, both of you. I step between them, though the glass separates us. This isn't helping anything. Arson's eyes never leave his brother's face. Oh, I think it's helping quite a bit. Don't you want to hear what your precious stepbrother has to say, Lillian? His hand moves to a control panel on the wall, fingers hovering over a switch. Let's all have a nice family chat, shall we? Arson flips the switch with a theatrical flourish. A light above the window turns green, and suddenly Ares' voice fills the corridor. Swear to God, when I get out of here... He stops abruptly, realizing we can hear him now. His eyes lock on mine. Lillian? I'm here. My voice sounds small, even to my own ears. I'm okay. Arson leans against the wall, arms crossed, watching our interaction with predatory interest. Isn't this cozy? The family reunion you wanted, little sister, though perhaps not quite as you imagined it. I ignore him, moving closer to the glass again. Now that I can speak to Ares directly, I drink in every detail of him. The weight loss, the shadows under his eyes, the tension in his shoulders. What did he do to you? Ares asks, gaze traveling over me as if checking for injuries. Are you hurt? Nothing. I press my hand to the glass again. I'm fine. I came willingly. His expression hardens. Willingly? Lil, he's dangerous. Whatever he's told you, whatever he's promised. I know exactly what he is. Our eyes hold, communicating more than words could. Years of silent watching, of careful distance, have made me fluent in Ares' unspoken language. I found Mother's files. I know what they did to him, to others. Shock crosses his features. You shouldn't be involved in this. I already am. My fingers trace patterns on the glass, wishing I could touch him. I have been, since the night I saw you in here. How touching, Arson interjects, voice dripping with mock sentiment. The star-crossed siblings, separated by glass and circumstance. Tell me, brother, does it hurt to see her caring so much, after all your careful distance? Ares ignores him, focused entirely on me. Listen to me. Whatever he's planning, whatever revenge he wants, you need to get away. These men backing him, they're dangerous. More dangerous than you know. My pulse quickens. You know about them? The men in suits? They're why he's doing this. Ares' eyes flick briefly to his brother. Ask him what happens when his usefulness ends. Ask him about the others they've used and discarded. They tried to get to me, too. And I know if Arson dragged you here to stay, it's because they must be sniffing around you, too. Arson pushes off the wall, but something flashes in his eyes as he moves toward me with fluid grace. That's enough family therapy for one day, I think. I'm transfixed by Ares' gaze, by the concern there. Not just for himself, but for me. For his brother, too, though he'd never admit it. It's going to be okay, I tell him, not knowing if it's true. I'm going to fix this. Lillian, don't. Ares starts. But I'll never know what warning he meant to give because Arson wraps an arm around my waist, pulling me back against his chest and away from the glass while deactivating the intercom. I said that's enough. Let go of me. I twist in his grip, nails digging into his forearm. Stop fighting. His voice carries a warning, but I'm beyond caution now. I struggle harder, watching Ares press against the glass, his face twisted with helpless rage. Let me talk to him. You can't just... I can do whatever I want. Arson's grip tightens painfully. This is my house, my rules, my game. My elbow connects with his ribs, a lucky shot that makes him grunt, but doesn't loosen his hold. If anything, he pulls me tighter against him, one arm like a band across my chest, the other circling my waist. Arson, please. I try another approach, letting my body go softer in his arms. Just a few more minutes, then we can go back. Just let me... No. His lips brush my ear as he speaks. You've had your reunion. Satisfied your curiosity. Now we're done. Behind the glass, Ares slams his palm against the barrier, mouth moving in what must be shouting, though the speaker is now silent. Look at him! I struggle again, desperate to return to the connection we'd established. Look what you're doing to him! I see exactly what I'm doing. There's a dark satisfaction in Arson's voice. I see him watching something he wants, but can't have. Feeling helpless, powerless, just like I felt for 10 years. Gradually, my struggles slow. Not from surrender, but from the realization that I'm accomplishing nothing, except giving Ares a show of my helplessness. Arson feels the change, his hold gentling slightly, though growing no less secure. Smart girl, he murmurs against my hair. Fighting just makes it worse for everyone. My breath comes in sharp gasps, heart pounding against my ribs. From exertion, from fear, from something else I don't want to name. Arson's body curved around mine feels both like a cage and a shelter. I hate you for this, I whisper, though my body betrays me by leaning back into his warmth. No. His voice holds dark certainty. You hate yourself for wanting both of us. For being here in my arms while he watches. For the way your core tightens and desire fills your veins every time I touch you. His words hit with uncomfortable accuracy. I close my eyes because I'm unable to face Ares while acknowledging such a truth. Let me go, I say again, but the fight has drained from me. Never. There's no yield in his voice. It's a promise and a threat, breathed against my skin like a kiss. What would you do for him? Arson's lips brush my ear, voice dropping to a whisper meant only for me. How far would you go to set him free? The question hangs between us, heavy with implication. Behind the glass, Ares watches with helpless fury, unable to hear what's being said. What do you mean? My voice catches as Arson's hand slides up to rest just beneath my breast. What if I were interested in a trade? He murmurs, fingers tracing idle patterns over my ribs. Your stepbrother's freedom for you. My heart stutters. Me? Yes. For your complete submission. His other hand splays across my stomach, warm through the thin fabric of my shirt. No resistance, no games, no holding back. Heat spirals inside my core, despite the circumstances, despite Ares watching our every move. That's not a trade. It's blackmail, I whisper. It's a negotiation. His teeth graze my earlobe. Isn't that what you wanted? A way to help him? Is this not me giving you an option? Why now? I've been offering you this very thing, and you keep pushing me away, just like he did. I let the words fade. I can't believe I said that out loud. Admitted to Arson again how much Ares hurt me. What if? Hope blooms in my chest but fades to fear the longer I think about it. What if it's a trap? Arson knows how much I want to help Ares. There isn't a doubt in my mind that there is more to this. No way would he release him so easily. Across the room, I meet Ares' gaze. My heart aches for him. Desperation oozes in his body as he strains against the barrier that separates us. Watching Arson's hands on my body with murderous, possessive fury. You'd really let him go? I ask, hating the hope that fills my voice. Arson's hand slides higher, thumb brushing the underside of my breast in a touch that's barely there but sends ripples of electricity across my skin. For the right price. The implication makes me shiver. And what's the price? All of you. His voice darkens with promise. I want you. Every single inch. For as long as I choose to do whatever I want with. To demonstrate, his hand moves fully to my breast, cupping it possessively, while Ares watches. His touch makes me gasp, and my body hums with life, even though I know it's him and not Ares touching me. Stop, I whisper, but don't pull away. Weird. You say stop, but your body says keep going. His thumb circles my nipple through my shirt, the tip becoming a stiff peak. He has a way of making my body turn on itself. Look at him. Do you see the anger in his eyes? The self-hatred? My eyes find Ares again. His face is a mask of rage and something else. Hurt? Betrayal? Or perhaps worst of all, arousal. I'm reminded then that the same blood runs in our veins, the same desires. I see him, I whisper. Good. And you feel this? Arson's hand slides down my stomach, stopping just above the waistband of my jeans. He never touched you like this, did he? Never let himself take what he wanted. He shakes his head. So noble, so controlled. His fingers dip lower, and my breath catches. Do I tell him to stop or urge him to keep going? There aren't many differences between my brother and me, but there is when it comes to you. Where you're concerned, I have no such limitations. No moral high ground. Just a raw hunger and the will to satisfy it. My entire body ripples with pleasure. What is wrong with me? I should be disgusted by this manipulation, this use of my body as a weapon against Ares. But God help me, the heat of Arson's touch, the forbidden thrill of being caught between twin desires? It's intoxicating. Think about it, Arson whispers, lips brushing my temple in what might be the first show of tenderness I've ever seen him display. Your body and complete submission for his freedom. Seems like a fair trade. Then, as if the conversation and his touch were nothing but a dream, he releases me and steps away. The loss of contact leaves me swaying, burning with confused desire. Anyway, the family reunion is over, he says, voice returning to a normal volume. Say goodbye to your stepbrother. We still have the matter of how I plan to punish you for disobeying me.
Chapter 23. Arson. I maintain my grip on her elbow as we head to the bedroom, not trusting that she won't bolt if given the chance. Her body remains rigid under my touch, the warmth from before gone cold after our confrontation with Ares. Exactly as I anticipated. The perfect little stepsister, torn between twins. One she's loved from afar for years, the other she's drawn to despite everything. Or perhaps because of everything. The security door beeps as I punch in the code, shoving it open with more force than necessary. She stumbles slightly as I guide her into our shared living space, but I don't soften my grip. Can't afford to show weakness now. Sit. I gesture toward the kitchen table, finally releasing her. She obeys, perching on the edge of the chair like she might flee at any moment. Good. After that display earlier and the proposition I laid out with Ares watching, she should be wary. I move to the refrigerator, pulling out ingredients with mechanical precision. Cooking has always calmed me, giving my hands something to do besides violence. Right now, I need that distraction. Are you hungry? I keep my tone casual, as if we're just roommates having an ordinary evening. As if I didn't just propose to trade her body for her stepbrother's freedom. She doesn't answer, staring at her hands folded on the table. Lillian. Sharper now. I asked if you were hungry. No. The word comes out small, defeated, nothing like the fire she showed earlier. I study her while chopping vegetables with practiced efficiency. The knife feels good in my hand, familiar, controlled, unlike the chaos she brings to my carefully constructed plans. You should eat anyway. I slide the vegetables into a pan, the sizzle filling the silence between us. Need to keep your strength up. Her eyes flicked to mine briefly, then away. Why? So I can... what was it? Trade my body for his freedom? There it is, the spark I was looking for. Not completely broken, then, despite the submissive posture. Among other things, I focus on the food, not looking at her, though I'm still deciding whether that offer is on the table. Your performance was uninspiring. A slight intake of breath tells me the barb landed. Good. I need her to be off balance and reactive. Need to know which Lillian I'm dealing with, the manipulative strategist or the genuinely conflicted girl caught between twin desires. Because one I can control, the other might destroy everything. Pasta or rice? I ask as if we're having a normal conversation, as if the air between us isn't charged with possibility and threat. Just two people having dinner, nothing more, nothing less. The kitchen fills with silence, save for the hiss of cooking food and the precise rhythm of my knife against the cutting board. She hasn't answered my question about pasta or rice, another small defiance to add to the growing list. I set down the knife and turned to face her fully, leaning back against the counter. Her posture remains perfect, shoulders straight, chin slightly lowered, hands folded, the picture of submission. Too perfect, too controlled. Look at me, I command softly. She raises her eyes, and I search for clues in them. Is she plotting, calculating her next move, or genuinely defeated by seeing her precious Ares caged? Rice, she finally says, voice quiet. If you're making me eat. I am. I turn back to the stove, adding seasoning to the pan. Hard to properly beg with low blood sugar. I catch her slight flinch from the corner of my eye. Good. Her emotional reactions feed my beast. So, I keep my tone conversational while my mind races through scenarios. What exactly are you willing to do to save him? The question hangs in the air between us, heavy with implication. I don't turn to look at her, giving her the illusion of privacy while she formulates her answer. You already know. Her voice comes out steadier than I expected. I said anything. Anything is a dangerous word, Lillian. I plate the food with meticulous care, setting one dish in front of her before taking the seat opposite, especially with someone like me. Her eyes meet mine across the table. Someone like you? You mean a monster? I smile, pleased by her attempt to provoke me. Among other things, but monsters can be quite creative when given free rein. Is that what you want? She ignores the food in front of her. Free rein over me? What I want, I say, carefully spearing a piece of chicken on my fork, is honesty. So I'll ask again, what would you sacrifice for his freedom? And this time, be specific. She swallows hard, the pulse in her throat fluttering visibly. My body, my virginity, my obedience, whatever you want. The words should please me, should feed the dark hunger that's been growing since I first saw her. Instead, they land flatly and rehearsed, like she's offering herself on an altar, a sacrifice rather than a willing participant. Virginity. I set down my fork. Now that is interesting. The perfect Hayes daughter, saving herself all these years. For what? Marriage? Or were you hoping Ares would finally notice you weren't his little sister anymore? Her cheeks flush, but she doesn't look away. Does it matter? Yes, I say simply. It matters very much, Because I don't want a martyr in my bed, Lillian. I want someone who begs for what I give them. She takes a deep breath, seeming to center herself. I'll do anything, she repeats, but this time with a heavy sigh that speaks volumes. Whatever it takes to help him. Her tone makes something dark curl in my gut. This isn't desire. This is sacrifice. Noble, selfless Lillian offering herself up to save her precious stepbrother. I push my plate away, appetite gone. Eat. Her fingers toy with the fork, pushing food around without taking a bite. I'm really not hungry. Fine. I stand abruptly, chair scraping against the floor. Let's skip the pretense, then. If you're so eager to trade your body for his freedom, we might as well begin. Her eyes widen slightly, but she nods, rising from her chair with the resigned dignity of someone facing a firing squad. She walks ahead of me to the bedroom, steps controlled, no hesitation, no fear, just acceptance of her fate. When she reaches the bed, she simply sits on the edge, hands folded in her lap. Should I? She gestures vaguely at her clothes, voice impossibly small. Should you what? Strip? Lie back and think of England? The sarcasm cuts through the room. Tell me, was this how you imagined your first time? Offering yourself like a virgin sacrifice to the monster under the bed? Her lack of response infuriates me further. She simply shifts up the bed, lying back against the pillows, eyes fixed on the ceiling. Go ahead, she says softly. I won't fight you. The last remaining shreds of control sever. This passive surrender isn't what I want. Isn't what I've been fantasizing about since I first pinned her against that wall. I want her fire, her defiance, her reluctant desire. Want her writhing under me, fighting her attraction even as she surrenders to it. Not this. Compliance. Anger burns in my veins. The need to destroy, to hurt, overtakes me. I grab the lamp from the nightstand and hurl it against the wall. The shattering of glass makes her scurry back against the headboard, her blue eyes wide with fear. What? Is that what you think this is? I snarl, snatching a book from the shelf and throwing it to join the shattered lamp. That you just lie there like a corpse while I take what I want? Some noble sacrifice for your precious stepbrother? More anger. More rage. I grab another object, a glass paperweight, and throw, watching it explode against the concrete wall with grim satisfaction. Arson, stop! No! I turn to her, breathing hard. You stop. Stop this pathetic martyr act. When I decide to fuck you, you won't be lying there enduring it. You'll be begging me for it, desperate for it. So wet you can't think straight. Her cheeks flame, but her eyes hold mine, something shifting in their depths. Is that understood? I demand, voice dropping dangerously. Yes, she whispers, and for the first time tonight I hear a tremor of something besides resignation in her voice. This isn't a transaction. I kick the broken glass aside, stalking toward the bed. This isn't you paying some price. It's not a fucking business arrangement. Her eyes track my movements, wariness replacing that infuriating resignation. Good. I need her present, need her feeling every second of this. Then what is it? She asks, voice steadier now. I grab the edge of the mattress, flipping it partially so she tumbles off with a startled cry. The bedding follows, sheets and pillows scattered across the floor. It's submission, I growl, yanking her up by her arm. Real submission, not this calculated surrender you're offering. She stumbles against me, hands bracing on my chest. I don't understand what you want from me. Yes, you do. I grip her chin, forcing her face up to mine. You want this as much as I do. Since the moment I shoved my cock down your throat, you're hiding behind a lie, pretending you're just doing this for him. My other hand slides down her back, gripping her hip to pull her flush against me. Her breath catches as I deliberately roll my hips against hers. Say it. I back her against the wall, one hand moving to tangle in her hair. Say you want this, that it's not just about saving him. Why does it matter? She challenges, that fire finally returning to her eyes. If you get what you want either way. I laugh darkly, because I don't want what you're offering. I want your real surrender, your real desire, not this pathetic imitation. To demonstrate, I grab her wrists, pinning them above her head with one hand while the other skims down her body. She shivers under my touch, pupils dilating despite her attempt to remain distant. See? I murmur, lips brushing her ear. Your body already knows what you're trying to deny. That's just physical, she argues, but her voice has gone breathless. It doesn't mean anything. Then why are your nipples hard? My thumb circles one through her shirt, making her bite her lip. Why is your pulse racing? She stays quiet, her chest heaving. That's what I thought. My hand slides under her shirt, palm flat against her stomach. You can lie to yourself all you want, but your body doesn't lie to me. My hand travels higher under her shirt, fingertips brushing the underside of her breast. She makes a small sound, not quite a protest, not quite a moan. Her wrists strain against my grip, but not to escape. To what? Press closer? Pull away? Even she doesn't seem to know. Her head falls back against the wall, eyes fluttering closed as my fingers find her nipple, rolling it between thumb and forefinger. The gasp she releases is pure need. That's it, I encourage, my thigh pressing between her legs. Stop thinking. Stop calculating. Just feel. I release her wrists to tug her shirt up and off in one smooth movement. Her hands immediately come to my shoulders, not pushing away, but gripping like she needs an anchor in a storm. Beautiful, I murmur, taking in the sight of her in just her simple black bra. Even more perfect than I imagined. My mouth finds her neck, teeth grazing the sensitive skin there as my hands work her bra open. She whimpers when it falls away, leaving her exposed to my hungry gaze. Arson, she whispers, my name a question and a plea. Yes. I drag my fingertips down her sides, feeling her tremble. I'm sorry about earlier, about not listening. Her words come between shallow breaths, about seeing Ares without permission. The mention of my brother's name is like ice water being poured down my back. I step back slightly, though my hands remain on her waist. You disobeyed me, I say coldly, after I specifically told you to stay in the bedroom. She nods, eyes still dark with arousal, but now tinged with apprehension. Yes. Then you offered yourself up like some virgin sacrifice. I traced the curve of her breast, watching her nipple tighten in response, thinking I wouldn't notice you were just going through the motions. I wasn't. Don't lie. My hand slides down her stomach, to the waistband of her jeans. Not when I can feel how wet you are right now. I pop the button open, lowering the zipper with deliberate slowness. I think both those things deserve punishment, don't you? Her breath hitches. Punishment? Yes. I slip my hand inside her jeans, over her panties, feeling the heat and dampness there. I promise you'll enjoy at least part of it. She trembles as my fingers press against her core through the thin fabric. What are you going to do? I'm going to make you understand the difference, I tell her, stroking slowly, between enduring something and begging for it. Take these off. I tug at her jeans, stepping back to give her space. Her fingers tremble on the waistband, hesitation warring with desire in her eyes. For a moment, I think she might refuse, but she doesn't. Instead, she slides them down her legs, revealing long, perfect limbs and simple black panties that match her discarded bra. Good girl. I move to sit on the edge of the bed, patting my thigh. Now come here. Understanding dawns in her eyes. You're going to spank me? Among other things. I gesture impatiently. Don't make me tell you twice. She approaches slowly, uncertainty in every step. When she reaches me, I guide her across my lap, positioning her so her upper body rests on the mattress, her ass perfectly presented. 5 for disobeying me. My palm rests lightly on the curve of her ass, feeling her tense beneath it. 5 for the martyrdom act at dinner. And we'll see how many more it takes for you to be honest about what you want. I don't. My hand comes down sharply on her right cheek, cutting off her protest. The sound echoes in the quiet room, followed by her startled gasp. 1, I count softly, rubbing the pink mark blooming under her panties. Still want to tell me what you don't want? Her only response is a shaky exhale. I thought so. Another sharp smack, this time to her left cheek. 2. She flinches, but doesn't try to move away. My free hand slides beneath her, fingers finding her hot, damp center. Getting wetter with each strike, I observe, circling her clit through her panties. Still want to pretend this is just a sacrifice for your stepbrother? Please, she whispers, though whether she's asking me to stop or continue isn't clear. Please what? I deliver the third smack harder than the previous 2. She buries her face in the bedding, muffling a sound that might be pain or pleasure or both. I take the opportunity to tug her panties down, bearing her completely to my gaze. Beautiful, I murmur, stroking the reddened skin. The 4th and 5th strikes come in quick succession, my palm connecting with bare flesh. She cries out, body jerking, but my arm around her waist keeps her pinned in place. Halfway there, I slip my fingers between her thighs, finding her slick and swollen. Still think this is just physical? No, she admits shakily, hips pushing back against my hand. I slide one finger inside her, feeling her tight heap clench around me. Tell me what you want, Lillian. Be honest. More, she gasps as I add a second finger, stretching her gently. More what? More punishment? I bring my palm down again on her reddened flesh. More pleasure? My fingers curl inside her, finding the spot that makes her moan. You need to be specific. She writhes against my hand, caught between the sharp sting of my palm and the pleasure building between her thighs. Both. Please, I need... Another smack cuts off her words, followed immediately by my fingers pressing deeper inside her. The combination pulls a broken sob from her throat. That's it, I encourage, establishing a rhythm of pleasure, pain that has her trembling on the edge. No more lying, no more pretending, just honest need. Her body quivers across my lap, caught in the merciless rhythm I've established. Each smack of my hand against her ass is immediately followed by the curl of my fingers inside her, pain and pleasure intertwined, until she can no longer distinguish between them. Please, she gasps, the word muffled against the bedding. Please what? I deliver another firm strike, watching the pink handprint bloom on her perfect skin. Use your words, Lillian. Tell me exactly what you're begging for. Her hips push back against my hand, shamelessly now, all pretense of reluctance gone. Please let me come. I can't. Not yet. I slow my fingers, keeping her on the edge. First, admit why you didn't listen. She whimpers as I withdraw almost completely, leaving just the tips of my fingers teasing her entrance. I wanted to see him, and I wanted to help him. Not good enough. Another sharp smack makes her cry out. The truth, Lillian. All of it. Her body trembles, hovering on the precipice of release, but unable to fall. I wanted to see if I still felt the same about him, she finally confesses, voice breaking. After being with you, after feeling this. The admission sends heat surging through my blood. And do you feel the same? No. The word sounds torn from her throat. It's different now. Everything's different. I reward her honesty by pressing my fingers deep again, thumb circling her clit with precise pressure. What else? I won't. Her breath catches as I find that perfect spot inside her. I won't disobey you again. I promise. You will, I correct her, delivering one final smack to her tender flesh. But next time you'll accept your punishment more gracefully, won't you? Yes, she sobs, beyond pride now. Anything. Please, Arson, please let me come. The sound of my name on her lips, broken and desperate, nearly undoes me. This is what I wanted, not the passive sacrifice she offered earlier, but this raw, honest need. Come for me, I command, fingers working relentlessly inside her, palm pressing against her sensitized skin. Show me how much you need this. She shatters instantly, body convulsing around my fingers as a broken cry tears from her throat. I work her through it, prolonging each wave until she is gasping for breath, limbs trembling with aftershocks. Only when she goes limp across my lap do I gently withdraw my fingers, savoring her whimper at the loss. With careful hands, I rearrange her on the bed, watching her face as she slowly returns to herself. Her eyes, when they finally open, hold something new, wonder mixed with confusion, desire tangled with fear. That, I tell her softly, brushing damp hair from her flushed face, is the difference between enduring and begging. Remember it. She nods, unable to form words yet. I've finally found a way to silence that clever haze mind, to make her feel instead of think. Rest, I murmur, pulling a blanket over her naked form. Tomorrow we'll discuss exactly what your stepbrother's freedom will cost you. As I watch her drift into exhausted sleep, I wonder which of us is truly being captured, and why I need her to admit it's me she wants more than him. Chapter 24, Aries. 6 steps forward, 6 steps back. The pacing doesn't help, but it's all I can do to stop myself from screaming. The image of Lillian in my brother's arms, his hands on her, her body responding. It burns behind my eyelids every time I blink. I stop my pacing, head tilting to listen for the familiar sounds of Arson moving around wherever he is, music playing faintly, water running through pipes, the creaking of floorboards, maybe. With her. My stomach clenches. What is he doing to her right now? What has he already done? The thought drives me to the corner of my cell where the concrete meets metal framing, to the small section of wall I've been working on for weeks. I glance at the security camera in the corner. It's still on its timed sweep, just like every night. 30 seconds facing my bunk, 30 seconds facing the toilet, 30 seconds facing the door, which leaves a minute and 30 seconds where this corner isn't visible. 1, 2, 3. The camera begins its rotation. I count silently, waiting for it to turn away from my bunk. When it does, I drop to my knees and begin prying at the loosened section of the baseboard. Behind it is a small cavity I've created by painstakingly scraping away concrete with a spoon stolen from a meal tray weeks ago. Arson never noticed, too busy with his grand revenge to count utensils, too confident in his security system to imagine I'd try something so primitive. The camera continues its rotation. I flatten myself against the wall, appearing to simply lean there in thought until it pans toward the door. Then I'm moving again, retrieving the spoon from its hiding place inside my thin mattress. Back to the corner, digging frantically now. The concrete dust coats my fingers. It gets under my nails and mixes with sweat to form a gritty paste. I don't care. All that matters is getting deeper, reaching the wiring I know must run behind this section of wall. Old wiring I noticed in the hall ceiling means vulnerabilities. Vulnerabilities I can exploit. The camera completes another rotation. I press against the wall again, breathing hard, planning my next move. 30 more seconds, then back to work. I have to get out, have to save her from him, from herself. The spoon's handle snapped days ago, leaving me with just the bowl, a crude scraper that tears at my fingertips as I work. Each rotation of the camera allows another frenzied 30 seconds of digging. My fingernails split, the nail beds turning bloody, but I barely notice. All I see is Arson's hands on her, his mouth at her ear, the look in her eyes, confused, afraid, but worst of all, interested. "Come on," I mutter, gouging deeper into the crumbling concrete. "Give me something." The cheap institutional construction is my only advantage. This building wasn't made to hold someone determined to escape. It was made to store pharmaceuticals, not prisoners. My knuckles scrape raw against the rough surface. I switch hands, using my left while my right throbs with dull pain. No time for caution now. No time for the careful approach that's gotten me nowhere for weeks. During the next camera sweep, I press my ear to the hole, listening for the telltale hum of electrical current. Nothing yet. Need to go deeper. I work methodically through several more rotations, timing my movements to the camera's predictable pattern. The hole is nearly forearm deep now, my shoulders aching from the awkward angle. Then, resistance. Something different from concrete. Something metallic. My pulse quickens as I carefully scrape around the obstruction, revealing a metal conduit pipe. Exactly what I've been searching for. The main artery of Arson's security system, running through the walls to connect cameras, alarms, and door locks. The next 30 seconds pass with excruciating slowness as I wait for the camera to turn away again. When it does, I plunge my hand into the hole, fingers wrapping around the cool metal pipe. A twist, not too hard, don't want to break it completely, and I feel it give slightly. One more rotation, one more 30-second window of opportunity. This time, when I reach in, I apply steady pressure, feeling the aged metal conduit bend under my grip. A crack appears, then widens as I work my fingers into it. Inside is a bundle of colorful wires, red, blue, green, yellow, the vital nervous system of my prison. I suppress a triumphant laugh, instead memorizing the wire configuration before the camera swings back. Arson may know security systems, but I know electrical engineering, one of the many subjects Father insisted I master. One of those wires connects to the fire suppression system, another to the alarm. Find the right combination, create a short circuit, and chaos follows. Chaos I can use. As the camera pans back toward my corner, I lean casually against the wall, heart racing, but expression neutral. Just a man contemplating his captivity, not a man about to burn it all down. The next rotation feels eternal. I rehearse the wire layout in my mind, blue and red for power, yellow for data transmission, green for ground. Standard commercial configuration. The system likely runs on a 24-volt circuit, enough to hurt like hell, but probably not lethal. Probably. When the camera finally turns away, I'm back at the hole instantly, fingers reaching for the exposed wiring. The conduit's crack is just wide enough to access the bundle, but not enough to pull them out completely. I'll have to strip them in place. Fingers won't work. The insulation is too tough. Teeth, then. I wait for the next safe window, then plunge my hand in, pinch the blue wire, and pull it toward the opening as far as it will stretch. Bending awkwardly to reach, I clamp the wire between my incisors and twist my head, feeling the plastic coating tear. The copper beneath gleams in the dim light, promising both danger and freedom. I repeat the process with the red wire, timing each movement with the camera's rotation. Sweat drips into my eyes, but I can't spare a hand to wipe it away. One mistake, one miscalculation of timing, and Arson will know exactly what I'm doing. Finally, both wires are exposed. Now comes the truly dangerous part. During the next safe window, I maneuver the stripped sections close together. My hands are slick with sweat and blood from the concrete cutting into my skin. I can't afford to slip now. 3, 2, 1. I press the wires together. The shock hits immediately, a burning jolt that shoots up my arm and makes my teeth clench. I bite back a cry, fingers spasming, but maintaining contact just long enough. For a moment, nothing happens. Did I choose the wrong combination? Then, whoop, whoop, whoop. The fire alarm blares at an ear-splitting volume. Red emergency lights flash, bathing the cell in crimson pulses. I fall back from the wall just as the sprinklers activate, dousing everything in cold water. Fuck! The exclamation escapes involuntarily as water streams down my face, plastering my clothes to my body. But beneath the curse is elation. It worked. It actually worked. The sprinklers spray relentlessly, turning the concrete floor slick and washing away the dust and blood from my efforts. Water cascades through the hole in the wall, potentially shorting more systems than I intended. Even better. I push soaked hair from my eyes, a laugh building in my chest. This is just step one. Create a distraction, test the system's vulnerabilities. But it's more progress than I've made in weeks. The water is cold, my cell is flooding, and I'm likely in hell for when Arson discovers what I've done. But for the first time since my capture, I feel something like hope. The sprinklers show no sign of stopping, turning my carefully executed plan into a waterlogged mess. Water streams into my eyes, my nose, my mouth, making it hard to see or breathe properly. The alarm continues its deafening wail, vibrating through the concrete walls. "Fucking hell," I mutter, wiping water from my face for the 10th time in as many seconds. This wasn't exactly how I'd pictured it. I'd hoped to trigger a minor alert, maybe cause a localized system failure, not transform my cell into an indoor swimming pool. The floor is already ankle-deep with water and has nowhere to drain. The tiny sink in the corner is backing up, adding to the flood. My thin mattress floats pathetically, spinning slowly in the rising water. Still, the chaos is what I needed. While Arson deals with the alarms and flooding, I can work on expanding the breach and accessing more critical systems in the next phase, maybe even finding a way to unlock the door. But first, I need to hide what I've done. The camera continues its rotation, now largely useless through the sheet of water falling in front of it. Still, I won't take any chances. Timing my movements with the spray, I wade to my bunk, yanking the thin metal frame away from the wall. The water makes it heavier than expected, muscles straining as I drag it across the cell to position it over my work area. It won't hide the hole completely, but it might make it less obvious during a cursory inspection. Next, I grab my mattress from where it floats, folding it to stuff into the gap between the bed frame and the wall. The sodden material is perfect. It looks like I've just tried to block the water from coming in, not hide a breach in security. The spoon goes down the toilet, flushed with a silent apology to whatever plumbing system has to deal with it. The evidence of my digging, small piles of concrete dust, washes away in the deluge, swirling down toward the floor drain that's proving wholly inadequate for the volume of water. Footsteps sound in the hallway, cursing. Arson's coming to check on the alarm. I position myself casually against the far wall, as far from my handiwork as possible. Arms crossed, expression annoyed, just a prisoner irritated by the unexpected shower. The hole is hidden, the wires are out of sight. As long as he doesn't look too closely or decide to move furniture, I should be fine. The door at the end of the corridor slams open. Time to put on a performance, because if Arson suspects what I've done, I won't be the one who pays the price. It'll be Lillian. The observation window darkens as two figures appear through the spraying water. Arson's scowl is visible even through the cascading droplets, his hair plastered to his forehead, clothes already soaked from the hall sprinklers. But it's the smaller figure beside him that makes my heart stutter. Lillian's wearing what looks like one of Arson's t-shirts because it's far too large for her frame. Her hair hangs in wet tendrils around her face, eyes wide as she takes in my flooded cell. Arson slams his palm against the intercom button. "What the fuck did you do?" His voice crackles through the speaker system, competing with the wail of alarms. I adopt an expression of innocent confusion, spreading my arms wide at the deluge. "Me? I'm just enjoying the unexpected shower. Your security system appears to be having issues." His eyes narrow, scanning the cell for evidence of tampering. I force myself to remain relaxed and casual, though every muscle is tensed for fight or flight. "Lillian, stay here," he orders, not looking at her. "I need to check the main control panel." She nods, but her eyes never leave me. There's something in her gaze, concern, relief at seeing me relatively unharmed, and something else, something that makes my chest tighten. The moment Arson disappears from view, she steps closer to the glass. Her lips form words I can't hear through the barrier and alarms. I move toward the window, careful to avoid any hidden breach. Water streams down my face, soaking my shirt and pooling around my feet. Through the glass, I can see she's not much drier, the borrowed shirt clinging to her curves in a way that makes my throat go dry, despite the water everywhere. Arson reappears before we can communicate, his expression thunderous. He studies me through the glass, eyes moving methodically around my cell, looking for what I've done, how I've compromised his perfect system. Time to distract him. I grin, slow and deliberate, then offer a casual shrug as if to say, "What can you do?" The gesture is calculated to infuriate him, dismissive and unconcerned despite the chaos I've clearly caused. His jaw tightens visibly. Behind him, Lillian watches our silent exchange, her expression torn between fascination and fear. Good. Let him focus on me, on this challenge to his authority, not searching for how I triggered the system. Because next time, I won't just set off alarms. Next time, I'll walk right out that door and take her with me. The sprinklers continue their relentless downpour, soaking everything. Maintaining eye contact with my brother, I reach for the hem of my sodden shirt and peel it slowly upward, revealing the body that mirrors his own. Every movement is deliberate, unhurried. Arson's eyes narrow, understanding exactly what I'm doing. I toss the shirt aside with theatrical carelessness. Water streams down my chest, following the contours of muscles that have grown leaner but no less defined during my captivity. I've made sure of that, using the limited space to maintain my strength while preparing for this moment. Through the glass, I see Lillian's expression shift. Her eyes track the movement of water down my torso, a flush rising to her cheeks that has nothing to do with the alarm's red glow. Does she look at him the same way? Does she notice we're identical, yet fundamentally different? I stretch, rolling my shoulders as if simply relieving tension. Every motion is calculated to remind both of them that Arson and I share the same form, the same genetic blueprint, the same potential for attraction. The soap dish beside my small sink is still intact. I reach for the bar of institutional soap, turning it slowly in my hands. Arson's jaw tightens further as he realizes what's coming next. With deliberate sensuality, I begin to wash, hands moving in slow circles across my chest and down my abdomen. Nothing overtly sexual, just a man cleaning himself, but the subtext is unmistakable. Look at me, my actions say. Remember, we're identical. Whatever he offers, I can match, but I can do it better. Lillian can't seem to look away, her lips slightly parted. I see Arson notice her reaction, see the muscle in his cheek jump with suppressed fury. This is how we've always fought, not with fists, but with psychological warfare, finding weaknesses, then exploiting them mercilessly. The difference is that now the stakes involve more than brotherly rivalry. Soap suds mix with sprinkler water, sliding down my skin in rivulets. I maintain eye contact with my brother as I wash my neck, my shoulders, and down my arms. The same arms that could hold her, the same hands that could touch her. You're not special, every movement tells him. You're just a copy, a reflection. Whatever claim you think you have on her isn't unique. I had her first, and I'll be the one who gets to walk away with her. His expression darkens to something dangerous. Good. An angry arson makes mistakes, and I only need one mistake to end this game. I turn slightly, presenting my profile while continuing my impromptu shower. The movement places me directly under the brightest emergency light, highlighting the differences between us. My skin is smooth, where his is scarred, visual proof of our divergent paths. A reminder that beneath identical exteriors lie very different men. Arson's reaction is immediate and visceral. His hand locks around Lillian's wrist, yanking her back from the glass where she's been watching me with undisguised fascination to face him. The movement is possessive and territorial, claiming what he considers his. The speaker flicks on again. Is this what you want? Is this what your little rebellion is about? Because from where I'm standing, she seems to be mine. All mine. Enjoying the show? He asks her, loud enough for the intercom to carry his voice to me. His eyes never leave mine as his hand moves higher beneath the shirt, making her gasp. Lillian's eyes flutter, caught between watching me and responding to his touch. Her back arches slightly, pressing into him despite herself. The sight makes my blood boil. This is what happens when you play games, Arson continues, his free hand coming up to tilt Lillian's face toward me. You get to watch what you can't have. His mouth finds her neck, teeth grazing the sensitive skin there while his hand continues its exploration beneath the shirt. Lillian's lips part, her breathing visibly quickening even through the cascading water. It's a performance designed to torture me, to remind me of my powerlessness, of what he can take while I watch, unable to intervene. She makes the most exquisite sounds, he murmurs against her skin, eyes locked with mine in challenge. Should I demonstrate? Before I can respond, he spins her around again, pressing her against the observation window. Her palms flatten against the glass, face inches from mine with only the barrier between us. Her eyes hold mine, filled with confusion and unmistakable arousal, as Arson's hands grip her hips from behind. Chapter 25. Arson. I drag Lillian closer to the window between her and Ares, my fingers digging into her arm hard enough to bruise. The alarms continue their deafening wail, water streaming from sprinklers overhead, but all I can focus on is the way she looks at him, the silent communication between them. The fire alarm is part of a larger problem I need to solve immediately. Arson, you're hurting me, she gasps, stumbling to pull herself away. I don't respond, and I don't relent. My mind races with images of her eyes tracking the water down his chest, her lips parting unconsciously, the same lips that were pressed against mine hours earlier, the same body that trembled under my hands. Does he really think he can challenge me from inside a cell? I have no choice but to prove to him who is in charge. Lillian stares at the observation window again, water pooling around our feet. Ares stands exactly where I left him, with an insufferably smug smile on his face, testing me, taunting me, using our identical bodies as a weapon. It's time to show him what real pain is. I reach for the control panel beside the window, flipping the intercom switch to on. The red light blinks, confirming the connection is live. Every sound from this side of the glass will now be broadcasted into his cell. Perfect. I think it's time I show you what real pain is, I call out, voice cutting through the alarm's wail. Give you a taste of what it was like to be trapped behind glass and forgotten, while everyone else continued to live their lives. Hurting her won't change what happened, Ares tells me, acting as if I don't know that. I'm not stupid. I know it won't change the past, but it will fucking hurt you, and that's all that matters to me. Ares' gaze narrows, darting between me and Lillian, who stands shivering in her wet clothes, my t-shirt plastered to her curves, and leaving little to the imagination. What are you going to do? She cranes her neck back to look up at me. I don't miss the hint of worry in her voice. Even if she refuses to say it, I know she's scared. Scared of me, of what I might do to her. Whatever I want. I yank her against my chest, back to front, one arm locked around her waist to keep her in place. We made a deal, and I'm going to hold you to it. Let her go. Don't be a coward. If you want to hurt me, get in this cell. I don't think letting her go is an option anymore. I bury my nose into her spun gold hair and breathe her sweet scent into my lungs. So fucking intoxicating. I think the only way you'll ever be able to understand the pain I went through is to watch me fuck and corrupt the girl you refused to take, all because you were too worried about what others might say. My free hand slides up her throat, tilting her face toward the glass so Ares can see every expression that crosses it. Water droplets from the sprinklers run down her cheeks like tears, and while there is a flicker of worry in her gaze, defiance bleeds through it. Through the glass, I watch my brother's casual pose grow tense, his hands curling into fists at his sides. Good. I want him fully present for what comes next. Want him to witness every moment of her surrender to me. I want him to feel hopeless and defeated. Arson, don't do this. His voice trembles slightly. No turning back now. You wanted her attention, right? I call to him, lips against Lillian's ear while I keep my eyes locked on his. And here she is. You can blame yourself for everything that happens next. Powerless rage, impotent fury. That's how he looks, a mirror image of what I felt for 10 years in that institution. Only this time, I'm the free one, and he's experiencing the same hopelessness I endured. My lips brush Lillian's ear, voice pitched perfectly to carry through the intercom. I'm going to take you right here, I whisper, watching Ares through the glass, and he's going to bear witness to it. Every thrust, every moan I pull from those pretty lips. He's going to watch you succumb to his villainous twin brother. Her body stiffens, an involuntary shiver rippling down her spine. She's afraid, yes, but there's something else there, too. Arousal. She's turned on by the danger, the taboo, the darkness that connects the three of us. Please, she whispers, not like this. I laugh softly, letting my hand slide down to cup her breast through the wet shirt. No? You didn't seem to mind my hands on you last night, the way you begged when I punished you. If I recall, you passed out after I finger-fucked you so hard you saw stars, didn't you? Ares slams his palm against the glass, the sound competing with the alarms that are still blaring. His face contorts with fury as I slowly, deliberately roll Lillian's nipple between my fingers, making her gasp. Even while I'm using her body for revenge, there's no way to stop myself from giving her pleasure. Did she tell you, brother? I yell while maintaining eye contact with him. It's actually quite poetic how she offered herself to me in exchange for your freedom. Bargained with me, said she would give me her virginity in return. Lillian squirms in my arms, trying her best to turn her face away, But I'm stronger, and it takes little effort to hold her in place, forcing her to see the look on Ares' face. Such a noble sacrifice, I mock, letting my hand travel lower, fingers splaying across her stomach. Stop it, she pleads, struggling in my grasp. Ares pounds his fist against the glass again, mouth forming words I can't hear over the alarms, but can easily interpret from his expression. Threats, promises of violence. This is exactly what I want from him. Raw, uncontrolled emotion. No need to worry. I continue, my hand dipping lower and finding the hem of the oversized shirt. I won't hurt her. Not any more than I have to when I shove my cock deep inside her virgin pussy, claiming her all for myself. I might even let you see what her virgin blood looks like, smeared on my cock. Lillian makes a sound of protest that turns into a gasp as my fingers slip beneath the shirt, finding the damp heat between her thighs. I stroke her slowly, deliberately, making sure Ares can see the movement of my hand beneath the fabric. A slow and painful death. This is how I get to him. This is how I make him understand what it felt like to spend 10 years in that cell. So wet already, I murmur, loud enough for the intercom to catch. Is it for him or me, I wonder? The brother you've wanted for years, or the one who isn't afraid to take what he wants? Her head falls back against my shoulder as my fingers circle her clit, her body betraying her despite her shame. Ares watches, knuckles white where he grips the edge of the observation window. Should I tell him how good you feel? I ask, slipping one finger inside her. So tight and warm, so fucking perfect. I pump in and out of her slowly. What about how you sound when you come? Or maybe I should just show him. Ares slams both fists against the glass, the impact so violent I'm surprised it doesn't crack. The sound echoes even over the alarms, a physical manifestation of his fury. His mouth forms my name, a curse, a threat, a promise of vengeance. His composure is completely shattered, that smug control replaced with an animal impotence trapped in a cage. Perfect. I flick a switch on the panel and pump in some of the quelling drugs I keep in the system just for this purpose. Not enough to put him out, but enough so that he doesn't hurt himself during this little confrontation. Look how angry he is, I whisper against Lillian's neck, never taking my eyes off my brother, watching another man touch what he was too cowardly to claim. My fingers continue their steady rhythm between her legs, circling her clit before dipping back inside, feeling her clench around me despite her obvious conflict. Each stroke draws a muffled sound from her throat, part protest, part pleasure. Please, she begs, but whether she's asking me to stop or continue isn't clear. I withdraw my hand from beneath her shirt, bringing my fingers to my lips. Maintaining eye contact with Ares, I slowly lick her wetness from them, making sure he sees every movement. Delicious, I announce, and so fucking sweet. I wonder if he's imagined what you taste like, too. Ares backs away from the glass, his chest heaving. Then he charges forward, shoulder connecting with the window in a futile attempt to break through. The impact makes him stagger backward and stumble in the pooling water. Time to escalate. I turn Lillian to face me, keeping us positioned so Ares has a clear view of her profile, of my hands on her body. Take off my shorts, I command, loud enough for the intercom to pick up every word. Her eyes widen. What? You heard me. I tip her chin up, forcing her to meet my gaze. Remove them. Show your stepbrother exactly what you're willing to do for his freedom. Her eyes flick to Ares, then back to me, filled with conflicting emotions. Shame, desire, fear, rebellion. Now, Lillian, my voice hardens, or the deal's off. He stays in that cell forever, and I take what I want anyway. Her hands tremble as they move to the waistband of my sleep shorts, the only thing I grabbed when the alarm started blaring. Her fingers brush against my stomach, sending heat pooling low in my groin. Through the glass, Ares watches with murderous intensity, his body rigid with helpless rage. He knows exactly what I'm doing, using her to torture him, using him to shame her. A perfect triangle of pain and desire. Lillian sinks slowly to her knees, water soaking through the fabric as she kneels before me. With trembling fingers, she hooks her thumb in the waistband of my shorts, pausing for just a moment before drawing them down. My cock springs free, already hard from the power of the moment, from her touch, from the knowledge that Ares is watching every second of his stepsister on her knees before me. That's it, I encourage, tangling my fingers in her wet hair. Show him who you belong to now. The shorts pool around my ankles, leaving me naked and fully erect before her. Lillian's expression is a fascinating mix of shame and unwilling desire as she kneels in the spreading water. Her eyes dart to Ares, a silent apology, or perhaps something more complex, passing between them. That look ignites something dangerous in me. I tangle my fingers tighter in her hair, forcing her attention back to me. Eyes on me, I command. He's just a spectator now. She complies, her gaze lifting to mine. Those amber eyes hold defiance, even in submission, one of the many things that drew me to her in the first place. The alarms continue their wail, and the sprinklers their relentless downpour, creating a chaotic backdrop to this moment of perfect control. Stand up, I order, pulling her to her feet by her hair. She rises gracefully, despite the awkward position, water streaming down her legs. Through the glass, Ares has gone completely still, a predator waiting for his moment. The drugs I pumped in should be hitting his system, making him sluggish, but the rage in his eyes remains laser-focused. Time to push him further. My hands move to the hem of Lillian's soaked shirt. My shirt, fingers sliding underneath to feel the heated skin beneath. Arms up, I tell her, voice carrying clearly through the intercom. Her hesitation lasts only a second before she obeys, raising her arms like a child being undressed. I drag the shirt upward with deliberate slowness, revealing inch by inch of her perfect body to both myself and my captive brother. The pale curve of her stomach, the delicate arch of her ribs, the full swell of her perky breasts, her dusky nipples hard as diamonds, both from the cold temperature and her arousal. If I had the time, I'd take one of those stiff peaks into my mouth and suck on it, but I don't. My attention isn't on pleasure, but on revenge. When her face emerges from the fabric, I notice the pink flush of her cheeks. Is she humiliated, or does she want this too? Perhaps it's a little bit of both. I toss the shirt aside, leaving her completely naked between us. Water cascades down her bare skin, highlighting every curve, every shiver, every goosebump. "You're so fucking beautiful," I murmur, circling her like a predator, ensuring Ares can see every angle, every perfect inch of the woman he will never have. She moves to cover herself with her hands, and I catch her by the wrists, stopping her. Leaning into her ear, I whisper, "Don't cover yourself up. Don't be embarrassed. Let him see you. See what could have been his if he hadn't been so noble. Stop. Please, don't use me to hurt him." Lillian's bright blue eyes shine with hope as she looks up at me, her tone pleading. I won't lie. A small part of me hates myself for what I'm about to do to her in the name of revenge. But it doesn't matter. She never really wanted me, only him, so it won't be the end of the world if she hates me. I shake my head at her. "No begging, not yet. That comes later. Arson, please, listen to me." Through the glass, Ares looks like he might shatter from sheer fury. His fists clench and unclench at his sides, jaw working as if he's physically chewing back words. I've waited forever to see him like this. The drugs pumping into the cell are working, slowing his reactions, but his eyes remain clear and murderous. "I'm listening. You told me you wanted to save him, that you would do anything I wanted. Remember that?" I press against Lillian from behind, my erection sliding over the cleft of her ass. "I didn't think you'd really do it," she whispers. I wrap my arms around her and take her breasts into my hands. Her body involuntarily arches into my touch. "So fucking responsive," I say, looking directly into Ares' eyes. After a moment, I pinch her hardened nipples before rolling them between my forefinger and thumb. "Arson?" She says my name in a gasp, and I'm not sure if she's asking me to stop or keep going. It doesn't really matter. This is what she wanted, what she offered me. And now I'm collecting. "Shh, I've got you. This is the offer you made me, one I can no longer refuse. It's time for me to claim my prize." I maneuver Lillian toward the observation window, positioning her directly in front of where Ares stands. The sprinklers have finally begun to taper off, the water reducing to a light spray that beads on her naked skin like diamonds. "See how perfectly she fits against me? Against us, I should say, since we share the same body, don't we, brother?" The murderous rage in his eyes should have been enough satisfaction, but I didn't come this far to throw in the towel. "Hands on the glass," I order, pressing my palm between her shoulder blades until she complies. Slowly, she places her palms flat against the window, fingers splayed, body trembling. The position forces her to bend slightly, presenting her ass to me as she faces Ares. Perfect symmetry. Her hands pressed to the glass as if reaching for him, her body positioned to receive me. Through the window, I watch Ares mirror her stance unconsciously, his hands aligning with hers, only the barrier separating their touch. The gesture of intimacy makes my blood boil. He doesn't get to offer her comfort or feel guilt for the position he's put her in. All he gets is pain and anger, knowing he could have had her, could have taken this piece of her, but that he didn't. "Look at him while I touch you," I command, running my hands down her sides before taking hold of her hips. "Let him see exactly what he's missing." Desire pumps in my blood, making it difficult for me to take things slow and be gentle. I dig my fingers into her flesh in an effort to ground myself, but it doesn't help. It makes me hunger for her more. The image of my cock sliding along the cleft of her ass makes me pause. Beauty and perfection, a blank canvas that I intend to turn into a fucking masterpiece. Slowly I dip between her legs, thrusting my cock between her thighs. Her sticky heat coats my length, making each thrust a little smoother. "Please," she whimpers, though whether she's begging me or Aries isn't clear. I reach around and cup one of her perky breasts, feeling its weight in my hand before I stroke her pebbled nipple with my thumb. Arching her back against me, she begs for me to continue, unwilling pleasure evident in every trembling muscle. "Fuck, Lillian, you're so responsive," I taunt her. The way she responds to my touch makes me want to explode right this second. "Arson." This time when she says my name, it's in a cry of pleasure that brings a smile to my face. I know what you need. I know you can feel it building. Trailing down her body, over her soft stomach, I dip between her thighs to find her tiny clit. Grazing the sensitive bud, I acclimate myself to her body's reaction, moving my finger in faster circles as her breath catches and her body tenses. "You were made for me, made to be mine," I whisper into the shell of her ear. I can feel Aries' piercing gaze on us, his anger radiating through the window separating us. Lillian moans, pleasure filling her delicate features. "I think Aries is feeling a little left out. Why don't you tell him what my touch feels like? How wet your pussy is for me." She gives her head a shake, but her body betrays her as I move my finger faster, her pussy making wet sounds, absolutely soaked, desperate for more friction, for anything to send her over the edge. "No words needed," I tell Aries through the intercom. "Not when she's putting on the show, she is. Look how she responds to my touch, how she pushes back against me, seeking more, wanting what you could never give her, what you chose to ignore." In an effort to demonstrate just how gone she is for me, I slide my fingers lower, pushing 2 digits inside her without warning. She cries out, walls clenching around the intrusion, her forehead falling forward to rest against the glass. "So tight," I announce, watching Aries over her shoulder. "Virgin tight, but not for long." Curling my fingers inside her, I find that spot that makes her gasp. "Are you going to come for me? Come on my fingers while my brother watches, knowing there isn't anything he can do?" Even as she struggles in my grasp, trying to escape the pleasure that's building there, trying to escape how wrong this feels, I know she's going to shatter. "Come on, sweet girl. Come from me. I know you want to." With a cry of surrender, she explodes. Her pussy spasms, her channel clenching down on my fingers while her entire body goes rigid, and pleasure overtakes her despite her obvious conflict. Aries slams his hand against the glass directly opposite where Lillian's face is pressed against it. Of course he would interrupt this amazing moment. Their eyes meet, and the connection is undeniable, even through the barrier. Something passes between them. Apology, desire, shared desperation. The sight of them makes something ugly and sinister fill my stomach. I want to destroy him, to sever his connection with her forever. Her wet cunt barely lets me go as I pull my fingers out of her. It's time. She's ready for my cock. Beg for it, I whisper into the shell of her ear, loud enough for the intercom to catch. Beg me to take you while he watches. Please, Arson, please don't make me do this. Lillian's whisper is barely audible over the dying alarm, but the intercom catches just enough, and when her voice carries over into Ares' cell, all hell breaks loose. His expression transforms into something beyond rage, a devastation so complete it's almost beautiful. All I can do is smile. How's it feel, brother? It's enough, though. The beast will not be satisfied until retribution has been repaid. Do it, or the deal is off. I nip at her shoulder. Her entire body freezes, and for half a moment I think maybe she's going to give up, that she's going to say no, and then I'll have to consider the alternative. But thankfully she speaks. Please, she finally says, her voice cracking. Please, what? I demand, positioning myself at her entrance, the head of my cock parting her slick folds. Say it clearly. I want him to hear exactly what you're begging for. She pressed her forehead harder against the glass, eyes locked with Ares's. Please? She hesitates, but continues. Please fuck me. The words send fire through my veins. I grip her hips harder, holding her steady as I thrust forward, breaching her tight entrance just slightly. The sensation is exquisite. Hot, slick resistance giving way to my invasion. Look at him, I command, easing in another inch. Don't close your eyes. Let him see what it does to you. She obeys, keeping her gaze fixed on Ares as I thrust in a little deeper. Her body stretches to accommodate me, virgin tightness yielding to my insistent pressure. A small whimper escapes her lips when I push past her barrier, the resistance giving way with a sudden rush of wetness. I swear to God I see stars. Nothing and no one has ever felt this good. I can briefly make out Ares pounding his fist against the glass one last time before turning away, unable to watch me deflower what was supposed to be his, yet still trapped within hearing range of every sound she makes. That's it, I murmur, sliding deeper until I'm halfway inside her. Damn, Lillian, you take my cock so well, so fucking perfectly. Her lithe body trembles around my length, adjusting to the invasion. I hold still, savoring the moment, the tight heat of her, the power of claiming her while my brother is forced to listen, to fucking watch. Just a little more, I groan, loud enough for the intercom to carry. Arson, it hurts. Her voice quivers with pain, and as much as I want to hurt my brother, I still want this moment to be enjoyable for her. Stroking her back gently, I whisper reassuringly into her ear. Shh, it's going to be okay. You're doing such a good job. Only a little bit more to go. I snake a hand around the front and find her clit, gently circling the sensitive bud. After a few seconds, a soft moan escapes her, and her pussy seems to relax a little more, allowing me to sink a little deeper inside her welcoming heat. That's it. Relax for me. The sensation is overwhelming. Her silken walls grip me. Her body responds despite her conflicted mind. I watch my thick cock disappear inside her, mesmerized by the sight of her taking me and the power of the moment. Her virgin blood coats my length, and I catch a little glimpse of it with every stroke I give her. I'm so captivated by the visual and physical pleasure that I miss the warning signs, the sudden silence as the alarms finally cut off completely. The electrical systems reset with soft beeps that echo throughout the facility, the security door at the far end of the corridor sliding open when it should remain locked. Nothing else matters when I'm buried in the exquisite heat of Lillian's body, watching her face reflected in the glass, listening to her broken moans as I circle her clit in time with my shallow thrusts. I'm so focused on the twin pleasures of her body and Ares' torment that I fail to maintain vigilance. It's the ultimate mistake for a man who survived on hypervigilance for years. A mistake I'll pay for. Something moves in my peripheral vision, too fast, too determined to be a trick of the light. By the time I register the threat, it's already too late.
Chapter 26. Lillian. One moment, I'm dipped in a dark, decadent pleasure as arson owns my body, stretching me, claiming me for the first time, and the next, everything around me implodes. I'm not sure what is happening when we crash against the floor in a tangle of naked limbs and violent intention. All I know is pain radiates across my skull when my head cracks against the wet concrete. Fucking bastard! Arson's deep voice thunders around me. Couldn't handle someone else claiming what you were too cowardly to take for yourself, huh? She was never yours to claim. Ares' response is nothing but a growl. A moment later, I hear the meaty thud of fists hitting flesh. I struggle to orient myself and make sense of the blur of identical bodies grappling above me. Ares and Arson, mirror images locked in a murderous struggle, water streaming down their naked forms and making it nearly impossible to distinguish who is who. I have to stop them before someone gets hurt. Slowly, I roll to my side and push up off the floor. My ears register a faint hissing sound, and a moment later, a cloud smelling faintly of chemicals rolls out the open door of Ares' cell. What the hell? I gasp reflexively, drawing the vapor deep into my lungs. It tastes sweet and smoky on my tongue as it moves through my body, bringing with it the sensation of warmth. Another breath and more of the sweet air fills my lungs. "Don't breathe it in," one of them shouts. Ares, I think. But his warning comes too late. Rational thinking has already slipped through the cracks. My senses heightened in a way that's completely abnormal. What is wrong with me? My nose wrinkles as more of that sweet smoke filters into the room. Reality slips further and further from my grasp. The world shifts, edges blurring, colors intensifying. My skin prickles with hypersensitivity. Every drop of water sliding down my naked body, feeling like a deliberate caress. A small gasp escapes me, my core tightening around nothing. I'm hollow, empty. I need them. Need him. Need to be fucked. Red-hot desire ripples through me, and I instinctively lift my hips and arch my back, seeking relief, my nipples hardening almost painfully against the cool air. The twins continue their battle, but now their movements appear to be choreographed, beautiful in their violence. "Stop them!" A voice screams inside my head. I can't make my body obey. My gaze is fixated on the flex of muscles, the slick slide of skin on skin, and the animalistic grunts of exertion that each of them makes. The sounds, the tension, it only intensifies my need. Ares' fist connects with Arson's jaw. Fear. It's a normal response. I should be afraid, but I'm not. The chemicals seem to have bypassed all normal inhibitions, leaving only raw primal need in its place. My cunt throbs, empty and aching where Arson just was. All I can think about is filling that ache. It's impossible to hide or control. It's like I'm having an out-of-body experience, my hands moving of their own accord, caressing my skin, sliding down over my stomach, stopping only once they reach the space between my thighs that pulses with its own heartbeat. Need to touch. Need release. Need something, anything to ease this burning. Mine, one of them snarls. Ares, maybe? I briefly noticed the blood dripping down his temple, and how wild with rage his eyes are. A deeper primal need filling them when he finds me with my thighs spread, calling him to me. The chemical haze makes everything appear dreamlike. Is this really real? I arch my back, a silent invitation I'd never consciously offer. My hand slips between my thighs, and I moan with satisfaction, moving my fingers through my drenched folds. I know this is wrong, that I'm not myself right now, but I can't be bothered by any of those thoughts, not with this desperate hunger flowing through my veins. Fuck. I whimper, fingers circling my clit, seeking relief from the unbearable tension that's building inside. The slick, obscene sounds of my fingers moving against my pussy seem louder in the chaos. More. I need more. Spreading my legs wider, I slip 2 fingers inside my tight pussy. It feels so good I could cry, even if it's not the same as when Arson filled me. Through half-lidded eyes, I watch the twins grappling, my pleasure building. Their beautiful, identical bodies are locked in this brutal dance, blood covering their faces, muscles straining, teeth bared in primal aggression. I fuck myself faster, fingers pumping in and out, as I chase a release that seems simultaneously within reach and impossibly distant. I'm delirious with need. Ares, I call out to him. A loud crack fills my ears as one brother slams the other against the wall, Ares gaining the advantage over Arson. The impact is enough to momentarily stun Arson. In a blur of movement, Ares is above me, his body blocking out the light. Yes, I need you, want you. The same desperation I feel is reflected in his eyes. Knowing what I need, he crashes his lips against mine. His kiss is nothing like Arson's controlled, calculated movements. This is raw desperation, teeth scraping lips, tongue demanding entry. The coppery tang of blood bursts on my tongue. His or mine, I don't know. It doesn't matter. Not when I've waited so long for this moment to occur, for him to kiss me back, for him to want me with the same fervor I desire him. Red-hot pleasure fills me, and I gasp into his mouth as my fingers work frantically between my legs. Then suddenly, he pulls away, breaking the kiss and severing our connection. I whimper in frustration. No, I need him. Please don't stop, I beg, clinging to his body. What I realize then is he's watching me, his eyes staring between my legs. With barely contained rage, he grabs my wrist and yanks it back. I don't get the chance to ask him what he's doing, not when his thick fingers replace mine and give me my answer. A cry of both pleasure and pain escapes me when he pulls out and thrusts back inside me roughly. Mine, he growls against my lips, his fingers curling within me to find a spot that makes my back arch off the wet floor. always been mine. His free hand fumbles with the button of his soaked pants, and seconds later, he's kicking them off with desperate need. Then he's completely naked, and the heavy weight of his cock comes to rest against my thigh. His cock is identical to his brother's, yet somehow different. Hotter, more urgent. I never want this moment between us to end. Need to be inside you, he pants, positioning himself between my spread thighs. Can't be gentle. Won't be. Need to erase him. Need to make you mine. Raw hunger claws its way to the surface. Our first time wasn't supposed to be like this, but I'd rather have this than nothing at all. Please. I dig my nails into his shoulders, both to stop him from pulling away and to encourage him to keep going. Fuck me, Ares. Make me yours. Hearing me say his name triggers something primal in him. His eyes, so like his brother's, yet burning with a different fire, lock on mine as he positions his thick cock at my entrance. Mine, he grunts, before slamming all the way inside me. Pain singes my insides, my muscles tightening as he claims my heart and soul with one brutal thrust. Tears prick at the back of my eyes, yet all I can do is sink my nails deeper into his flesh, marking him as he marks me. A cry of desperation, of pain, lodges itself in my throat. It hurts so bad, like he's trying to imprint himself on the inside of my body. Fuck, he grunts, his fingers digging into my hips as he holds me in place. The searing pain dissipates as he pulls out, but returns with a vengeance when he slams back inside me. Worth it. Worth everything. So tight. So warm. Perfection. The air is driven from my lungs with the intensity of his thrusts, and while pain registers in my mind, the chemical haze transforms the pain into something else. Not quite pleasure, but a burning fullness that satisfies the desperate need to be filled. His cock stretches me beyond comfort, and the slight tear from my broken hymen adds an added burn to each thrust. In a way, it feels like he's ripping me apart and putting me back together again. Mine, he chants against my neck, teeth scraping the sensitive flesh. Mine, mine, mine. The more he says it, the more brutal his pace becomes. It's like an animal has been unleashed. He's nothing like the controlled seduction I'd imagined during years of secret fantasies. This is possession, pure and raw. Ares. I don't know if I'm saying his name to stop him or to tell him to keep going, but my body has a mind of its own. I lift my legs and wrap them around his waist involuntarily, encouraging him to go deeper, to claim me as deeply as he can. Say it again, he demands, while one of his hands tangles painfully in my hair. Say my fucking name. Ares, I repeat, the word a broken sob as he grazes something dark and sinister inside me, something that sparks every nerve ending in my body. Not his, he growls, pace quickening, if that's even possible. Never his, only mine. I rake my nails down his back, the warmth of his blood beneath my fingertips exciting me. Knowing I'm inflicting pain upon him should cut through the haze and alert my senses, but instead it heightens everything, each sensation growing more intense, more overwhelming. I'm climbing higher and higher, getting closer and closer to the finish line. Ares can sense it, and his hand moves from my hair to my throat, circling it like a necklace. He squeezes just enough, the pressure blending with pleasure, while his cock rips me apart, forcing my body to accept him. I'm being claimed, marked, ruined, and some dark part of me revels in it. You're mine, he snarls in my face, his eyes dark, his features tight. I barely recognize him as the man who I've slowly fallen in love with over the past couple of years. "Please," I gasp, needing just a little bit more. The moment shatters with explosive violence when Ares is forcibly removed from my body by Arson, who tackles him with a murderous rage in his eyes. Their bodies collide in a cosmic way, rolling across the wet floor. "You're a fucking animal," Arson snarls, his fist connecting with Ares' jaw. "And you're just a pretty replacement," Ares spits back, blood spraying from his split lip. "I should kill you." Arson lunges at his brother. "Run. Get help." The thought penetrates the fog of arousal briefly, only to be swept away by another wave of need. I'm back to feeling hollow again, aching with need in the absence of Ares' cock. I press my thighs together, seeking friction, relief, anything to ease the burning hunger. I was so close. So fucking close. Through the red haze of desire, I'm left helpless to watch them fight. Two versions of the same face, one marked by years of captivity, the other by years of institutional control. And me, spread open and wanting between them, unable to tell which I crave more. Arson gains the upper hand with a vicious elbow to Ares' temple, sending his brother crashing into the wall. The impact is enough to momentarily stun Ares, leaving him slumped against the concrete. "Enough games," Arson snarls, wiping blood from his mouth as he stalks back toward me. His eyes rake over my sprawled form, legs still spread, pussy glistening with arousal and tinged with blood from Ares' rough claim. Instead of disgust, his expression darkens with renewed hunger. "He hurt you," Arson observes, dropping to his knees between my thighs. His fingers trace the smear of blood on my inner thigh, coming away stained crimson. "Always the animal. No control." I should feel shame at being examined so clinically, but the chemicals still racing through my system heighten all my sensations. His touch sends shivers across my skin, my hips lifting involuntarily toward his hand. "Please," I whimper, beyond pride or reason. Need what?" Arson's voice drops lower, thumb circling my clit with precise pressure that makes me cry out. "Need to be filled again? Need to be fucked properly?" "Yes," I gasp, arching as he slides 2 fingers inside me, testing my readiness. "Still so tight," he murmurs, working me open with deliberate movements so different from Ares' frantic claiming, "even after he tried to ruin you." He positions himself at my entrance, the thick head of his cock nudging where I'm swollen and sensitive. Unlike Ares, he eases forward slowly, watching my face as he claims me inch by careful inch. "That's it," he encourages, as my body yields to him. "Take all of me." The stretch burns slightly, my tissues still tender from Ares' brutal entry, but Arson's controlled pace allows me to adjust. He fills me completely, bottoming out with a groan that vibrates through his chest. "You are mine," he echoes his brother's claim, but where Ares was desperate, Arson is matter-of-fact, a statement of ownership. He begins to move, each thrust deliberate and deep, hitting places inside me that make my vision blur. My legs wrap around his waist, drawing him deeper, my body responding despite the lingering pain. "Look," he commands, one hand reaching between us to where we're joined. His fingers come away with a mixture of blood and arousal. Virgin blood. Mine to take. Mine to claim. The sight should horrify me, but in my altered state, it feels like a primitive marking. My walls clench around him at the thought, drawing a hiss of pleasure from his lips. "That's it," he encourages, pace increasing. "Take what he couldn't give you. Take what only I can." His thrusts grow harder, deeper, the controlled rhythm faltering as pleasure builds. I'm stretched around him, filled completely, the pain and pleasure inseparable as he reclaims what his brother tried to take. A roar of vicious fury is the only warning we get that Ares isn't done yet, and seconds later, he slams into Arson. The impact sends Arson to his knees, and he loses his grip on me. Pain ricochets up my spine when I land against the concrete. Ares is more strategic and less wild this time. He drives his knee into Arson's stomach, following it with a vicious uppercut that snaps his brother's head back. The wet slap of flesh meeting flesh echoes in the corridor as they trade blows. "Touch her again, and I'll fucking kill you," Ares promises, voice deadly calm as he pins Arson against the wall, his forearm pressed to his throat. Some of the arousal dissipates as fear slowly trickles into my mind. I think he might actually do it. Might crush his twin's windpipe while I watch. At the last moment, something changes his mind, and instead he slams Arson's head against the concrete hard enough to daze, but not kill. Before I can react, his attention is back on me. I'm so used to his careful distance and pitiful glances that seeing him with the curtain pulled back, exposing the beast he's kept hidden for so long, makes it impossible for me to look away. Those bright hazel eyes are wild, fury and possession driving him to the point of insanity. He fists his cock with one hand, stroking the organ hard. One hand circles my ankle, and with brutal efficiency he flips me onto my stomach. "On your knees," he commands, yanking my hips upward. I comply, my body responding to his dominance even as my mind struggles to keep pace. The heavy thud of my heartbeat fills my ears, accelerating with fear and unwanted arousal. "Please," I beg, though whether I'm asking him to stop fighting or end this miserable burn that's threatening to consume me from the inside out, I don't know. "Ares, please, enough." He has his own answer and positions himself behind me. The blunt head of his cock is pressed firmly against my entrance. One hand tangles in my hair, and he tugs my head back sharply, my scalp screaming from his tight grip. "You want it to end?" he growls against my ear. "Then let me finish it." His words are the only warning I get before he's thrusting forward, entering me in one smooth stroke, driving himself deeper than it feels even possible in this new position. All I can do is cry out, my fingers scrambling for purchase on the wet floor as he begins a relentless rhythm. "Stop fighting it," he commands, his grip on my hair tightening, while his hips slap against my ass with each thrust. "Stop pretending you don't want this, that you don't want me." Each word is punctuated by a brutal stroke that pushes me forward on the concrete. The position is animalistic and degrading, yet my body responds, inner walls gripping him tightly as he pounds into me. "Just make it stop," I gasp between thrusts, tears mixing with the water on my face. "Please, I can't. "Can't what?" His body looms above mine, his chest pressing against my back, his teeth grazing my shoulder. "Can't admit how much you love being fucked like an animal? Being fucked by me? How many years have you wanted this, Lillian? How long did you lay in bed at night wishing I was fucking this tight pussy? There's a tenacious truth behind his words, and I hate it. Even now, shame burns hot in my veins because he's right. I have wanted this, fantasized about it, through years of careful distance and polite rejection. Just end it, I sob. My body betrays me, pleasure building despite the ache in my chest. Please, Aries, just make it stop. I'll make it stop, Aries promises, his voice a rough whisper against my ear. After you come on my cock. His hand slides around to find my clit, fingers circling with unexpected precision. The dual assault, his cock stretching me from behind while his fingers work the sensitive bundle of nerves, sends shockwaves of unwanted pleasure up my spine. No, I protest weakly, even as my hips push back against him instinctively. Yes, he insists, fingers quickening their pace. Your pain, your pleasure, it's all mine. You're mine. No, you don't. You never wanted me. I sob. I've always wanted you, he snarls in my ear. I've always watched, waiting for the day I could have you, the day my darkness wouldn't taint you. It's too late for that now. I can't. I grit my teeth, even though I know I can and will shatter for him. You can, and you will. You were mine before you were ever his. Give me what you never gave him. Give it to me. His hips continue their punishing rhythm, each thrust hitting something deep inside that makes fireworks explode behind my eyelids. The chemicals in my system amplify every sensation, turning even the rough scrape of concrete against my knees into something erotic. Fuck yes. I want your pleasure. Surrender yourself to me. I fight it. Fight the building tension and the wave threatening to crash over me. This isn't how it was supposed to be. Not with violence and chemicals and twin brothers using my body as their battleground. I know you can feel it, he encourages as my body begins to tighten around him. Your cunt is tightening. The pleasure building, becoming unbearable. Let go. Give yourself to me, Lillian. My resistance crumbles when Aries changes his angle, the head of his cock dragging perfectly against my inner walls, while his fingers maintain their relentless assault on my clit. Come for me, he demands, teeth sinking into my shoulder hard enough to break skin. Fucking come for me now. The pain of his bite is the final trigger. Pleasure overtakes my body with devastating force, and I convulse around his invading cock. I can barely breathe, the air in my lungs stilling while every nerve ending explodes. A scream builds in my throat, the sound pure animal, raw anguish, and unrecognizable as my own voice when it meets my ears. Good girl, Aries growls, hips jerking erratically as my inner walls milk him. Feel that. Feel my cum filling your pussy. That makes you mine. Warmth fills me as he empties himself deep, marking me in the most primitive way possible. Black spots appear in my vision, and I cling to consciousness, my body giving out on me. Aries holds me up, his body blanketing mine, the pressure of him at my back almost comforting. I suck a ragged breath into my lungs, the weight on my shoulders gone. I'm free. No longer trapped by desires that I cannot experience or touch. For a moment we remain frozen in that tableau, his chest heaving against my back, his softening cock still buried inside me. A groan from across the room signals Arson's return to consciousness. Aries withdraws, suddenly, the emptiness almost as shocking as the initial invasion. My body collapses to the floor at the loss of his support. Through blurry vision, I watch him climb to his feet and gather his soaked pants off the floor. Wait, where is he going? There's a new purpose to his movements. Gone is the frantic possession seen moments before, replaced with something colder and calculated. Ares? I whisper, voice wrecked. He pauses and looks down at me. I can't read his expression, and I think for a second he might say something, might acknowledge what just happened. But he doesn't. He walks away without a single backward glance. No hesitation. Just abandonment. As complete and absolute as his possession had been. Tears fill my eyes, cascading down my cheeks without permission. Shame. Fear. Guilt. All the emotions bombard me at once as I curl into myself on the wet concrete. The chemical haze finally begins to recede, leaving clarity in its wake. The insides of my thighs are slick with blood and semen, further evidence of the battle that ensued. Was I nothing but a trophy to be won? The world darkens at the edges, consciousness slipping away as the full weight of what just happened presses down on me. The last thing I see before darkness claims me completely is Arson struggling to his feet, blood trailing down his face from a gash on his forehead, and his eyes locked on his brother's retreating form.
Chapter 27. Arson. Consciousness returns in fragments. First, pain that radiates through my skull with nauseating waves, followed by sound, water dripping, an alarm system that's finally silenced itself. Last come the memories, Ares attacking me, Lillian in my arms, chaos ensuing. I force my eyes open and my vision blurs. After a moment, I blink and everything returns to focus. The first thing I notice is the red-tinged water pooling around me. Blood. Mine, mostly, I think. It's clear that I underestimated the lengths he would go to break free and claim her. That won't happen again. Movement at the far end of the corridor catches my attention. Ares. He's still naked, hair dripping, blood smeared across his back, a barrage of scratches littering his flesh. He's walking away, his steps purposeful despite the drugs in his system. Where the fuck does he think he's going? My first instinct is to stop him, but then I catch sight of Lillian. Her tiny body is curled in on itself, and my desire to kill Ares only grows. Even from a distance I can see how pale she is against the grey concrete, her creamy flesh marked with bruises that are only beginning to form. Fingerprints on her hips, and a bite mark on her shoulder that's bleeding. He fucking used her. Like an animal, he took what he wanted, and now he's walking away, leaving her discarded on the cold floor like she's nothing, like she's a tool, a means to wound me and not a living, breathing person. I can't explain, can't put into words what seeing her so helpless and hurt does to me. It wasn't supposed to end this way. She wasn't supposed to end up hurt. But she did, and it's your fault. Rage ignites in my blood, different from the calculated violence I've nursed for years, and not the cold revenge I built my life around. This is something hotter, sharper, more immediate. How dare he? How fucking dare he? Even as I think about it, about how much I despise him for this, I know I'm not any better. If I hadn't toyed with him, pushed him, it wouldn't have happened. I have more self-control than him. I should have known better, yet I still taunted him. I push myself up off the floor, ignoring the stabbing pain in my head and the warm blood that trickles down my neck. Nothing matters except ensuring she's okay and locking him back up in that cell. I look back at where Lillian lies, her lips slightly parted, her breath shallow. Without the chemical amplification, the security system sedatives are still taking effect, pulling her deeper into the darkness. Slowly, I walk toward her, my legs heavy. I've experienced the sedatives so many times that they no longer affect me. Guilt punches me in the gut when I get close enough to touch her. You did this to her too. I caress her cheek. The gesture is so careful and gentle that it surprises even me. Her skin is cool, most likely from the water, but the chemicals can have a negative effect on those with medical conditions. I'll need to get her warmed up soon. If her body temp drops too low, then we'll have another issue on our hands. My gaze shifts back to Ares' retreating form. He hasn't noticed I'm conscious. Fucking asshole, thinking he's won, thinking he can just walk away after doing what he did. She deserves better, more. The mistake will cost him everything. I thought he cared, that he cared enough about one thing more than he cared about himself. I'm a piece of shit for letting it get this far. Ignoring the protest of bruised muscles and cracked ribs, I move slowly at first, then faster. Pain is a part of life, the same as breathing. Get Ares into the cell, then take care of Lillian. I follow Ares silently, bare feet making no sound on the wet concrete. Every step sends a fresh wave of pain into my ribs, but I push it aside, compartmentalizing it into the same box where I've stored every hurt for the past decade. He's heading toward the security exit, his movements too confident for a man who just broke out of captivity. Except there's something off about his gait. There's a slight sway, a momentary hesitation when he turns a corner. The drugs I pumped into his cell are still circulating in his bloodstream, working as a sedative now that adrenaline isn't pumping through his veins. They're finally slowing his reactions and dulling his senses. Advantage? Mine. I walk a little faster, keeping to the shadows. Water still drips from the overhead pipes, masking any sound I might make. He pauses at a junction, head tilting as if listening, but he doesn't turn, doesn't see me closing the distance between us. 10 years in an institution taught me that patience is key, taught me to wait for the perfect moment rather than rush in. I could take him now, but it would be a fight. Even drugged, he's dangerous. Better to wait until he's fully exposed and vulnerable. The corridor opens into the main warehouse space, and the moonlight filters through high windows, casting everything in silver. Ares pauses, scanning the area, likely looking for clothes, maybe a weapon, anything to aid his escape. His back is a map of violence. Lillian's nail marks crisscrossing over older scars that were left from our previous fights. The sight of those scratches renews my rage. She marked him. Despite the chemicals, despite his brutal taking, she fought back even as she wanted it. He moves toward a storage cabinet, his attention focused on one singular thing. Perfect. I close the last bit of distance between us in 3 silent strides, timing my attack with the distant rumble of thunder outside. When I reach for him, I'm prepared and lock my arms around his throat in a practiced chokehold, the move perfected through years of institutional survival. As predicted, He reacts instantly, muscle memory overriding the drugs in his system. He drives his elbow into my injured ribs, and pain ripples through my chest. Thankfully, his movements are sluggish and predictable, so I am able to shift at the last moment, and his second blow lands against my hip rather than my rib. "Should have made sure I was dead, brother," I hiss against his ear, tightening my grip as he continues to struggle. He tries to speak, but my forearm pressed against his windpipe cuts off both his air supply and the opportunity to speak. Meaty fingers claw at my arms, but I'm not worried. His strength is slowly fading from the lack of oxygen. In a last-ditch effort, he slams us into a support column. Pain zips up my spine, but I ride out the impact and maintain my grip. The drugs make it worse, don't they? I observe clinically, feeling his movements grow more desperate but less coordinated. Fighting just pushes them through your system faster. He's no longer struggling, his body finally giving in, going slack in increments until finally his knees buckle. I follow him down, maintaining pressure until I'm certain he's unconscious. When I release him, I roll him onto his back and check his pulse. Strong, despite the chokehold. Good. I don't want him dead. Death is too simple, too clean. I want him awake, aware, forced to watch as I reclaim what he tried to take from me. I'll admit that I fucked up, that bringing Lillian into this made things worse. But there's no changing what happened. All I can do is ensure he doesn't get his hands on her ever again. His unconscious face looks younger, the hatred and rage smoothed away. We could almost be mirrors again, like when we were children. Before the boathouse, before I lost my brother, before everything shattered. My mind flashes back to me stepping up to my father's angry demands. "It's my fault. I did it." Anger reclaims me back in the present, and I slap him, my palms stinging, reminding me that this is reality, that he did this to us. His head lolls with the impact, but he doesn't wake. The combination of drugs and oxygen deprivation will keep him under long enough for me to get him back in that cell. You never did know when to stop, when to let go, I tell his unconscious form, hauling him up by his arms. His dead weight is substantial, but rage and determination give me the strength I need to drag him across the warehouse and into his cell. His heels leave trails in the water, still pooled on the concrete, marking our path like breadcrumbs. I'll need to clean that up and secure everything again. Fix what he broke, like always. The cell door stands open, water still dripping from the sprinklers inside. I haul him over the threshold, dropping him with less care than I might show a sack of garbage. His head thunks against the concrete, adding another injury he'll feel when he wakes up. He deserves it. He deserves everything he's going to get. I move efficiently, muscle memory taking over as I secure him. Ankle cuffs first, then wrists, connected by chains to the reinforced bolt I installed in the floor months ago. More restraints than before. No chance for escape this time. I register the change in his breathing as I work, consciousness returning by degrees. I increase my pace, finishing the restraints before retrieving a syringe from the hidden compartment in the corridor. The clear liquid inside will keep him docile for hours, long enough for me to repair the security breach and to attend to Lillian and any injury she might have. The needle slides into his neck with practiced ease. His eyelids flutter as the sedative enters his bloodstream, a flicker of rage visible before the drugs pull him under again. Sleep well, brother, I murmur, checking the restraints one final time. We'll continue our discussion when you wake up. I step back, surveying my work with satisfaction. He's secured more thoroughly than before, the chains allowing only minimal movement. Just enough to prevent muscle atrophy, but not enough to work on another escape. Contained, controlled, mine once more. The damage is easy to spot once I know what to look for. A ragged hole in the wall behind where the bed had been positioned, wires exposed and crossed to trigger the alarm system. Clever, if desperate. I underestimated his engineering knowledge, a mistake I won't repeat. Water still pools on the floor, making repair work messier, but not impossible. I retrieved tools from my workshop, returning with a reinforced metal panel, screws, and an electric drill. The repair needs to be thorough and impossible to breach again without heavy equipment. I positioned the panel over the hole, noting the blood on the concrete edges where his fingers tore at the surface. Another layer to our matched determination, his to escape, mine to contain. The drill whines as I secure the panel with heavy-duty screws, driving them deep into the concrete until the metal sits flush against the wall. Once satisfied with the repair, I run my fingers along the edges, testing for any weakness. Nothing. Even knowing exactly where the breach was, I can barely detect it now. I step back, surveying the cell one final time. Ares remains unconscious, chest rising and falling in the rhythm of drug-induced sleep. The chains glint in the harsh fluorescent light, a visual reminder of who holds the power now. Satisfied, I close and lock the door, resetting all security protocols before heading back to where I left Lillian. She hasn't moved, still curled into herself on the wet floor, vulnerable in her unconsciousness. The sight hits differently now, triggering something protective rather than possessive, something that feels dangerously close to caring. I kneel beside her, gently brushing strands of wet hair from her face. Blood has dried on her inner thighs, mixed with other fluids I don't want to think about. Her skin bears the marks of our battle for possession, finger-shaped bruises, bite marks, and abrasions from the rough concrete. "I've got you," I murmur, though she can't hear me. As gently as possible, I slide one arm beneath her knees, the other supporting her back. I cradle her against my chest, and this strange rage consumes me at the lightness of her body. Her head falls naturally against my shoulder, breath warm against my neck. So light, so fragile in my arms. How could either of us have treated her with such brutality? The question brings unwelcome self-reflection that I'm not ready to examine. Instead, I focus on the immediate needs, caring for her, cleaning her, and ensuring she suffers no lasting physical damage from our violent claims. The emotional trauma is beyond my capacity to address, perhaps beyond anyone's. Physically, I can stitch her up, stop any bleeding, and make sure she is okay. I carry her down the hall, moving careful to avoid jostling her. With each step, I feel something shifting inside me, priorities realigning, focus changing. Revenge suddenly seems less important than her well-being, a dangerous thought I can't afford to entertain. The primary bathroom connects directly to my bedroom, designed with the same clinical efficiency as everything else in my space. I nudge the door open with my shoulder, careful not to bump Lillian's head against the frame. Steam fills the room as I turn on the shower with one hand, still cradling her against my chest. The water heats quickly, mist rising to fog the mirrors. I step under the spray with her still in my arms, ignoring the sting as hot water hits my own cuts and abrasions. Her skin, pale and marked with evidence of our struggle, glistens as water cascades over us both. I lower her carefully until she's sitting on the built-in bench, her head lolling against the tile wall. She looks smaller somehow, more vulnerable than I've ever seen her. I retrieve shower gel, something expensive with hints of cedar I barely notice most days. The scent seems important now, a counterpoint to the metallic tang of blood and sex still clinging to her skin. Starting with her shoulders, I work the lather across her body gently. My hands, instruments of violence for so long, now move with careful precision, washing away the evidence of what we did to her. Blood and other fluids swirl down the drain as I clean between her thighs, my touch clinical rather than sexual, despite our nakedness. My own tenderness surprises me. This unfamiliar urge to care rather than possess, foreign. "I'm sorry," I whisper, though I'm not sure for what exactly. For using her against Ares, for the rough claiming, or for something deeper, dragging her into this war between brothers that was never hers to fight. Her eyelids flutter as the drugs finally start to wear off. I continue my ministrations, working shampoo through her hair and massaging her scalp with my fingers. She murmurs, leaning into my touch unconsciously. I rinse the suds away, watching them disappear down the drain like the evidence of our violence. Clean, reset, as if it never happened. Her eyes open slowly, unfocused at first, then sharpening as they land on my face. "Ares," she whispers, confusion evident in her voice. The single word slices through me deeper than any knife could reach. Of course she would think of him. Of course her first thought would be for my despicable brother. "No," I say, voice rougher than intended. "It's arson." Disappointment flickers across her features before she can mask it. Another wound, this one to something I didn't know could hurt. Something dangerous and fragile taking root where only vengeance used to live. "Where is he?" she asks, her voice small and uncertain. "Back where he belongs," I answer, unable to keep the edge from my tone. "Where he can't hurt you." Her hands reach for me, hesitant at first, then more certain as they slide up my chest. Confusion clouds her expression, yet her body seems to know what it wants. Touch, connection, comfort. "The chemicals," I explain, catching her wrists gently. "They're used to calm a person, and they lower your inhibitions. You're still feeling the effects." "No," she says, her voice stronger than I expected. "It's not just that." She pulls her hands free, surprising me with her determination as she slides them up to cup my face. Water streams between us, warm and cleansing as she studies my features. "You came back for me?" she whispers. "You didn't leave me there." The simple observation shouldn't affect me, but it does. Another crack in the armor I've built over years of institutional survival. Her lips find mine, tentative at first, then more insistent. "I need to stop this. It's wrong." She's vulnerable, still influenced by the security system's chemicals. Every rational thought escapes when her body presses against mine, wet skin sliding against wet skin. My resistance crumbles, and I let go, deepening the kiss. Unlike our earlier encounter, this kiss holds no violence, no punishment. Her mouth opens under mine, her tongue seeking entrance that I willingly grant. My hands settle at her waist, holding rather than restraining. "Please," she murmurs against my lips. "I need to feel something else, something that isn't—" She doesn't finish, but doesn't need to. I understand perfectly. She needs to replace the memory of our brutal taking with something gentler, something chosen rather than forced. Who am I to deny her that healing? I lift her carefully, her legs wrapping around my waist as I press her back against the shower wall. Her breasts, perfect and water-slicked, brush against my chest, nipples hardening at the contact. My cock hardens instantly, pressing against her center, where she's still swollen and sensitive. Tell me to stop. I offer her one last chance to retreat from this precipice. Don't stop, she answers, rocking against me, seeking friction. Please, Arson. My name on her lips is the final permission I need. Positioned at her entrance, I can feel the warmth of her cunt calling to me. Unlike before, I enter her with excruciating slowness, giving her body time to adjust, to accept. She gasps as I fill her inner walls still tender from the earlier abuse, yet welcoming me with silken heat. I grit my teeth against the desire to run into her and pause when fully seated. With our foreheads pressed together, breathing each other's air, I can feel every shudder and quiver of her body. Okay? I ask, searching her face for any signs of pain or regret. Yes, she breathes, rolling her hips. Move, please. I establish a gentle rhythm, nothing like the punishing pace of our previous encounter. Each thrust is measured, deliberate, and angled to brush that spot inside that makes her gasp. Her arms twine around my neck, holding rather than clawing, as we move together in the steam. I've had sex countless times since escaping the institution, used it as just another tool for manipulation, for release, for punishing those who deserved it. This is something else entirely. This is a connection. After she comes apart in my arms, crying out my name, not his, I carry her still trembling body to my bed. Water driplets glisten on her skin. I haven't bothered to dry either of us completely. I lay her down, watching as her eyes grow heavy. The chemicals, the trauma, the release, all combine to pull her toward much-needed sleep. Her legs part as she shifts, revealing the evidence of our joining. My cum leaking from her swollen pussy, marking her in the most primal way possible. The sight should trigger possessiveness and satisfaction at claiming what Ares tried to take. Instead, it prompts an unfamiliar protective surge. I pull the sheet over her, covering her nakedness as if suddenly conscious of her vulnerability. Rest, I tell her, voice rougher than intended. She catches my hand as I move to stand, fingers curling weakly around mine. Stay, she murmurs, already half asleep. Please. I hesitate, then settle beside her on the bed, above the covers while she's beneath them, a boundary I've never bothered with before. Her fingers remain laced with mine as her breathing deepens, her body surrendering to exhaustion. In sleep, her face relaxes completely. The wariness she carries even in her most unguarded moments with me fades away, leaving something younger, more innocent. It's difficult to reconcile this peaceful expression with the sounds she made moments ago, her gasps as I moved inside her, the way she moaned when my fingers circled her clit, the broken cry of completion when she tightened around my cock. I study her features, committing them to memory. The subtle architecture of her face, so different from that of the Hayes family despite years in their world. The dark sweep of eyelashes against her cheeks, the slight part of her lips as she breathes. There's a tightening in my chest, unfamiliar and dangerous. This was never part of the plan. I traced the line of her cheekbone with my free hand, my touch feather-light, to avoid waking her. The tenderness of the gesture startles me, foreign to everything I've become since the institution. Dangerous, this softness. Dangerous, this care. Every attachment is vulnerability. Every vulnerability is a potential weapon to be used against me. Yet I can't bring myself to pull away. I can't force myself to re-establish the emotional distance that has kept me alive and focused all these years. Somewhere in the building below us, Ares lies chained and unconscious. The revenge I've planned for years is finally within reach. I should be savoring this victory, planning the next phase, ensuring nothing interferes with what I've worked toward for so long. Instead, I'm watching a girl sleep, wondering what it would be like to be someone worthy of her trust, someone capable of more than destruction.
Chapter 28. Lillian. I slowly return to consciousness. There's a dull throb of pain between my thighs and in my lower back. I can feel it across my shoulders where someone's teeth marked my skin. Then, sensation. Soft sheets against naked skin, the weight of a blanket, the press of a mattress beneath me. Finally, memory. Violent and fragmented, like glass shards slicing as I try to piece them together. Ares, arson, the flood, the chemical mist. Their hands on me, inside me, taking, claiming, using. I should feel violated, should feel broken, should feel ashamed. I feel none of those things. The realization is startling enough to make me open my eyes, blinking against the soft light of a bedside lamp. I'm no longer in the basement. I'm in Arson's bed. The night comes back to me in flashes. The shower, his unexpected gentleness, the way he filled me so differently than Ares had. Not taking, not claiming. Something else entirely. I shift slightly, cataloging the damage. There's a tenderness between my legs that's bearable but persistent. Finger-shaped bruises on my hips where I was held too hard. A tender spot on my shoulder where teeth broke skin. Not just one set, both. Matching marks from identical mouths. The physical evidence of what happened should horrify me. It should make me curl into myself with shame at the trauma of being caught between twin brutalities. Instead, I feel strangely powerful. I survived them both, took everything they had to give, the violence and the tenderness, and I'm still here, still myself. Is this what it means to be truly seen? Not as the fragile Hayes daughter, the girl with the heart condition, the precious invalid to be protected and controlled, but as a woman, capable of withstanding darkness, of containing multitudes, I examine a bruise on my wrist, pressing it lightly to feel the ache. Proof that it happened. Proof that I've been marked by both twins in ways that can never be undone. Their violence, their desire, their impossible complexities. The shame doesn't come, no matter how I search for it. Perhaps it will find me later, when the strange empowerment fades. For now, there's only this peculiar strength. The knowledge that I've been broken open and somehow emerged more whole than before. I am not what the Hayes family made me. Not what Ares imagined, not even what Arson thought he was using. I am something else entirely. Something born in floodwaters and fucking. Something that survived twin hungers and emerged changed but undiminished. I look away and find Arson standing near the dresser, his back to me, as he arranges something with methodical precision. Medical supplies, I realize. Bandages, antiseptics, and painkillers are neatly lined up on the wooden surface. The care these preparations imply contrasts sharply with the careful distance he maintains. He senses my wakefulness without turning. There's water beside you. Painkillers if you need them. Gone is the tenderness from last night. There's none of the raw connection we forged in the shower and beneath the sheets. He's clinical now, detached, as if building walls between us with each passing second. Thank you, I say, voice raspy. He nods once but doesn't turn to look at me. His shoulders are tense beneath his t-shirt, the fabric stretched across muscles rigid with whatever emotion he's working hard to contain. The distance isn't accidental. It's deliberate, protective, though whether he's protecting me or himself remains unclear. I sit up slowly, wincing as new pains become noticeable. The sheet falls to my waist, exposing breasts marked with light bruises, evidence of mouths, hands, desires barely controlled. Arson's gaze flicks to me in the dresser mirror, then away quickly. There is no missing the way his jaw tightens. You can use the shower, he says, voice flat. I left clean clothes on the counter. Arson? The sound of his name stops his movements. Look at me. He turns reluctantly, eyes carefully fixed on a point above my head rather than meeting my gaze. The avoidance feels worse than anything that happened yesterday. I can practically feel him building the wall between us right now. I know he feels something, and everything on his face right now says he'd rather rip out his own heart than acknowledge it. We had a deal, I say carefully, pulling the sheet up to cover myself, since my nakedness seems to disturb him now. My body for Ares' freedom. A muscle jumps in his jaw. Is that what you think happened yesterday? A transaction? Isn't it? I challenge. You made the terms clear. I agreed to them. And you think you've paid your debt? Finally, his eyes meet mine, something dangerous flickering in their depths. You think what happened yesterday was you fulfilling your part of some bargain? The bitterness in his tone catches me off guard. I gave you what you wanted, I say, confusion bleeding into my voice. I let you... You let me? He interrupts, a harsh laugh escaping him. He seems pissed off, and I'm confused by that. Isn't this what he wanted? You didn't let me do anything. You didn't let either of us do anything. He steps closer, and it's then that I see the fresh bruises on his face, my gaze drifting to the cut above his eyebrow. His proximity reminds me of how safe and secure I felt with his body pressed against mine, his cock deep inside me. There was no giving, Lillian. He continues, voice dropping lower. Only taking. First him, then me. That's a low blow, even for him. I made a choice, I insist, though uncertainty creeps in. I wanted both of them, but I'm not sure I would have wanted it to be in the way it happened. I agreed to your terms. Did you? His hazel eyes burned into mine. Or did the adrenaline and drugs make the choice for you? The chemicals lowered my inhibitions, I argue, gripping the sheet tighter. But they didn't create desires that weren't already there. No matter what you think, I wanted it. He laughs, the sound so cold it feels foreign coming from the same lips that left fire trails on my body. Is that what you tell yourself to lessen the trauma? That you wanted to be taken on a concrete floor while you were drugged? The crude description makes me flinch, but I hold his gaze. How it happened no longer matters. I wanted it, wanted both of you. I have for longer than I'd care to admit. The way his jaw tightens, his fists clenched tight at his sides. He's acting like he gives a shit, like he cares about my well-being. Either that or he's pissed that I'm making him follow through with his part of the deal. Even after. His voice tightens, turning brittle with restraint. Even after what? His upper lip curls into a sneer. It doesn't matter. So now you assume the agreement is done? That spreading your legs means Ares goes free? You said... I know what I said. He cuts me off and begins to pace the small space in front of me. I also know what actually happened. I didn't take anything from you that you didn't beg for in that shower. It was Ares who took from you without asking. Confusion tangles my thoughts. Yes, Ares had been rough. Desperate, even. But he didn't take anything from me that I hadn't given him. They both wanted to use me to hurt each other. You're just as much at fault as he is. A twisted smile appears on his lips, sending a rush of cold dread slithering down my spine. Catching up finally. Realizing that I'm the monster I told you I was all along. Nothing you do will ever make me believe you're a monster. You're hurt. You want retribution. You want to make them feel the same pain you felt. I understand that. I want to help you. That's why I'm here. But we had a deal. I gave you what you wanted. He rolls his eyes. The virgin sacrifice balances the scales. Something in his tone sets alarm bells ringing. What are you saying? I'm saying. He moves closer, eyes never leaving mine. That Ares got far more out of this bargain than I did. I recoil slightly, mind racing to decode his meaning. I don't understand. He didn't just take your virginity, Lillian. Arson's voice drops lower, an edge of pain beneath the anger. He took what he wanted and left you unconscious on the wet floor. Used you as a distraction to escape. Would have been halfway to freedom if I hadn't stopped him. The revelation hits hard, pieces clicking into place. The soreness, the abandonment, the way Arson had been the one to carry me to safety, to clean me up and care for me afterward. You're lying, I whisper, but doubt has already started to take root. He wouldn't just leave me there. Wouldn't he? Arson laughs humorlessly. I know it's hard to believe that your precious Ares, the one you've been pining after for years, the same one who kept you at arm's length, would do such a terrible thing. That he would use you as a weapon against me when the occasion came. Unwelcome tears prick at my eyes. Stop it. You want to know who Ares is and how much you matter to him? He continues relentlessly. Here it is. He fucked you, got what he wanted, and walked away without a backward glance. He left you bleeding and unconscious on the cold concrete. There's not a doubt in my mind that he would have let you die there if it meant gaining his freedom. Each word chips away at something fundamental inside me. The years of fantasy built around Ares, the noble stepbrother who kept his distance to protect me. Strong, dependent, fierce in loyalty. The reality Arson presents is too painful to accept, yet too specific to dismiss. I don't believe you, I whisper, though I can hear the uncertainty in my voice. I don't need you to believe me. I know what I saw. Or did you forget it was me who showered you, who fed you, who tended to your wounds, who held you in their fucking arms? I hate what he's telling me. Hate that it leads me to doubt Ares and his intentions. That it makes me believe I might not know him at all. Why are you doing this? I demand, pushing aside the sheets to stand despite my nakedness and the pain that shoots through various parts of my body. You're not innocent either. You used me to hurt him, to torture him. And you still fucked me, even after he claimed me. If you want me to believe he is a monster, then I would have to believe you are too. And that's not possible. His gaze skims over every mark, lingering just long enough to make my skin burn, before he meets my eyes with a quiet, unreadable stillness. It is possible. You just don't want to acknowledge it. The proof is in every bruise, the tenderness between your thighs, the bite marks on your shoulder. That's not an answer. What do you want me to say? His voice cracks with weight. That watching him touch you made my vision blur with rage? That seeing him inside you felt like betrayal carved into my skin? That I wanted blood before, but now I want war? That finding your limp body on that floor made me want to rip him apart, piece by piece, until he begged for the end? I'm caught off guard by his response. This isn't the calculated manipulation I've come to expect from him. This is something else. Something dangerously close to genuine feeling. I want the truth, I insist, stepping closer despite my vulnerability. Not whatever twisted version serves your revenge fantasy. The air is so tense, crackling with unsaid emotion and rage. I'm waiting for the moment he snaps, but it never comes. Instead, he moves to the desk where his laptop sits closed. He quickly opens it and types in a few commands before he turns the screen to me. Don't believe me? He asks, voice flat. Take a look for yourself. The security footage is grainy but clear enough. The timestamp shows yesterday's events during the flood. The camera angle captures the corridor outside Ares' cell. I watch with growing horror as the events unfold on screen. Ares finishes inside me, then my body goes limp beneath him. He pulls out and pushes up off the floor. There's no hesitation, no moment of concern or care for me. He simply stands, gathers his soaked pants, and walks away. The camera follows his retreat down the corridor, and not once does he look back at my unconscious form. The clinical brutality of it and the casual disregard make my stomach clench.
He didn't even check to make sure you were still breathing,
Arson says quietly.
Didn't try to move you out of the water. He just used you, fucked you, and discarded you, like you meant nothing to him.
A knife pierces my heart. I want to deny it, to claim the footage is manipulated. But the evidence is too raw and too real to be anything else. The timestamps continue, showing minutes passing with me lying there on the floor. Then Arson appears, regaining consciousness. The rage on his face as he pushes himself up is unmistakable. Not calculated, not performed for cameras he might not have remembered were there. He wears a mask of pure, protective fury as he first checks me, then follows his brother. "Please stop," I whisper, unable to watch more. "I've seen enough." He closes the laptop with a soft click that seems to echo in the silent room. I stand motionless, trying to process everything, trying to reconcile the Ares from my fantasies with the man who left me like discarded trash. I want to see him. I finally speak, my voice steadier than I feel. Arson's head snaps up.
"I don't think that's a good idea."
I didn't ask if it was a good idea. I move toward the pile of clothes he left out for me. T-shirt and sweatpants. All his, all too big, but at least they're clean and dry. I pull them on, my hands trembling. I need to hear him say it.
"What exactly do you think he's going to say?"
Arson questions warily.
That he's sorry? That it was a mistake? That deep down he actually gives a fuck?
I don't bother confirming that those are, in fact, the things I hope he says, so I ignore them and focus on getting dressed. Once fully clothed, I turn to him. "You can't stop me," I tell him, though we both know that's not true. He could lock me in this room if he wanted, could restrain me as easily as he has Ares. I don't doubt that he would do just that, but I'm too invested in understanding what happened to give a shit. With a sigh, he runs a hand through his hair in a gesture that is so reminiscent of his twin, it makes my chest ache.
"If that's what you want, then fine. I'm coming with you, though."
I expected that. The walk to Ares' cell is silent, tension building with each step. Every muscle screams in protest of the movement, my muscles sore and joints stiff from yesterday's violence. I do my best to ignore the discomfort, focusing on the confrontation ahead. Ares is awake when we reach the observation window. He sits on the edge of his cot, wrists and ankles bound by chains that allow limited movement and zero chance of escape. The evidence of the fight with Arson is reflected on his face. He has a split lip, a bruised cheek, and a cut above his eyebrow that probably needs stitches. No matter what, he's still beautiful, and still the man I dreamed of for so many years, even if it feels like I don't know him right now.
"Well, isn't this touching?"
He greets us, his mocking voice carrying clearly through the intercom Arson activates.
"The happy couple comes to visit."
Everything inside me says this is wrong. This isn't the man I longed for and lusted after for 2 years. I step closer to the glass, aware that Arson watches us carefully. "Why?" The single word holds all my confusion, all my hurt. Ares' eyes, identical to Arson's but somehow colder, meet mine with casual indifference.
What is it that you're asking? Why did I fuck you? Because you were there. Because I knew it would hurt him.
He nods toward Arson.
Plus, you've been begging for my dick since you were 16. A man can only resist for so long.
How could he talk like that? It hurts. It hurts so fucking bad. I press my palms against the glass, needing its solidity to keep myself upright. Stop trying to make me hate you. Stop with the games. Why did you leave me there? My voice cracks as all my emotions threaten to break free. Unconscious. Hurt. He merely shrugs, the chains rattling with the movement.
I don't recall you complaining when you came all over my cock. It's not like I left you unsatisfied. You served your purpose and I was done. I didn't count on my brother showing such attachment to you. So in the end, you were the distraction I needed to get out of here.
Cruelty seeps from his pores. Its stench so heavy I can barely breathe. This isn't the Ares I thought I knew. No. This is the man he was all along. The man hidden behind careful distance and polite rejection. This is the real him. The one without a mask.
Oh, come on. What did you expect?
Ares asks, leaning forward as far as his chains allow.
I can see the disappointment on your face, Lil. What did you think would happen? That I would announce my love for you? That I would sweep you into my arms and care for you?
I blink back tears, trying to hold my emotions in. A mockery of a smile appears on his lips, clear satisfaction at the pain riddling my features.
You spent years tempting me, begging me to fuck you. And now that you got what you wanted, you aren't happy?
That's not it.
Then what is? It's not my fault you expected more. Your virginity didn't mean shit to me. I don't do gentle. I don't do slow. I fuck. And that's what you got. Fucked.
I don't know how much longer I can stand here and let him cut me with his words. I struggle to reconcile this man with the stepbrother who always seemed so careful, in control, and noble in his distance. I thought... I begin, but he cuts me off with a harsh laugh.
I know what you thought. That I kept my distance because I cared too much, right? That I didn't fuck you earlier because I wanted to protect you.
He shakes his head, and his eyes, the same eyes I've dreamed about, pierce mine with a blistering cold that I feel in my bones.
I kept my distance because you were another obligation. My father's new wife's damaged daughter. Another Hayes family burden. And I didn't want to be responsible for breaking you.
Arson steps closer to the glass, tension radiating off him. And I know he wants to step in. He wants to stick up for me. But this is my confrontation, my illusions to lose. Then why? I press harder, desperate for some explanation that might hurt less than this brutal dismissal. Why did you warn me about him? I gesture toward Arson. Why tell me he was dangerous if you didn't care about me?
Because he is dangerous.
Ares' eyes shift to his brother, and some unreadable emotion flickers there.
This is nothing more than a game. So anything that hurts him is worth doing. Even playing protector to you for a moment. Making him believe that you might put a wrench in his plans. It's manipulation.
My fingers curl against the glass, and I wish we were face to face. I wish I could hurt him the way he's hurting me right now. So that's all I was? A weapon in your fight with each other?
I don't understand. What else could you have been to me?
Ares asks, genuine confusion in his voice.
Look at yourself, Lillian. The fragile heart patient. The charity case. The girl who spreads her legs for twins in the span of an hour.
I try not to let it bother me, but it hurts so much more than I expected. Stop. I know you don't mean it.
I'm sorry, but it's not my fault if you saw this for more than what it really was.
It was real. It is real. I sniffle.
You're right. It is real. We fucked. What isn't real is your expectation. I don't want you, and I never have.
He's lying. He has to be. I remember all the times I caught him watching me. The gentleness in his eyes. The consideration and care.
Though I will say, you were a decent fuck. Tight. Responsive. Better than I expected, considering.
Shame finally finds me. Hot and caustic. Burning through the strange empowerment I felt upon waking. I step back from the glass and wrap my arms around my middle, as if I can physically hold myself together that way. It feels like I'm being ripped apart at the seams.
Thanks for the distraction.
Aries continues, watching my reaction with clinical interest.
And for warming up for my eventual escape. I'll be sure to remember you fondly once I'm free.
The words are a dismissal, casual and complete. Years of fantasy crumble in seconds. The noble stepbrother replaced by this cold, calculating stranger who sees me as nothing more than a convenient tool. All that's left to do is walk away. I turn, unable to look at him anymore, unable to bear the sight of a face I loved, twisted with such casual cruelty. My legs feel unsteady. The world tilting on its axis as everything I thought I knew rearranges itself into painful new configurations. Arson's hand catches my elbow, steadying me, but I flinch away from his touch. Too much. All of it. Too much.
Are you satisfied now?
He asks quietly.
Do you believe me? Or do you need him to continue?
I shake my head, unable to form words through the tightness in my throat and burning behind my eyes. Every memory of Aries, every moment I treasured, every glance I interpreted as a hidden feeling, was now poisoned by the reality of his indifference. He never really cared, never really wanted me. I've seen enough. I manage, voice breaking despite my effort to control it. I want to leave. Arson nods once, sharp and precise, but makes no move to touch me again. The careful distance he maintains feels like both kindness and punishment. As I turn to leave, his voice stops me.
Go ahead. I'll be up in a minute.
Something in his tone, a dangerous undercurrent I've come to recognize, makes me hesitate. I glance back to see him step closer to the observation window, his posture shifting from the controlled presence beside me to something more predatory.
Look at her,
Arson says to Aries, voice pitched to carry through the intercom.
Really look at what you've done.
Aries rolls his eyes, chains clinking as he shifts on the cot.
Spare me the moral outrage. We both know you're not any more innocent than me. That's just it. I never pretended to be.
Arson's hand presses flat against the glass, a mirror image of how I stood moments ago.
And I never left her to die on a concrete floor. She's still breathing, isn't she?
Aries shrugs.
Besides, you should thank me. I broke her in for you. Made it easier to play your little savior act.
I should leave. should walk away from this toxic exchange, from the way they continue to use me as a weapon against each other, even now. But my feet remain rooted to the spot, watching the identical faces contort with twin hatreds.
Broke her in for me?
Arson shakes his head in what looks like disappointment.
Do you even hear yourself right now? Are you mad your plan didn't work out as you intended? Mad that I didn't fall at her feet and apologize? What exactly is it that you're upset about? Because from where I'm standing, it looks like you're developing feelings.
I'm going to kill you, Arson says, voice suddenly calm, terrifyingly matter-of-fact.
Not today, not quickly. But I promise you, before this is over, you will beg for death.
The clinical certainty in Arson's tone sends ice through my veins. This isn't bluster or performance. This is a promise, plain and simple. Ares' smile is equally chilling.
Do your worst. I'll be here whenever you're ready. Just remember we both know which one of us was made to survive.
I finally force myself to move, steps quickening as I flee down the corridor, their voices fading behind me. My mind reels, trying to process everything. Ares' cruelty, Arson's unexpected protectiveness, and the violence simmering between them that seems destined to end only when one of them is dead. I reach the end of the hall, leaning heavily against the wall as my legs threaten to give out. The truth settles over me like a shroud. There are no heroes in this story. No noble protectors, no redemption waiting in the wings. Just two broken men, shaped by the same trauma into different monsters. And me, caught between them. No longer a pawn, perhaps, but still very much in danger of being consumed by their mutual destruction. The strangest part isn't Ares' betrayal or Arson's unexpected care. It's the realization that despite everything, despite the manipulation, the violence, the using, I'm not running away, not planning my escape. Because somewhere along the way, I've become as broken as they are, as unable to walk away from this darkness they've pulled me into, as complicit in whatever happens next.
Chapter 29. Arson. I maintain my distance as she processes what happened with Ares. 24 hours of careful avoidance, bringing her food but not sharing a meal, checking security systems while she sleeps, working in the outer rooms when she's awake. Clinical, efficient, removed. I can't even count how many times I've told myself it's better this way. Distance protects us both from the bond that started to form in the shower and bed, from the unexpected tenderness that threatens years of carefully cultivated hatred, from the uncomfortable realization that I've come to care about what happens to her. I hate it. I hate that I've used her, that I allowed my brother to hurt her and made her a pawn in a war she had nothing to do with. She spends most of the day in bed, curled away from the door, sometimes sleeping, sometimes staring at the wall, processing, mourning, coming to terms with the death of a fantasy she's carried for years. I recognize the stillness and the careful conservation of energy. I perfected it in the institution, this method of rebuilding internal defenses after they've been shattered. So I give her space, give her time, more consideration than I've shown anyone in years. By the morning of the second day, I can tell something has changed. She emerges from the bedroom while I'm reviewing surveillance footage, hair damp from a shower, wearing my clothes still, but with a new determination in her posture. The broken girl from yesterday has disappeared. "We need to talk," she says, voice steady despite the lingering shadows under her eyes. I close the laptop, giving her my full attention while maintaining physical distance. "About? What happens next?" She sits across from me at the small table, hands folded precisely on its surface. "What is the plan now that Ares is secure again?" "I'm sorry, but there is no we in this discussion," I say, keeping my voice neutral. "You've seen what happens when you get involved. It's better if you focus on recovering." Her eyes narrow. "I'm involved. Have been since the moment I recognized you weren't Ares at that party. Since I found Mother's files. Since we had sex." "A series of mistakes," I counter, "that won't be repeated." "Mistakes?" She leans forward as if she didn't hear me correctly. "Is that what you call what happened between us?" This is dangerous territory. Uncomfortable, I stand, putting more distance between us. What happened was the result of chemicals, adrenaline, and poor judgment. Nothing more. The lie tastes bitter, but necessary. Whatever connection formed between us in those hours of tenderness is a vulnerability I can't afford to acknowledge. Not now. Not with everything finally falling into place. "That's bullshit, and you know it." Her directness surprises me. "Something changed between us. I felt it, and I know you felt it too." "The only thing that's changed," I say coldly, "is that you've finally seen Ares for the piece of shit he is. Don't mistake my gratitude for something deeper, Lillian. It's beneath both of us." "Gratitude?" She stands, matching my movement, refusing to be physically dominated even as I tower over her. "You think that's what this is about?" "I think you've had your illusions about one brother shattered." I do my best to keep all emotion out of my voice. "And now you're transferring those feelings to the other. It's basic psychology." She laughs, but the sound holds no humor. "For someone so observant, you can be remarkably blind when it suits you. And you can be remarkably naive." I move to the security monitors, checking them more as a distraction than necessity. Anything to avoid the intensity in her eyes. "This isn't your fight. Never was. You were a complication I should have handled differently from the start." "A complication?" She follows me, refusing to be dismissed. "Is that what you call someone who helped you? Who offered you information about the family you didn't have? Who gave you—" "Gave me what?" I turn sharply, cutting her off. "Your body? Is that what you were about to say? Because my experience was a bit different from yours. Nothing was given. You didn't give anyone anything. We took it." Color flushes her cheeks, but she doesn't back down. "I was going to say who gave you trust, who believed in your right to justice even while questioning your methods." The unexpected response throws me off balance. I recalibrate, reinforcing my emotional walls. "Then you're even more naive than I thought. There's no justice to be had, Lillian. Only revenge. Only making them pay for what they did to me, for what they took from me." "And what about what they did to the others?" she challenges me. "The files I found show dozens of victims, children who disappeared into institutions like you did, families that were destroyed. Don't they deserve justice too?" "They do, but not at the cost of my revenge. They're not my concern." "They could be." She steps closer, close enough now that I can smell the shampoo she used. My shampoo. "We could expose them. Not just what they did to you, but the whole operation. We could make it impossible for them to hurt anyone else." Again, I repeat, infusing the word with all the contempt I can muster. There is no we in any of this. You were always meant to be leveraged, a way to hurt Ares. Nothing more. The lie cuts deep. I see it in the brief flash of pain that flickers across her features, but she rallies quickly, anger replacing hurt. That's a fucking lie, she says again with even more conviction. You promised me, said we had a deal, my body for his freedom, remember? I held up my end. And look how well that turned out for you, I snap, patience fracturing. Nearly raped on a concrete floor and left for dead. Is that the kind of involvement you're so eager to continue forward with? That's not fair. Fair? I laugh harshly. Nothing about this is fair. Nothing about what they did to me was fair. Nothing about what Ares did to you was fair. Welcome to reality, little sister. It's uglier than your fantasies. She flinches at the cruelty, but stands her ground. That's not what this is. This isn't about fairness. This is you pushing me away because you're afraid of getting attached. I'm not afraid. Liar, she says softly. You're terrified of caring about me, of letting someone in. I don't respond, mainly because I don't have a response. I'm not ready to talk about my feelings for her, let alone face or put to name what we are or could be. Why is it so hard to admit? She presses, stepping closer, eliminating the careful distance I've maintained. Why can't you acknowledge that something changed between us, that for a moment you actually let someone see the real you? Because there is no real me, I snarl, backing away. There's only what they created in that place, only what the family made me. Our family, she corrects. They hurt me, too. Different methods, same control. It's not the same, I insist, anger building at her persistent attempts to create equivalence between her comfortable captivity and my institutional hell. You have no idea what I endured, what they took from me. Then tell me. Her voice softens, almost pleading. Let me understand. Let me help, Ares. Ares. The name hangs in the air between us, a simple slip of the tongue with the impact of detonation. Ares, Ares, Ares. It's been about him my entire fucking life. The golden boy who let me take the blame, who let me fall between the cracks. Lillian sees where this is headed immediately. She blinks once, then twice, and it's like she herself can't believe the mistake she's made. But it's too late. Something inside me snaps, like a bone breaking beneath the pressure. I no longer feel in control of myself, of my body. All I can think to do is make her see me, make her feel me. In an instant, I'm across the room. I grab her by the upper arms, my grip bruising. I know I shouldn't hurt her, that I should be gentle with her, but I can't be bothered by her feelings, not when she continues to call me his name, shredding me to pieces every single fucking time. Say it again, I demand, voice deadly quiet. Say his name again while looking at me. Arson, I'm sorry. It was a mistake. A mistake. A laugh escapes me, the sound harsh and broken. Ever heard of a Freudian slip? It's the mind's way of revealing what's hidden beneath, which means you're still thinking of him, wishing I was still him. I snarl at her, unable to hold my anger in. After everything he did to you, how could she care for him when it's so painfully obvious he doesn't care for her? Fear flashes in her eyes, but she doesn't struggle, doesn't try to pull away. Don't do this. I know what you're thinking, and it's not true. We both know I didn't mean to say his name. But you did. My grip tightens, fury building like a physical force beneath my skin. How can you expect me to think otherwise when you spent years wanting him? Years building fantasy around the noble stepbrother who kept you at a distance under the illusion of safety, only to discover he's not the person you thought he was, but you still want him. And that's where I come in, right? You'll settle for the less-than brother, the broken replacement, because we're identical twins, so it feels like you're still fulfilling that fantasy. Right. Stop it, she says, voice stronger now despite the fear. You're not a copy of him. You're not a replacement. You're... What? I demand, giving her a small shake. Please tell me, what am I to you, Lillian? The monster you've decided to fuck because your golden boy turned out to be just as monstrous? The devil you know? The backup plan? That's not... She's scrambling for the right words to say, but there are none. There is only the truth, even if she doesn't want to see it. You want to know why I'm pushing you away? My control splinters further with each word. Because I know every time you look at me, you see him. Every time you touch me, you're imagining him. Every single fucking time. That's not true, she insists. Tears gather in her eyes, but don't fall. Not yet. I see you. I've always seen you. From the very beginning, I knew there was something different. Liar. It's a bitter taste on my tongue to call her a liar, because somehow I know she could tell I wasn't Aries. But that doesn't matter. Not right now. If you know, if you can tell us apart so well, then why did you just call me by his name? Her lips part and guilt fills her eyes. All I can do is shake my head, letting the disappointment and anger consume me. After everything he did to you, the way he used you and discarded you, anger burns, threatening to suffocate me. After everything I did for you, I had never cared for someone else, never given a shit about another human like that, and still, his name is the one on your lips. I hate how raw and broken my voice sounds, but more than anything, I hate that I let her do this to me. I'm sorry. It wasn't intentional, I swear. Nothing she says is going to change how I feel. I don't want to hear her voice right now. I don't want to listen to her lies. A plan forms in my mind, not calculated, not strategic, nothing but pure animal rage driving me towards something I'll regret. I start dragging her toward the door, my grip unrelenting despite her struggles and protests. What are you doing? She asks in a rushed voice, not quite afraid, but balancing on the edge of fear. Is it really so hard to tell the difference between us? I ask in a barely contained growl while pulling her down the corridor. I didn't think so, but I suppose if you can't tell yet, then maybe you haven't spent enough time with your beloved hero. Don't! She tries to dig her feet into the ground, but she's half my size. Her efforts to stop me are futile at best. Oh, sweet Lillian, I tried to help you, tried to show you how different we are, but I should have realized sometimes the easiest way to learn something is to experience it firsthand. I drag her down the hall, my grip unyielding despite her attempts to break free. I didn't mean it, she protests, her voice echoing off the concrete. I refuse to listen, refuse to accept her excuses. The rushing in my ears drowns out everything but the fury pulsing through my veins. Arson, stop! She gasps as I yank her around the corner toward Ares' cell. You're hurting me. Good, I snarl, beyond reason, beyond the careful control I've maintained for years. I want to hurt her. I want to make her feel the pain she's making me feel right now. Maybe you need to feel pain, experience it firsthand to be able to tell us apart. The security door beeps as I swipe the card, and hydraulics hiss when it opens to the holding area. Ares looks up from his cot, chains rattling as he moves to a standing position. A look of amusement crosses his features when he sees Lillian struggling in my grip. Even as monstrous as he is, I know the truth. I know he cares about her far more than he leads on. With one hand at the back of her neck, I slam her against the observation window, forcing her face against the glass, and use my other hand to pin her hips against the wall. The position is deliberately reminiscent of how I took her days ago, a crude reminder of intimacy, now twisted into punishment. "Look at him," I demand, voice tight with barely controlled rage. "Look at him and tell me we're the same. Tell me you can't tell us apart." "I never said—" she starts, her voice muffled against the glass. "Say it!" I press her face against the glass a little harder, and she winces. "Say we're different. Say my name." Through the glass, Ares watches with predatory interest, head tilted at a slight angle, like he used to when we were kids, studying weaknesses, calculating advantages. "Arson," she speaks clearly, her breath fogging the glass. "You're Arson. He's Ares. I know who you are." "Do you?" I lean closer, speaking directly into her ear while maintaining eye contact with Ares through the glass. "Then why the fuck is his name on your lips? Why does he have a place in your thoughts after treating you with so much disdain?" Ares steps closer to the window, chains dragging across the concrete floor. "Trouble in paradise already?" he calls, voice carrying clearly through the intercom I never switched off. "It's a shame. I thought you two were so perfect together, the damaged girl and the psychopath." His mockery only feeds the rage festering inside me. Lillian squeaks as I sink my fingers deeper into her hips. I ignore the slight tremble of her body, the fear radiating off her. "Tell him," I demand. "Tell him how you called me by his name, how even after he used you and left you for dead, you still think about him." "That's not true," she insists, voice breaking. "It was a mistake, just a slip." A laugh fills the air, the sound identical to mine, but somehow colder, that belongs to Ares. "A Freudian slip, I believe they call it, revealing deeper truth through verbal errors." Stepping closer to the glass, he continues. "What seems to be the problem, brother? Insecure about your position in her affections?" "Shut up!" I snarl at him and tug Lillian away from the glass an inch so I can get a good look at her face. "Is that what you want? Who you want? After everything he did to you?" "No," she whispers, and tears finally trail down her cheeks. "Please, Arson, listen to me. This isn't you. I'm sorry." "Isn't it?" Ares taunts through the glass. "All you've known this whole time is what we wanted you to know, what we wanted you to see, when in reality this is exactly who he is, who we both are. Monsters with identical faces." He's right. As much as I hate him and as much as I want revenge, there is no denying that we're more similar than we are different. "She still doesn't see it," I tell Ares, voice dropping lower as something dark and irrevocable takes root. "Still doesn't understand what we are, what we're capable of." Ares' smile widens, recognizing the dangerous edge in my tone. There's almost a manic glint in his eyes, and that look both excites me and makes me sick to my stomach. "Then show her, brother. Show her exactly what happens when someone confuses us." The suggestion feels like permission, a release of whatever final restraint has been holding me back. If I don't do this, Lillian will never see me. She'll never see the difference. With deliberate movements, I pull Lillian away from the glass, one hand gripping her arm, while the other reaches for the security keypad. "Wait, what are you doing?" Her voice rises with genuine alarm as she pieces the puzzle together in her mind. "Arson, don't—" I punch in the security code, and the door to Ares' cell slides open with a pneumatic hiss. For a moment, everyone freezes. Lillian stares in horror at the open doorway. Ares stands motionless, as if unable to believe his luck. And then there is me, vibrating with a rage so complete it feels like clarity. "If you want him so bad," I tell Lillian, voice eerily calm now, "then you can have him." I don't give her the chance to respond. I shove her forward with enough force that she stumbles into the cell, catching herself against the far wall. Ares' gaze follows her movements with precision, watching as she regains her balance. She shakes her head slowly, as if she can't believe what's happening. "What are you doing?" she repeats, panic edging her voice. Like a mouse caught in a trap, she tries to escape, but I block her path, maintaining my position in the doorway. "Giving you what you want, what you've always wanted." "No, I don't want this," she insists, her fearful eyes darting between Ares and me, who remains strategically still, chains limiting his movement, but not eliminating it entirely. "Arson, please, this isn't funny." "Do I look amused?" I ask coldly, crossing my arms over my chest. Ares shifts, and his chains clink with the movement. The sound makes her flinch, a tension divided between the twin threats. "If your goal is for him to hurt me, then you're going to be really disappointed." Her voice wobbles, giving her away. Not even she believes the words she's saying. "I guess we'll find out, won't we?" I step backward through the doorway, and if he does, then you'll remember who is who next time. "That's not fair." She lunges forward, trying to reach the door, but I'm already activating the closing mechanism. The hydraulics engage, the heavy door beginning its inevitable slide shut. Her chest starts to rise and fall rapidly, and clear panic contours her face. "Arson, don't do this, please." The desperation in her voice should satisfy me, should soothe the raw wound of hearing my brother's name on her lips. Instead, it lodges like a shard of glass in my chest, painful and impossible to ignore. It didn't have to be this way. It hurts like hell, but I maintain course. My pride demands it, the rage I'm feeling. I can't turn back now. "If you want Ares so badly," I say as the door closes between us, "you can fucking have him." Her face in that final moment, terror mixed with betrayal, with confusion, with hurt, burns itself into my memory as the lock engages with a definitive click. "Enjoy your time together," I call through the intercom, voice steady despite the storm raging inside me. "Isn't this what you've wanted since you were 16? Your precious Ares all to yourself?" It's obvious this isn't what she wants. Painfully obvious. Through the observation window, she presses herself against the far wall, putting as much distance between herself and Ares as she can. Her blue eyes pierce mine, wide with disbelief, and a betrayal so raw it would be visible even without our strange connection. "But you promised to protect me." Her bottom lip trembles, and her voice begs me to go to her, to comfort her. "You said you wouldn't let him hurt me again." The reminder cuts deep, deeper than I anticipated. In the aftermath of what happened, I did promise that in the gentle moments that followed. Promised it with my hands, my body, in every tender stroke. Promises were made to be broken. I feel so cold inside I can't even tell who I am anymore. Consider this a lesson in trust, in distinguishing between twins. Ares watches our exchange with calculated interest, though he doesn't make a move toward her. The chains limit his range, but not enough to keep her truly safe if he decides to act. We both know this. She knows this, and it's a risk I'm willing to take. "Please don't leave me here," she says, a final appeal that lands with surprising accuracy. "This isn't you. This is what they made you, what they wanted you to become." Part of me knows that to be true, and for a moment I see myself as she does, acting exactly as the institution programmed me to act. Violent, reactive, using others as weapons without regard for collateral damage. I'm becoming the very thing I hate. The realization hits me right in the chest, and the rage drains away as quickly as it erupted, leaving a streak of horror in its wake. What have I done? What am I doing? I blink, feeling more than just my own pain at that moment, and reach for the control panel. My fingers hover over the door release, but I pause when Ares speaks. "Reconsidering already, brother?" he taunts. "Always so predictable and weak." Our eyes lock through the glass, identical faces mirroring a lifetime's worth of hatred. Opening that door now means admitting my mistake. It means proving him right by showing my one and only weakness, her. It means surrendering whatever twisted victory this moment represents. Pride wars with the unfamiliar urge to protect, to fix what I've broken, to honor what formed between Lillian and me in those quiet moments after the violence. "Arson," Lillian says, voice steadier now despite her obvious fear. "Don't do this. Don't be what they made you. Be the person I know you are." Her words echo through my thoughts with such precision it's unsettling, like she can see inside my mind, past the monster to whatever remains of the person I might have been. No. I slam the door closed in my mind. Taking a step back from the controls, I try to mask the conflict and confusion I'm feeling. "You wanted to be involved," I say, the words sounding hollow even to my own ears. "This is what involvement looks like." The moment the door locks, separating us with inches of reinforced material, regret floods me. It's instant and overwhelming. Admitting that now, with Ares watching, with everything balanced on this moment of cruelty, feels impossible. I turn away from the observation window, unable to bear the wounded betrayal in Lillian's eyes a moment longer. Each step down the corridor feels heavier than the last, as if I'm physically...
Just a quick reminder, this is a free audiobook. No ads, no paywall. Now take a short break and enjoy the music. See you on the other side.
dragging the weight of what I've just done behind me. What kind of monster am I becoming? What kind of monster have I always been? The question haunts me as I walk, hands shaking with an emotion I won't name. This was never part of the plan. She was supposed to be a tool, a means to hurt Ares and nothing more. When did she become someone whose pain affects me, whose betrayal, real or imagined, cuts deep enough to make me act against my own interests? I pause at the end of the hall, torn between returning to fix my mistake and continuing forward to preserve what's left of my pride. The war between these impulses paralyzes me, foreign in its intensity. I've spent a decade calculating every move, controlling every reaction. This reckless, emotional response is dangerous, unpredictable. Just like locking her in that cell was dangerous, unpredictable, potentially deadly. The thought of what Ares might do to her hurts like a physical wound. He's restrained, yes, but not completely immobilized. I might as well have handed him a loaded gun to use against me. Lillian, someone I've shown I care about, however reluctantly. Fuck, I mutter, raking both hands through my hair. The rage has evaporated completely, leaving only cold, clear horror in its wake. I need to get her out of there, now, before what? Before Ares hurts her? Before he says something to turn her against me permanently? Before he convinces her that he's the lesser evil between identical monsters? Maybe that's what I'm afraid of, that given enough time alone with him, she'll recognize something in Ares worth salvaging, something familiar from years of watching him and wanting him, that she'll realize her slip of the tongue wasn't a mistake, but a deeper truth about where her heart truly lies. Fuck me. I changed direction, moving toward the security room instead of returning to the cell. If I can't admit my mistake face to face, I can at least monitor the situation. Make sure Ares doesn't hurt her again, and intervene if necessary. The bank of monitors flickers to life as I enter the security codes, cameras activating to show multiple angles of the cell. Lillian still stands pressed against the far wall. Ares watches her with interest from his limited radius. I sink into the chair, eyes fixed on the screen, fingers hovering over the emergency release that would open the cell door instantly if need be. I won't leave her in there for long. It won't take long to prove my point, to make her see the difference between us once and for all. I need to see where her loyalties are when faced with both versions of the same face, to prove to myself that I can still control the situation, that emotions haven't completely compromised 10 years of careful planning. But even as I form the justification, I know it's a lie. This isn't a strategy. This is jealousy, pure and simple, ugly, human, and terrifyingly new. Chapter 30. Ares. The door locks with a definitive click, leaving Lillian trapped with me in this concrete cage. Through the observation window, I watch Arson's retreating back, shoulders tight with fury, hands clenched into fists. Predictable. Always so predictably reactive. Lillian remains pressed against the far wall, as distant from me as the cell allows. Fear radiates from her in palpable waves, and her blue eyes dart between me and the door as if calculating her chances of survival. The bruises from our last encounter have faded to yellowish shadows on her skin, but new ones mark her upper arms where Arson gripped her. How can he make me out to be the villain when he leaves bruises on her skin? Well, I say, keeping my voice deliberately casual, chains clinking as I settle back onto the cot. This is certainly unexpected. She says nothing, her body tense as a drawn bow, ready to flee despite having nowhere to go. After the cruel way I claimed her, she has a right to be afraid. As terrible as it is, and as much as I wish I could explain myself, I need her to see me as the monster I portrayed myself to be, now more than ever. The surveillance cameras in the corners of the cell blink their red lights steadily. Arson is watching, analyzing, waiting for me to make a move that confirms his worst suspicions. I won't give him the satisfaction. Not yet. I won't lie. I didn't expect there to be problems so soon. I continue, gesturing to the door with mock sympathy. Guess that means the honeymoon phase is over. Her slight flinch confirms it. So predictable, both of them. So easy to manipulate when you understand their wounds. While my mouth forms cruel words designed for watching cameras, my mind travels a different path. For the first time, I truly saw her, not as my father's new wife's daughter, but as Lillian. 16, fierce despite her supposed fragility, cornering me in the library with trembling determination. "I know you feel it too," she'd said, voice stronger than her shaking hands suggested. "This thing between us, I'm not a child, Ares. I know what I want." What she couldn't know was how right she was, how precisely her words landed, how much restraint it took to push her away, to watch her expression fill with hurt as I coldly suggested therapy for inappropriate fixation. I knew I had made the right decision to keep her at arm's length, to protect her from becoming a pawn in the Hayes family's games. My father had already gotten accustomed to using the slightest rare attachment against me too many times. I wouldn't give him Lillian as another weapon, wouldn't let her become collateral damage in the toxic game of control that defined our family. In turn, I buried my feelings for her beneath a carefully constructed distance. Slowly, I became the cold, unattainable stepbrother she both yearned for and resented. It hurt like hell, but I knew it would hurt far less than watching her get destroyed from nothing more than her proximity to me. It's almost funny how the one thing I tried to protect her from is inevitably the one thing that will hurt her. Would I have made the same choice then if I had known this would be the outcome? To have her trapped with the monster I've pretended to be, while my twin watches to see which of us will draw first blood? I'm not sure. Lillian is the only person I've ever been selfish with, the only person I've ever actually wanted to protect. The cell offers limited tactical advantages: 8 by 10 feet of concrete, a single cot, and a toilet and sink in the corner. The chains restrict my movement to a 7-foot radius from the wall anchor, allowing access to most of the space, but not quite reaching the door. Arson designed it that way deliberately. Always the careful strategist. What he doesn't know is that I've already compromised the chains. 3 days of methodical work while pretending to sleep. Metal links weakened just enough that a sudden jerk will break them. Not freedom yet, but an advantage he isn't expecting. My mind is reeling as I try to devise a plan to escape. Lillian's position against the far wall puts her just at the edge of my reach, a calculation on her part that I respect. I watch her chest rise and fall with rapid breaths, fear mixed with determination. I bet her heart is beating out of her chest. Her blue eyes remain clear, assessing the space. Not just afraid, planning, thinking. The cameras cover 3 angles, one with a blind spot near the sink, information I've stored for when I need it. The intercom remains active, evidenced by the small green light above the door. Arson will hear everything we say. Perfect. Let him listen. I already know what needs to happen. Arson's jealousy, his fear of being confused with me, and his unexpected attachment to Lillian are all vulnerabilities I can exploit. The one thing I have against me is time. I need her to lower her guard, just enough to allow me to get close to her. He'll be back eventually, I say, voice conversational as I lean back against the wall. I bet he's watching right now, finger hovering over the release button, wondering if he's signed your death warrant or not. Lips pressed together, she remains silent and distrustful. Smart girl. I'm a little shocked at how easily you got under his skin. I continue, chains rattling as I adjust my position. I haven't seen him lose control like that since we were kids. Interesting, considering how little time you've spent together. There's a slight shift in her posture, curiosity warring with caution. Good. Keep her distracted. What did you do? I ask, cocking my head to study her. Besides calling him by my name, which was admittedly a tactical error of epic proportions. Why do you care? She breaks the silence, her voice steady despite her obvious fear. Another reminder of the strength she hides beneath forced fragility. I shrug, deliberately casual. Professional curiosity. It's not every day someone breaks through my brother's carefully constructed walls, especially not someone he intended to use as a weapon against me. I was never a weapon. Her response has an edge of defiance, and my heart swells when she lifts her chin. No? Then what were you? A convenient body? A willing participant in his revenge fantasy? The virgin sacrifice? Each question is designed to provoke, to distract her from the slight adjustments I'm making to my position. Each movement brings me incrementally closer to the optimal striking distance, which will inevitably bring Arson's return. Stop with the bullshit. Don't act like you know anything, because you don't. Anger coats her words, overcoming her fear. Perfection. Anger makes people careless, makes them miss details they'd otherwise notice. I know more than you think. I soften my voice just enough to introduce doubt. We're twins, remember? I know him better than anyone. I know exactly what he's capable of, and all the terrible things he's done. A calculated approach, simultaneously undermining her trust in Arson while positioning myself as the one with answers, the one who understands. All while my fingers continue their barely perceptible work on the weakened chain links. Don't fret. Like I said, he'll come back for you, I say, watching her closely. The question is whether you'll leave this room in the same condition he left you in. The threat hangs between us, deliberate in its ambiguity. I watch as her pulse visibly quickens in her neck. Her eyes widen only slightly before she blinks and gains control of her expression. Are you going to hurt me? The directness of her question catches me off guard. No hysteria, no begging, just a clear request for information. Would I? Could I? The tactical assessment is simple. Create enough distress to force Arson's hand. A scream, visible blood. Nothing permanently damaging, just enough to trigger his protective instincts, to make him rush in without proper preparation, to create the opening I need. The execution, however. I look at her, really look at her, and I don't even have to think about it. There's a painful twist in my chest, The defensive posture that doesn't quite hide her courage, the intelligence in her eyes, even as she calculates her chances against me, the loyalty she still holds for my brother, despite his betrayal, the same loyalty she once offered me before I crushed it with deliberate cruelty. I should. It's an honest answer that surprises even me. It would be the most efficient way to handle the situation, create enough distress to force his hand. Her breath catches, but she doesn't cower. But I find myself reluctant. The admission costs me something, revealing more than is strategically sound. Deep down, I want her to know that I won't hurt her, but I can't say it, can't give myself away. Despite how rough I was with you. Her brow furrows with confusion. You left me unconscious on the floor, used me as a distraction, and walked away. Oh, really? Is that what he told you? I keep my voice neutral, though anger flares at Arson's manipulation. Did he show you footage? Selective snippets from his security cameras? Uncertainty fills in the cracks of confusion. I saw it myself. I watched you leave me on the floor, unconscious. Cameras can be deceptive. I'm careful in my response, aware of the surveillance capturing every word I speak, especially when controlled by someone with an agenda. While speaking, I shift my position again, this time letting her see as I slide a hand behind my back, manipulating something at my wrist. The subtle click of the first lock releasing is audible only to me, the chain maintaining its appearance of security while actually hanging loose. Her eyes track the movement, narrowing slightly in suspicion or recognition. She's observant, more so than either of us initially gave her credit for. "What are you doing?" she asks quietly. "Creating options," I reply, equally soft. "The question is whether you want to be a part of them." The second lock clicks open against my ankle, the sound concealed by a deliberate cough. The chains still appear secure, draped across my body in the same restrictive pattern. The difference is I could shed them at any given second. "Why would I trust you?" she asks, the fear in her voice tempered with something else. Curiosity, perhaps, or maybe hope. "You shouldn't." My reply is honest, but you might want to consider which twin has more reason to lie to you right now. I lean forward, the chains arranged to appear secure, while actually hanging loose around my limbs. The cameras capture this movement, but from their fixed angles, the subtle deception remains hidden. "I need your help," I whisper low enough that the intercom might not catch it clearly. "And you need mine." Her eyes narrow, suspicion warring with desperate hope. "What kind of help?" "I'm going to get us both out of here," I explain, maintaining casual body language for the cameras while infusing my words with urgent sincerity. "But to escape, we need Arson to open that door first." Understanding dawns in her eyes, quickly followed by renewed fear. "You're going to use me as bait?" "Yes. No point in lying about the obvious, but not in the way you think." She takes a small step forward, curiosity overriding caution. "What do you mean?" "I mean I need it to look convincing, but I don't actually want to hurt you." I glance meaningfully at the cameras. He's watching, listening. He needs to believe you're in danger. That's the only way this will work. "Okay, so you want me to pretend you're hurting me, scream on cue?" Disbelief colors her tone. "No, he'd see through that in an instant." I shift again, calculating the optimal position for when the door eventually opens. I need to threaten you convincingly, need to make him believe I'm about to do something unforgivable. Her arms wrap around herself protectively. And why should I trust that you won't follow through? After what happened, I know you're scared. What happened was... I choose words carefully for both her and our unseen audience. Complicated. What you think happened and what actually happened aren't necessarily the same thing. That's hard to believe when I saw what I did. I understand that, but consider the possibility that my brother showed you exactly what he wanted you to see. I hold her gaze steadily. Selective truths are more convincing than outright lies. She studies me, searching for deception. Even if I believed you, why would I help you escape? All you're going to do is kill him. Is that what I want? To kill my twin? The answer isn't as clear as it once was. I want freedom, I say finally. Beyond that, I haven't decided. Her expression suggests she doesn't believe me, but desperation makes for strange alliances. Here's what's going to happen, I explain quietly, leaning forward as if making threats while actually outlining my plan. I'm going to start intimidating you. It will look real, sound real. I might grab you, but I won't actually hurt you. And if I refuse to play along, then we stay here until Arson decides what to do with us both. I let that reality sink in. He's unstable, Lillian. You've seen it yourself. Whatever connection you think you formed with him didn't stop him from throwing you in here. She flinches at the reminder of Arson's betrayal, a flash of hurt crossing her features before she masks it. I promise, I add, the sincerity in my voice surprising even me. I won't hurt you. I need you to be with me on what happens next. Okay? She doesn't say anything, but I can see from the look in her eyes that she's in. After a moment, I slip the mask of cruelty into place. Time's up, I announce loudly, straightening from my position on the cot. The sudden shift in tone makes Lillian flinch. I'm done playing nice. I move toward her with calculated menace, chains dragging across the concrete floor, still appearing secured, though ready to be discarded at a moment's notice. My expression hardens into something cruel, something I've perfected over the years. Stay back, she warns, playing her part, whether intentionally or not, pressing herself further against the wall. Or what? I laugh, the sound deliberately cold. He threw you in here, abandoned you. What makes you think he cares what happens to you now? Her eyes dart to the camera in the corner, a silent plea to our unseen observer. Perfect. Keep his attention fixed on her, on the apparent danger, and not my careful positioning. He'll come back, she says, voice shaking slightly. Genuine fear or excellent acting, I can't tell. Maybe. I take another step toward her, bringing me within arm's reach of her. But will he get here in time? I lunge, grabbing her wrist and pulling her toward me. She gasps, the sound sharp and startled as she collides with my chest. My free hand tangles in her hair, yanking her head back to expose the vulnerable line of her throat. Should we give him a show? I suggest loudly, making sure the intercom catches every word. Prove to him that I can do better than I did last time. Her pulse races wildly under my fingers, her breathing quick and shallow. Despite knowing this is partly performance, genuine fear radiates from her, a reminder of what happened the last time we were this close. Please don't, she whispers, eyes fixed on mine, searching for confirmation that this is still the plan, that it is still for show. I give her the slightest nod, invisible to the cameras, before raising my voice again. Begging won't help you. It didn't last time, did it? My grip on her hair tightens just enough to appear threatening without actually causing pain. I force her down to her knees, positioning us so her body blocks the camera's view of my hands, allowing me to loosen my hold while maintaining an illusion of control. I wonder if he's watching, I continue, voice pitched to carry clearly through the intercom, watching me take what he thinks is his, again. I tug at her shirt, a show for the cameras, while whispering urgently against her ear. Make it convincing. Struggle, but don't hurt yourself. She responds perfectly, twisting away from my grip with a convincing cry of fear. I let her scramble a few feet away, maintaining the performance while actually maneuvering us both closer to the optimal position near the door. There's nowhere to hide, I call, voice echoing off concrete walls. Nowhere to run, Lillian. No one to save you. My eyes flick to the observation window, catching the shadow of movement beyond. Almost there. Arson's restraint is fracturing, just as I predicted. Time to push him over the edge. He wants me to hurt you, I announce loudly, circling Lillian like a predator. He wants to see what I'll do to you. Why else would he put you in here with me? This is your punishment. I grab her again, rougher than necessary for the performance, but careful not to actually hurt her. She yelps, a perfect sound of distress that carries clearly through the intercom. Did you hear that, brother? I call toward the ceiling, where the cameras capture every movement. Did you enjoy that sound? Should I make her scream louder for you? My hand slides to her throat, applying visible pressure, but carefully positioned so her airway remains unobstructed. From the camera's angles, it looks like I'm choking her. Lillian plays along brilliantly, hands clutching at my wrist, face contorting with apparent distress. Remember last time? I taunt words aimed directly at Arson now. How responsive she was to me. How perfectly she took my cock inside her. I bet she's still thinking about it, still comparing. I have to say, it felt like heaven when she came, squeezing me like a vice, like she was made for me. Lillian's eyes widen at the provocative words, understanding darkening her gaze. She follows my lead, adding her own performance. Don't, she gasps, the perfect note of desperation in her voice. Please, not again. Shh. I soothe mockingly, loud enough for the intercom. It'll hurt a lot less this time if you don't fight me. My free hand moves to the waistband of her pants, a visible threat without actual violation. Just enough to trigger Arson's possessive rage, just enough to force his hand. Come on, Arson, I shout, finally dropping all pretense. Come save your girl, or are you going to let me have her again while you watch from the shadows? What kind of man throws a woman to the wolves, then hides when she screams? I position us carefully as I speak, Lillian partially shielded by my body, both of us angled so I can see the door in my peripheral vision. The chains hang loose, ready to be discarded the moment the lock disengages. Last chance, brother, I call out, voice taunting. She's mine if you don't want her, just like everything else in our lives. A beat from the door panel, the first indication that security protocols are being overridden. The sound sends adrenaline surging through my system, muscles tensing in preparation. Get ready, I whisper to Lillian, low enough that only she can hear. When the door opens, stay down. Don't move until it's over. Fear and determination war in her expression as she gives an almost imperceptible nod. The hydraulics of the door begin their mechanical whine. Arson is coming. I release her, pushing her gently toward the floor. Stay down, I repeat urgently, already turning toward the entrance, mentally calculating angles, timing, and the required force. The chains fall away completely now, no longer needed for the illusion. Freedom after weeks of captivity. The sensation is almost dizzying in its intensity. The door slides open, revealing Arson's silhouette. His expression is cold fury, body coiled and ready for violence. The moment of truth arrives with the sound of the door locking into its fully open position. Everything narrows to this single point in time. My brother in the doorway, Lillian on the floor behind me, and the narrow window of opportunity opening before me. I launch myself forward, every muscle, every reflex, every ounce of training focused on this one chance at freedom. I should have anticipated the taser. Should have known Arson wouldn't enter unprepared, wouldn't let emotion completely override tactical thinking. The probes hit my chest mid-lunge, electricity instantly seizing my muscles in paralyzing agony. "Please," Lillian sobs, her voice small and broken-sounding. "Don't let him hurt me again." I crash to the floor, body convulsing as the current pulses through me. Through watering eyes, I see Arson step carefully over my immobilized form, never taking his eyes off me as he moves to Lillian. "Get out," he orders her, voice clipped. "Wait in my bedroom." She hesitates, looking between us with an expression I can't read through the haze of pain. For a moment, I think she might refuse, might stay, though whether out of concern for me or fear of him, I can't tell. "Now, Lillian," Arson says, softer but no less commanding. She rises shakily to her feet. My gaze is blurry, making it difficult to see her, but I swear she looks back at me one last time before hurrying through the door. The moment she's clear, Arson hits the emergency closure button, sealing us alone together in the cell. The taser's effects begin to fade, muscles still twitching, but my control gradually returning. I push myself to my knees, laugh breaking through clenched teeth despite the pain. "Predictable as always, brother," I manage, voice rough. "Using a woman as your weakness. Some things never change." Arson's expression remains coldly clinical as he produces new restraints, heavier, more secure than the ones I compromised. "The only predictable one here is you, thinking I wouldn't be prepared." "You weren't prepared," I counter, still catching my breath. "You came running the moment you thought she was in danger, just like I knew you would." Something flickers across his features. Acknowledgement, perhaps, that I've identified a vulnerability he didn't know he had. "Hands behind your back," he orders, ignoring my observation. I comply. There's no point resisting with the after-effects of the taser still rippling through my system. The new restraints click into place, tight enough to border on painful. "You care about her," I say quietly as he secures the ankle cuffs. "More than you want to admit." "Shut up." "Does she know? Or are you playing the same game I did, keeping her at a distance, telling yourself it's for her protection?" His eyes meet mine, identical to my own, yet fundamentally different. For a moment, understanding passes between us, recognition of a shared impulse, however differently expressed. "The difference," he says finally, checking the new chain connecting wrists to ankles, "is that I'm not lying to myself about what I am." The words hit with unexpected precision, striking a truth I've buried beneath years of justification. I've told myself the distance was protection for her from the family's manipulations. But perhaps it was also protection from me, from vulnerability, from the possibility of caring for someone enough to be destroyed by losing them. As Arson performs a final check of the restraints, I find myself watching him with new perspective. We are reflections, identical yet reversed, both keeping Lillian at arm's length through different methods, his through possession, mine through rejection, both perhaps equally destructive. She deserves better than either of us, I say as he moves toward the door, words offered not as a weapon, but as a simple truth. He pauses, back to me, shoulders tense. On that, brother, we finally agree.
Chapter 31. Lillian. Time slows as my mind races through possibilities. Arson's attention is wholly consumed by Ares, by the threat his brother represents, and his need to neutralize that threat. His normal hypervigilance is narrowed to a laser point, creating a blind spot. Me. He's forgotten that I might be a player in this game rather than just a piece on the board. The security card hangs from his back pocket, partially visible as he steps into the cell. So close. If I can just... Ares lunges forward and the taser deploys with a sharp crack. He goes down hard, body convulsing as electricity courses through him. The violence of it is shocking, but it creates the perfect cover for what I'm about to attempt. I curl into myself on the floor, summoning tears that come more easily than expected. My body still aches from the rough handling of Ares' performance. Genuine discomfort I can amplify into something more convincing. "Please," I gasp between sobs, making my voice small and broken. "Don't let him hurt me again." The words are calculated to reinforce Arson's protective instincts, while disguising my true intentions. I press my hands to my face, peeking through splayed fingers to track his movements as he steps carefully around Ares' twitching form. "Get out," Arson orders, voice clipped. "Wait in the bedroom." I don't move immediately, manufacturing visible hesitation. The more helpless I appear, the less he'll perceive me as a threat. "Now, Lillian," he says, softer but still commanding. I push myself to my feet with deliberate unsteadiness, swaying slightly as I move toward the door. As I pass him, I let myself stumble, brushing against his side. A moment of seemingly accidental contact that allows my fingers to slip the keycard from his pocket in one smooth motion. The card slides up my sleeve as I continue forward, head down, shoulders hunched, in apparent defeat. Every step toward the door is measured. Not too fast to seem suspicious, not too slow to give him time to reconsider. My heart pounds so loudly, I'm certain he must hear it, but his attention remains fixed on Ares. At the threshold, I cast one final glance back, a look that Arson will interpret as fear or concern, but that carries a silent message to Ares. I'm not as helpless as either of you thinks. Then I'm through the doorway, keycard burning against my skin, opportunity unfolding before me, its possibility pulsing with each heartbeat. I have perhaps seconds before Arson realizes what I've done, before he remembers that I'm not just a victim in their twisted game, but also someone capable of making moves of my own. Behind me, Arson is already hitting the door closure button. I need to be clear of the sensors before it activates and appear to be following his instructions while executing my own plan. I step fully into the corridor, moving just far enough that the door begins its hydraulic slide closed. Arson's attention remains inside the cell, on his brother, believing me safely dismissed and obedient. His mistake. The door isn't fully closed yet when I make my decision. Logic says to run, to take the keycard and flee the warehouse entirely, to find help, to escape this toxic triangle of violence and manipulation. Self-preservation demands it. But something deeper, more defiant, pushes me toward a different choice. I'm done being pushed around, done being a pawn in their game. It's time they understand what it feels like to be trapped, controlled, and manipulated. I turn back, holding my breath as I watch the door's agonizingly slow progress. Through the narrowing gap, I can see Arson producing new restraints, his back to the exit, attention fixed on Ares, who is still recovering from the taser. The moment the door locks fully into place, I swipe the keycard against the external panel. The light flashes green, confirming the security override. My fingers fly across the keypad, entering the code I've memorized from watching Arson, the one that activates maximum security protocols. Another green light confirms my command has been accepted. The display changes to read locked, override disabled, meaning the door can now only be opened from the outside with the proper credentials. Credentials I'm holding in my trembling hand. I simply stand there for a moment, adrenaline surging through my system. I've just locked two dangerous men in a confined space together. Men with years of hatred between them. Men capable of extreme violence. Men who share the same face but fundamentally different souls. Should I be afraid of the consequences? Absolutely. But the surge of power, of agency, overwhelms my fear. For the first time since this began, I'm the one making decisions. I'm the one setting the terms. Through the observation window, I watch as realization dawns on Arson's face. He turns toward the door, expression shifting from focused concentration to confusion, then to dawning fury as he sees me standing there, keycard held visibly in my hand. I should feel triumphant. Instead, I feel something more complex. Power mixed with responsibility. Determination tangled with uncertainty. I've seized control, but now what do I do with it? The answer comes as I watch the twins eye each other in their shared cage. One fully restrained, one armed but trapped. It's time they deal with the consequences of their actions. Time they face each other without using me as a weapon or a shield. I hold up the keycard, making sure Arson can see it clearly through the glass. My move. I press the intercom button, wanting them to hear my words clearly. For once, I say, voice steadier than I feel, you two are going to be on equal footing. Arson strides to the window, murder in his eyes. His palm slams against the glass with enough force that I flinch, despite the barrier between us. Open this door, he demands, voice deadly quiet. Now. No. The single word feels revolutionary on my tongue. After weeks of manipulation, captivity, and having decisions made for me, the power of refusal is intoxicating. Lillian, he says, tone shifting to something more reasonable, more calculating. You don't understand what you're doing. He's dangerous. We're dangerous together. I understand perfectly. I hold his gaze through the glass. That's the point. Behind him, Ares has managed to push himself to a sitting position, despite his restraints. Unlike Arson's fury, his expression holds something like reluctant respect, perhaps even amusement. Well played, he calls past his brother, though I'm not sure you've thought through to the end game here. For once I agree with him, Arson says, never taking his eyes off me. What exactly do you think is going to happen next? We kill each other and you watch? What do I think is going to happen? What do I want to come of this? The question gives me pause. Justice? Revenge? Resolution? The answer crystallizes with surprising clarity. Resolution. You're forced to face each other by being in this cell together. You can't use me or anyone else as a weapon. Arson's laugh is disbelieving. So what? Psychological therapy? Lock the twins together until they work through their issues? Think of it as one of those get-along t-shirts. I step back from the glass, the key card still prominently displayed. For longer than I care to admit, I let you both manipulate me, use me, and hurt me in different ways. Now you get to deal with each other directly.
And if we refuse?
Ares asks, shifting slightly to test his new restraints. Hope you like looking at the same four walls. I shrug, projecting a confidence I don't entirely feel. I have food, shelter, and all the security controls. I've also got a lot of patience. Arson's expression darkens further, if that's even possible, and when he speaks, his voice drops to that dangerous register I've come to recognize as true rage rather than tactical intimidation. When I get out of here, and I will get out, you're going to regret this little game you're playing. Maybe. I match his stare. Or maybe not. Guess we'll find out then. But right now, you're not in any position to be making threats. I hold all the power, and the only way of either of you getting out is if you fix your shit. The role reversal isn't lost on either of them. The captive becoming captor, the manipulated becoming manipulator. Arson's hands are clenched into fists that he rests against the glass, while Ares' smile grows more pronounced behind him.
She's got you there, brother,
Ares retorts.
Seems your little pet has sharper teeth than you realized.
Arson whirls to face him, momentarily distracted by his twin's taunt. The movement is all aggression and tightly controlled violence ready to explode at any second.
Shut up,
he snarls.
This is your fault.
My fault? Ares laughs.
I'm not the one who threw her in here or pushed her into taking control of the situation.
As they face each other, the air between them practically crackles with years of hatred. I've achieved my immediate goal, forcing them to confront each other directly. All I can do now is hope they don't kill each other in the process. The transition from words to violence happens in an instant. Something in Ares' smirk, some particular angle of his mouth or glint in his eye, triggers Arson's already tenuous control. He lunges forward, crossing the small cell in 2 strides, and throws a punch, his fist connecting with his brother's jaw before he can fully prepare. Despite his restraints, Ares manages to roll with the impact, using the momentum to drive his shoulder into Arson's midsection. They crash into the cot, the metal frame screeching against the concrete as it slides several inches. "Stop it!" I shout through the intercom. Nothing I say matters, not when they're beyond hearing, locked in the physical manifestation of years of hatred. Arson recovers quickly, driving his knee up into Ares' ribs with brutal efficiency. The chains connecting Ares' wrists to his ankles limit his defensive options, but he compensates by headbutting Arson. Blood instantly starts to flow from Ares' nose, and the sight makes my stomach churn. Enough! My words echo uselessly as they grapple on the floor, identical faces twisted with identical rage, blood smearing between them until it's impossible to tell whose is whose. I back away from the observation window, panic rising, as I realize I may have miscalculated. They might actually kill each other, trapped in that cell with years of resentment, finally finding physical expression. Think, Lillian, think. My eyes scan the corridor, landing on a control panel farther down, more sophisticated than the simple door lock. The security hub Arson showed me once, explaining how the entire facility could be managed from multiple access points. I rush to it, keycard swiping across the scanner with trembling fingers. The screen illuminates, displaying a complex array of options: surveillance, environmental controls, communications. Behind me, the sounds of violence continue. Grunts of pain, the thud of fists on flesh, the rattle of chains as Ares fights despite his disadvantage. I need to interrupt them somehow and break through the fog of rage that's consumed them both. Communications. There. The speaker system. I tap the icon, opening a sub-menu of options. Internal speakers, volume control, pre-recorded messages for emergencies. I hit the emergency alarm button without hesitation. A klaxon blares through the entire facility, the sound amplified to painful levels inside the cell. Through the observation window, I watch both brothers recoil, hands instinctively moving to cover their ears. Then I press the microphone button, activating the direct communication channel. Stop fighting! My voice booms through the speakers, distorted but unmistakable. Both of you just stop! The alarm continues its ear-splitting wail as I search frantically for the volume control. Finding it, I dial it down to a more manageable level, but leave it running, an auditory barrier between them, preventing the resumption of violence. I swear to God, I continue, voice carrying clearly through the speaker system now. If you don't stop acting like animals, I'll leave you both in here to starve to death. An empty threat, perhaps, but the sheer exasperation in my tone seems to reach them. They separate, bloody and panting, identical glares now directed at the speakers rather than at each other. At least they're no longer actively trying to kill each other. Progress, of a sort. Here's how this is going to work, I announce, while silencing the alarm but maintaining control of the communication channel. You two are going to talk. Actually talk. Not fight, not manipulate, not threaten. Talk. Arson wipes blood from his nose with the back of his hand, eyes narrowed at the speaker. Ares shifts to sit with his back against the wall, chains rattling with the movement. This is ridiculous, he snaps. We're not children you can put in a timeout. No, you're grown men acting like children, I counter. Worse than children. At least children eventually learn better. Ares laughs, the sound genuinely amused, despite his split lip. She's got a point, brother. Shut up. Arson paces the small cell like a caged predator. This isn't a game, Lillian. Let me out and we can discuss this rationally. No. The refusal comes easier each time I say it. The only way you're getting out of that cell is together, after you've figured out how to exist in the same space without trying to kill each other. That's never going to happen, Arson says flatly. Don't care. That's the only way you're getting out. Be reasonable, he tries again, voice modulating to something more persuasive. You know what he did to you, what he's capable of. He's dangerous. Oh, and you're not? I interrupt. You threw me in there with him. After promising to protect me, after everything that happened between us, you locked me in a cell with someone you believed would hurt me. My words hit their intended mark. I see it in the slight flinch and the momentary break of cold fury. That was different, he argues. I was angry. I didn't mean... Save it. I cut him off. I'm not interested in hearing excuses from either of you. Ares shifts forward, chains clinking with the movement.
While I appreciate the sentiment, this isn't exactly a productive environment for conflict resolution. Perhaps if you removed these restraints...
Nice try, I say. The restraints stay. Consider them an assurance that this remains a conversation rather than a death match.
This is insane,
Arson mutters, turning away from the window to glare at his brother.
This is your fault. You got inside her head somehow.
My fault?
Ares raises an eyebrow. I'm not the one who threw her in here. Not the one who betrayed her trust.
Stop it, both of you. I interject as I see Arson's posture tensing again, ready to resume the fight. This is exactly what I'm talking about. You immediately blame each other instead of taking responsibility for your own actions.
What do you want from us?
Arson demands, turning back to the window.
Some tearful reconciliation? Brotherhood restored? That's never going to happen. Not after what he did. Not after what was done to me.
I don't expect miracles, I reply, and consider my next words, only to realize nothing I say to either of them is going to help them settle this. They need to work it out alone, together, as a team. You know what? I step back from the control panel. Keep hating each other. Keep fighting. Keep destroying everything and everyone around you with this toxic obsession you call revenge. Their identical faces watch me through the glass. Expressions, for once, almost matching. Surprise at my outburst, mixed with something like wariness. I thought there was something worth saving in both of you. I continue, my voice rising despite my attempts to maintain control. Some core of the people you might have been if the world hadn't broken you, if you hadn't let it break you.
Lillian.
Arson starts, but I cut him off. No! I'm done listening to justifications and excuses. The emotions I've been suppressing for weeks come pouring out, raw and unfiltered. You want to know the truth? You're both cowards. Both hiding behind your trauma instead of facing it. Both using what happened to you as an excuse to keep hurting other people. To keep hurting each other. I slam my palm against the glass, mimicking Arson's earlier gesture. Well, congratulations. You've succeeded in becoming exactly what they wanted you to be. Two sides of the same damaged coin. The monster who embraces what he is, and the monster who pretends he's better. Tears threaten to fall, but I refuse to let them. Refuse to give either twin the satisfaction of seeing how deeply they've affected me. Do whatever you want. Talk, fight, kill each other for all I care. I step back, keycard clutched tightly in my hand. I'm done being your audience. Done being the prize you fight over. Done with all of it. I turn away, unable to bear the sight of them any longer. These beautiful, broken men who've torn into each other and into me with equal disregard for the damage they cause.
Lillian, wait.
It's Ares this time, voice holding something almost like genuine concern. For what? I ask, without turning back. For you to manipulate me again? For him to betray me again? I need air, space, and to be in a room that isn't anywhere near either of you. The corridor stretches before me, leading to fresh air and temporary escape. Their protests fade as I put distance between us. The warehouse feels suddenly cavernous, my footsteps echoing in its emptiness. Every shadow seems to hold memories of violence, of tenderness, of manipulation so subtle I'm still untangling truth from lies. I need to clear my head. Need to figure out what comes next. Need to decide whether I'm truly committed to this forced reconciliation, or if I should simply walk away, leaving them to their mutual destruction. The side entrance beckons, a heavy door leading to the loading dock, to outside, to normal air, not saturated with twin hatreds. I push it open, the keycard still clutched in my hand like a talisman. Fresh air hits my face, cool and clarifying, after the stale tension inside. I step out into the fading afternoon light, drawing deep breaths that gradually slow my racing heart. Just 5 minutes. Just 5 minutes of peace to clear my head, to make a plan that doesn't involve being caught between their toxic gravitational pulls. 5 minutes to remember who I am, without them defining me. The industrial district stretches around me, abandoned buildings and empty lots, creating an eerie stillness. I lean against the warehouse wall, letting the rough brick ground me, as my thoughts gradually slow from their chaotic spin. For the first time in weeks, I'm not being watched, manipulated, or controlled. The sensation is both liberating and disorienting. Freedom without direction, agency without certainty. What now? I could call the police, but what would I tell them? That I've locked identical twins in a cell while I decide their fate? That I've been complicit in kidnapping, imprisonment, assault? That somewhere in the tangled web of manipulation and revenge I lost the clear distinction between victim and participant? My fingers trace the keycard's edges, the small piece of plastic representing the tenuous control I've seized. The twins remain safely contained, their violent impulses temporarily neutralized by walls they can't breach, without my intervention. False security, perhaps. They're resourceful, determined, and I've essentially caged 2 predators together. But for this moment, this breath of peace, I allow myself to believe I've created a stalemate they can't escape. The setting sun casts long shadows across the cracked pavement, painting the industrial wasteland in hues of orange and gold. Despite everything, there's beauty here. A reminder that the world continues beyond the claustrophobic drama inside the warehouse. I close my eyes briefly, letting the cool breeze wash over me. 5 minutes. That's all I need. 5 minutes to... The sound registers first. Tires on gravel. An engine purring with expensive precision. My eyes snap open as a black SUV rounds the corner, moving with deliberate purpose toward the warehouse, toward me. Recognition hits like a physical blow. The same vehicle from before. The same tinted windows hide whoever sits inside. The same air of corporate menace masquerading as legitimate business. I should run. Should get back inside the warehouse, lock the door, and return to the twins who, for all their violence, at least represent a danger I understand. I can't, though. My muscles freeze. My body refusing to follow my mind's desperate commands. The SUV stops directly before me. The passenger door opening with synchronized precision.
Miss Hayes.
The well-dressed man from before steps out, adjusting his cufflinks, as if this is a scheduled business meeting.
I believe it's time we had a proper conversation.
I back against the wall, keycard clutched in a white-knuckled grip. Stay away from me. His smile never reaches his eyes.
I'm afraid that's not an option.
2 more men emerge from the vehicle, moving with practiced efficiency to flank me. Professional, methodical, inescapable.
The brothers appear to be indisposed at the moment.
the first man observes casually.
A situation we find concerning for our investment.
They're fine, I insist, eyes darting between the men, seeking an escape route that doesn't exist. Just talking.
Indeed.
He gestures toward the SUV.
And now you'll be coming with us.
I'm going nowhere with you. I lift my chin, channeling the defiance I showed the twins. His smile widens fractionally.
Oh, but you are. Even if we have to tie you up and gag you.
Before I can respond, the men move in perfect tandem, grasping my arms with firm but impersonal force. The keycard falls from my fingers, clattering to the pavement as they guide me inexorably toward the waiting vehicle. Inside the warehouse, the twins remain locked in their standoff, unaware that their most valuable piece has just been removed from the board.
Chapter 32. Arson. 6 steps forward, 6 steps back. The cell's dimensions have become intimately familiar over the past hour. Concrete walls that absorb nothing, harsh fluorescent lighting that leaves no shadows, and my brother watching my every move with calculated amusement. You're going to wear a trench in the floor, Ares observes from his seated position on the cot. Despite the restraints, despite the blood drying on his split lip, he maintains an infuriating air of ease, as if his captivity is a minor inconvenience rather than the culmination of my decade-long plan. I ignore him, continuing my measured pacing. 6 steps, turn. 6 steps, turn. Mentally reviewing security protocols, calculating possibilities, searching for weaknesses in a system I designed to be impenetrable. She really got under your skin, didn't she? Ares continues, voice deliberately conversational. Can't say I blame you. She has a certain quality that's hard to resist. I should know. My jaw tightens, but I refuse to respond. Won't give him the satisfaction of seeing how effectively his words land. Though I have to wonder, he presses, chains clinking as he adjusts his position. What exactly happened between you two? She seems remarkably attached despite your charming personality. Shut up, I finally snap, stopping my pacing to glare at him. His smile widens fractionally. Hit a nerve, have I? Interesting. I thought you were just using her to get to me, but it's more than that, isn't it? You don't know what you're talking about, don't I? He leans forward slightly, eyes identical to mine, gleaming with the particular satisfaction of finding a weak point. I know what desire looks like, brother. I recognize obsession. After all, we share the same genetic predispositions. I resume pacing, refusing to engage further. 6 steps, turn. 6 steps, turn. Did she tell you how responsive she was with me? Ares continues, voice dropping. How perfectly she fit against me. The sounds she made when I... One more word, I interrupt, voice deadly quiet, and I'll put you back on the floor. He laughs, the sound echoing off concrete walls. There he is, the monster they created in that place, always so close to the surface, isn't he? No matter how hard you try to keep him on a leash. I clench my hands into fists, nails digging into my palms hard enough to draw blood. The desire to cross the cell and beat him unconscious is nearly overwhelming, and exactly what he wants. To prove him right, to demonstrate that I am exactly what they made me. It must be exhausting, Ares continues, watching me fight for control. constantly restraining yourself, pretending you're something more than an institutional experiment gone wrong. Tell me, do you think Lillian sees past the performance, or is she just attracted to the danger you represent? The question hits with precision, targeting the exact uncertainty that's plagued me since the flood, since the unexpected tenderness that formed between us, since the moment she called me by his name. I said, "Shut up," I repeat, each word carefully measured. But we both know he's found his target, and like any predator sensing weakness, he won't stop now that blood is in the water. "You know," Ares continues, apparently incapable of self-preservation, "I've been wondering which of us she prefers in bed, the calculated control or the raw passion, the careful precision or the primal—" The taser appears in my hand before he can finish, drawn from the back of my waistband where I'd secured it after our earlier confrontation. I point it directly at his chest, finger on the trigger. "I told you to shut up," I say, voice eerily calm now. "The next words out of your mouth will determine whether you remain conscious for the next 6 hours." Ares eyes the weapon, head tilted slightly as he calculates his options. The restraints limit his movement, his ability to dodge. We both know a second taser hit would be excruciating and potentially dangerous given the lingering effects of the first. "You wouldn't," he tests, but there's a new caution in his tone. "Wouldn't I?" I take a step closer. "You seem to have forgotten who locked you up in the first place, who kept you here for weeks, who has very little to lose at this point." The taser hums softly as I activate it, the sound filling the small space between us. One more word about her, one more attempt to get under my skin. I dare you. Something in my expression must convince him, because he raises his hand slightly in mock surrender. "Fine. Consider the subject dropped." "All subjects dropped," I clarify. "I don't want to hear your voice at all." He mimes zipping his lips, the juvenile gesture somehow more infuriating than his words had been. But he settles back against the wall, maintaining my demand for silence. I lower the taser, but don't put it away, a visible reminder of my willingness to enforce the quiet. Returning to my pacing, I try to clear my mind and focus on the practical problem of our captivity, rather than the psychological warfare Ares excels at. Minutes stretch into what feels like hours, the silence broken only by the soft sound of breathing and the occasional clink of Ares' chains as he shifts position. Our forced proximity is its own unique torture, being trapped in a space designed for one occupant with the person I hate most in the world. Gradually, a different kind of tension replaces the immediate threat of violence. An awareness begins to creep in around the edges of my fury, that Lillian has been gone a significant time, that her emotional outburst, while understandable, should have run its course by now. I checked the digital display on the cell's environmental control panel. 7:42 p.m. Over 3 hours since she locked us in. 3 hours of cooling down, of processing her anger. More than enough time to return, to check on us, to continue her forced reconciliation project. Unless something's wrong. I push the thought away, unwilling to give it space to grow. She's fine, probably enjoying watching us stew in our mutual hatred, probably waiting for one of us to break first, to show some sign of willingness to communicate. But as the minutes tick by, the nagging concern grows stronger. This doesn't feel like strategy anymore. Doesn't feel like punishment. It feels like absence. I check my phone again. 11:37 p.m., nearly 7 hours since Lillian walked away. The battery indicator flashes red, 20% remaining after multiple attempts to reach security cameras from the limited connection inside the cell. No responses to my texts, no indication she's received them. This isn't right. Lillian is many things: stubborn, unpredictable, increasingly defiant. But she isn't cruel. She wouldn't leave us locked up this long without checking in, food or water, or some indication of her intentions. Something's wrong. I pace faster now, mind racing through possibilities, each worse than the last. Did she leave the warehouse entirely? Get lost in the industrial district after dark? Has someone else found her? The backers, Hayes family's security, some random predator? The thought sends ice through my veins. Across the cell, Ares watches me with growing attention, sensing the shift in my concern. He's maintained his silence for hours, retreating into whatever internal world he occupies during captivity. But now his eyes track my movements with renewed focus, noting the increasing frequency with which I check my phone. Something's wrong, I finally say aloud, breaking the hours-long silence. The admission costs me, showing concern in front of him, revealing a vulnerability he'll undoubtedly exploit. But concern for Lillian outweighs tactical considerations, outweighs pride, outweighs the careful walls I've built between myself and anything resembling human attachment. Ares straightens, chains shifting with the movement. What do you mean? Lillian. I gesture toward the door, the world beyond our shared cage. She should have come back by now. It's been almost 7 hours. Maybe she left, he suggests, but without the mocking edge from earlier. Decided we weren't worth the trouble. I shake my head. She wouldn't leave like that. Not without. I trail off, realizing I'm about to reveal too much. Not without saying goodbye, Ares finishes, voice uncharacteristically subdued. Not without making sure we weren't going to kill each other. The observation surprises me, not just that he'd complete my thought, but that he'd understand her character well enough to do so accurately. It shouldn't surprise me, though. He's known her for years, has watched her grow from adolescence to adulthood, has been the object of her affection far longer than I've been in the picture. She has the key card, I say, more to myself than to him. The only access point to this cell. If something happened to her, we're stuck, Ares concludes, the implication settling heavily between us. For the first time since our childhood, we share a moment of perfect understanding, mutual concern overriding mutual hatred, if only briefly. When did you last see her on the cameras? Ares asks, nodding toward my phone. The question is practical, focused, and devoid of his usual antagonism. It creates a disorienting sense of déjà vu, reminiscent of how we once were before everything shattered. Two parts of the same tactical mind, approaching a problem from complementary angles. The feeds cut out around 5:30, I admit reluctantly. She was heading toward the side exit. Needed air, she said. The side exit leads directly to the loading dock, Ares says, leaning forward as much as his restraints allow. Completely exposed to the access road, anyone passing by would see her. His tone has shifted entirely, the provocateur replaced by the strategist I remember from childhood. His eyes are sharp and focused, all mockery set aside in favor of addressing this new threat. You're worried about what? Your backers? He observes, reading my expression with uncomfortable accuracy. You had to have someone backing this operation. Someone who has more of an interest in bringing down the family, not just little old me. I hesitate before nodding. No point in denying what he's already deduced. They've approached her before, warned her, used her to send me messages about staying on schedule. Fuck. The word contains volumes of understanding. And you're off schedule now, aren't you? With me still alive? With whatever revenge you planned delayed by this... He gestures to the cell around us. Unexpected development? The assessment is accurate enough that I don't bother confirming it. Instead, I turn to more pressing concerns. Is there any way out of this cell that I don't know about? Ares asks, chains clinking as he shifts to study the walls, ceiling, and floor. Something you built in as a failsafe. I eye him with suspicion. Sharing security details means giving him information he could use against me later, assuming we get out of this situation. But if something has happened to Lillian... No other exits from the cell itself, I say finally. I designed it that way deliberately. One way in, one way out. Controlled access only. What about the ventilation system? He nods toward the ceiling vent. Size? Access points? Where it leads? Too small, I dismiss. 12-inch diameter. Even if we could reach it, neither of us would fit. The door mechanism itself? Override protocols? Manual releases? I shake my head. Only from the outside, or from the main security station, which we can't access because we're in here, he concludes, frustration evident in his voice. What about your phone? Can you call someone? Get help? Again, I hesitate. Bringing in outside help means exposing my operation, means potential interference with my carefully constructed plans, means explaining why I have my twin brother chained in a cell in an abandoned warehouse. But the alternative, remaining trapped while Lillian might be in danger, is unacceptable. Signal is weak in here, I say, checking the phone again. 1 bar at most, not enough to maintain a call. Texts? I've tried. No response. Ares is silent for a moment, thinking. What about the security system itself? You said it's connected to your phone. Can you override it remotely? Trigger an emergency protocol? Only from the main security hub, I explain. The cell's isolation is a feature, not a bug. It's designed to be secure even if the main systems are compromised. Smart for a prison, Ares acknowledges grudgingly. Not so smart when the warden gets locked inside. The observation would sting more if it weren't so accurate. The irony isn't lost on me, trapped by my own perfect security, potentially at the cost of Lillian's safety. What about outside connections? Ares presses. Friends? Allies? Someone who might come looking when you don't check in? I laugh harshly. You think I have friends after what they did to me in that place? Everyone has someone, he insists. There must be someone who'd notice if both Lillian and you, well, me, disappeared. The question forces me to confront how completely I've isolated myself, how thoroughly I've avoided connections that could become vulnerabilities, how focused I've been on revenge at the expense of everything else, and how good of a job I've done at pushing everyone out of his/my life. No one, I admit finally. There's no one. My phone display now reads 4:17 a.m., nearly 12 hours since Lillian locked us in. 12 hours of growing concern, grudging cooperation with my twin, and increasingly desperate attempts to establish contact with the outside world. We need to call for help, I say, the decision solidifying despite everything it will cost, even if it means exposing everything. Aries looks up sharply from where he's been examining the door mechanism. You're willing to sacrifice your revenge? Everything you've worked for? The question hangs in the air between us, weighted with a decade of hatred, planning, and single-minded purpose. Am I willing to give it all up? The perfect retribution I've crafted? The justice I've pursued since escaping the institution? If something's happened to her, I can't complete the thought aloud, can't articulate the hollow dread growing with each passing hour. Aries studies me with something like genuine surprise in his expression. You actually care about her. It's not a question, not a taunt, just a recognition of a truth I've been fighting to deny. Emergency services would take too long, I say, ignoring his observation. And they'd ask too many questions. But there's a burner phone in my desk with a direct line to someone who can get us out. Someone who won't immediately involve authorities. The admission costs me. Using that line means exposing my operation to the very people I've been working to avoid. The backers who funded my revenge, but who have their own agendas. People who would happily eliminate complications like Lillian if she's become inconvenient. People who might already have her. Once we're out, I continue, I can access the surveillance systems, track her movements, figure out where... A sound from the corridor interrupts me, footsteps approaching the cell. My body tenses instantly, hand moving to the taser still tucked in my waistband. Aries shifts position too, chains arranged to give him maximum mobility despite the restraints. The footsteps stop outside the door. A shadow appears in the observation window, too tall to be Lillian, too broad-shouldered, male, unknown. The security panel beeps as a keycard swipes across it. Green light. Access granted. Aries and I exchange a single glance, a moment of unspoken coordination that comes from shared DNA, from years of moving as mirror images despite our hatred. I position myself to the left of the door, and he shifts to create a distraction. Whoever enters will face him first, giving me the opportunity to neutralize the threat. The door slides open with a pneumatic hiss. Drew Marshall stands in the doorway, the keycard dangling from his fingers. His expression cycles rapidly from confusion to shock to something like reluctant amusement as he takes in the scene before him. Identical twins in a prison cell, one restrained, one free, both bloody and disheveled. He says, twirling the keycard between his fingers. Well, isn't this an unexpected surprise? This recording of The Psychopaths was presented by Dreamscape Media, LLC. Narrated by Ryan Stone and Renee Thorne. Published by arrangement with J.L. Beck. Copyright 2025 by J.L. Beck. Recording copyright 2025 by Dreamscape Media, LLC. Thank you for listening. Please check dreamscapepublishing.com for Dreamscape's latest releases.